Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Diana Tempest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. Volume 1, Chapter 1. La pierre des miselios et celle du cœur. Colonel Tempest and his miniature 10-year-old replica of himself had made themselves as comfortable as circumstances would permit in opposite corners of the smoking carriage. It was a chilly morning in April, and the boy had wrapped himself in his travelling rug and turned up his little collar, and drawn his soft little travelling cap over his eyes in exact, though unconscious, imitation of his father. Colonel Tempest looked at him now and then with paternal complacency. It is certainly a satisfaction to see ourselves repeated in our children. We feel that the type will not be lost. Each new edition of ourselves lessens a natural fear lest a work of value and importance should lapse out of print. Colonel Tempest, at 40, was still very handsome, and must, as a young man, have possessed great beauty before the character had had time to assert itself in the face, before selfishness had learned to look out of the clear grey eyes, and a weak self-indulgence and irresolution had loosened the well-cut lips. Colonel Tempest, as a rule, took life very easily. If he had fits of uncontrolled passion now and then, they were quickly over. If his feelings were touched, that was quickly over too. But today his face was clouded. He had tried the usual antidotes for an impending attack of what he would have called the blues, by which he meant any species of reflection calculated to give him that passing annoyance which was the deepest form of emotion of which he was capable. But Punch, and the Sporting Times, and even the comic French paper which Archie might not look at, were powerless to distract him today. At last he tossed the latter out of the window to corrupt the morals of trespassers on the line, and as it was, after all, less trouble to yield than to resist, settled himself in his corner, and gave way to a series of gloomy and anxious reflections. He was bent on a mission of importance to his old home, to see his brother, who was dying. His mind always recoiled instinctively from the thought of death, and turned quickly to something else. It was 14 years since he had been at Overleigh, 14 years since that event had taken place which had left a deadly enmity of silence and estrangement between his brother and himself ever since. And it had all been about a woman. It seemed extraordinary to Colonel Tempest, as he looked back, that a quarrel which had led to such serious consequences, which had, as he remembered, spoilt his own life, should have come from so slight a cause. It was like losing the sight of an eye because a fly had committed trespass in it. A man's mental rank may generally be determined by his estimate of woman. If he stands low, he considers her, heaven help her, such as one as himself. If he climbs high, he takes his ideal of her along with him, and, to keep it safe, places it above himself. Colonel Tempest pursued the reflections suggested by an untaxed intellect of average calibre, which he believed to be profound. A mere girl! How men threw up everything for women! What fools men were when they were young! After all, when he came to think of it, there had been some excuse for him. There generally was. How beautiful she had been with her pale, exquisite face, and her innocent eyes, and a certain shy dignity and pride of bearing peculiar to herself. Yes, any other man would have done the same in his place. The latter argument had had great weight with Colonel Tempest through life. He could not help it if she were engaged to his brother. It was much her fault as his own if they fell in love with each other. She was 17, and he was 27, but it is always the woman who has the greater sin. He remembered, with something like complacency, the violent love-making of the fortnight that followed, her shy adoration of her beautiful, eager lover. Then came the scruples, the flight, the white cottage by the Thames, the marriage at the local registry office. What a fool he had been, he reflected, and how he had worshipped her at first, before he had been disappointed in her. Disappointed in her as the boy is in the butterfly when he has it safe and crushed in his hand. She might have made anything of him, he reflected. But somehow there had been a hitch in her character. She had not taken him the right way. She had been unable to effect a radical change in him, to convert weakness and irresolution into strength and decision, and he had been quite ready to have anything of that sort done for him. During all those early weeks of married life, until she caught a heavy cold on her chest, he believed existence had been easily and delightfully transformed for him. He was susceptible. His feelings were always easily touched. Everything influenced him for a time. Beautiful music, or a pathetic story for half an hour. His young wife for nearly 6 months. A play usually ends with the wedding, but there is generally an afterpiece, ignored by lovers but expected by an experienced audience. The afterpiece in Colonel Tempest's domestic drama began with tears, caused, I believe, in the first instance by a difference of opinion as to who was responsible for the earwigs in his bath sponge. In the White Cottage there were many earwigs, but even after the earwig difficulty was settled by a move to London, other occasions seemed to crop up for the shedding of those tears which are known to be the common resource of women for obtaining their own way when other means fail, and others, many others, suggested by youth and inexperience and a devoted love, had failed. If they are silent tears, or worse still, if the eyelids betray that they have been shed in secret, a man may with reason become much annoyed at what looks like a tacit reproach. Colonel Tempest became annoyed. It is the good fortune of shallow men so thoroughly to understand women that they can see through even the noblest of them, though of course that deeper insight into the hypocrisy practised by the whole sex about their fancied ailments and inconveniently wounded feelings for their own petty objects is reserved for selfish men alone. Matters have become very wrong indeed, when a caress is not enough to set all right at once. But things came to that shocking pass between Colonel and Mrs. Tempest, and went, in the course of the next few years, several steps further still, till they reached, on her part, that dreary, dead level of emaciated semi-maternal tenderness, which is the only feeling some husbands allow their wives to entertain permanently for them, the only kind of love which some men believe a virtuous woman is capable of. How he had suffered, he reflected, he who needed love so much. Even the advent of the child had only drawn them together for a time. He remembered how deeply touched he had been when it was first laid in his arms, how drawn towards its mother. But his smoking-room fire had been neglected during the following week, and he could not find any large envelopes, and the nurse made absurd restrictions about his seeing his wife at his own hours, and Di herself was feeble and languid, and made no attempt to enter into his feelings, or show him any sympathy, and Colonel Tempest sighed as he made this mournful retrospect of his married life. He had never cared to be much at home, he reflected. His home had not been made very pleasant to him. The poor, meagre home in a dingy street, the wrong side of Oxford Street, which was all that a young man in the Guards, with expensive tastes, who quarrelled with his elder brother, could afford. The last evening he had spent in that house came back to him with a feeling of bitter resentment at the recollection of his wife's unreasonable distress when a tradesman called after dinner for payment of a long-standing account which she had understood was settled. It was not a large bill, he remembered wrathfully, and he had intended to keep his promise of paying it directly his money came in. But when it came, he had needed it, and more, for his share of the spring fishing he had taken cheap with a friend. Naturally he would not see the man whose loud voice, asking repeatedly for him, could be heard in the hall, and who refused to go away. Colonel Tempest had a dislike to rows with tradespeople. At last his wife, prostrate and in feeble health, rose languidly from her sofa, and went down to meet the recriminations of the unfortunate tradesman, who, after a long interval, retired, slamming the door. Colonel Tempest heard her slow step come up the stair again, and then, instead of stopping at the drawing-room door, it had gone toiling upwards to the room above. He was incensed by so distinct an evidence of temper. Surely, he said to himself with exasperation, she knew when she married him that she was marrying a poor man. She did not return, and at last he blew out the lamp, and lighting the candle put ready for him, went upstairs, and opening the door of his wife's room, peered in. She was sitting in the dark by the black fireplace, with her head in her hands. A great deal of darkness and cold seemed to have been compressed into that little room. She raised her head as he came in. Her wide eyes had a look in them of a dumb, unreasoning animal distress which took him aback. There was no pride nor anger in her face. In his ignorance he supposed she would reproach him. He had not yet realized that the day of reproaches and appeals, very bitter while it lasted, was long past, years past. The silence of those who have loved us is sometimes eloquent as a tombstone of that which has been buried beneath it. The room was very cold. A faint smell of warm india-rubber and a molehill in the middle of the bed showed that a hot bottle was found more economical than coal. "Why on earth don't you have a fire?" he asked, still standing in the doorway, personally aggrieved at her economies. Di's economies had often been the subject of sore annoyance to him. An anxious housekeeper in her teens sometimes retrenches in the wrong place, namely where it is unpalatable to the husband. Di had cured herself of this fault of late years, but it cropped up now and again, especially when he returned home unexpectedly, as to-day, and found only mutton chops for dinner. "It was the coal bill that the man came about this evening," she said apathetically, and then the peculiar distressed look giving place to a more human expression, as she suddenly became aware of the reproach her words implied, she added quickly, "But I'm not in the least cold, thanks." Still he lingered. A sense of ill-usage generally needs expression. "Why did you not come back to the drawing-room again?" There was no answer. "I must say you have a knack of making a man's home uncommonly pleasant for him." Still no answer. Perhaps there was none left. One may come to an end of answers sometimes, like other things, money for instance. "Is my breakfast order for 7:30 sharp?" "Yes." "Poached eggs?" "Yes, and stewed kidneys. I hope they will be right this time. And I've told Martha to call you at 7 punctually." "All right. Good night." "Good night." That had been their parting in this world, Colonel Tempest remembered bitterly, for he had been too much hurried next morning to run up to say good-bye before starting for Scotland. Those had been the last words his wife had spoken to him, the woman for whom he had given up his liberty. So much for women's love and tenderness. And as the train went heavily on its way, he recalled, in spite of himself, the last home-coming after that month's fishing, and the fog that he shot into as he neared King's Cross on that dull April morning 6 years ago. He remembered his arrival at the house, and letting himself in and going upstairs. The house seemed strangely quiet. In the drawing-room a woman was sitting motionless in the gaslight. She looked up as he came in, and he recognized the drawn, haggard face of Mrs. Courtenay, his wife's mother, whom he had never seen in his house before, and who now spoke to him for the first time since her daughter's marriage. "Is that you?" she said quietly, her face twitching. "I did not know where you were. You have a daughter, Colonel Tempest, of a few hours old." He raised his eyebrows. "And Di?" he asked. "Pretty comfortable?" The question was a concession to custom on Colonel Tempest's part, for, like others of his enlightened views, he was of course aware that the pains of childbirth are as nothing compared to the twinge of gout in the masculine toe. "Diana," said the elder woman, with concentrated passion, as she passed him to leave the room, "Diana, thank God, is dead." He had never forgiven Mrs. Courtenay for that speech. He remembered even now, with a shudder of acute self-pity, all he had gone through during the days that followed, and the silent reproach of the face that even in death wore a look not of rest, but of a weariness stern and patient, and a courage that has looked to the end, and can wait. And when Mrs. Courtenay had written to offer to take the little Diana off his hands altogether, provided he would lay no claim to her later on, he had refused with indignation. He would not be parted from his children. But the child was delicate and wailed perpetually, and he wanted to get rid of the house and of all that reminded him of a past that it was distinctly uncomfortable to recall. He put the little yellow-haired boy to school, and when Mrs. Courtenay repeated her offer, he accepted it, and Di, with her bassinet and the minute feather-stitched wardrobe that her mother had made for her packed inside her little tin bath, drove away one day in a four-wheeler straight out of Colonel Tempest's existence, and very soon out of his memory. His marriage had been the ruin of him, he said to himself, reviewing the last few years. It had done for him with his brother. He had been a fool to sacrifice so much for a pretty face, and she had not a shilling. He had chucked away all his chances in marrying her. He might have married anybody, but he had never seen a woman before or since with a turn of the neck and shoulder to equal hers. Poor Di! She had spoilt his life, no doubt, but she had had her good points after all. Poor Di! Perhaps she too had had her dark hours. Perhaps she had given love to a man capable only of a passing passion. Perhaps she had sold her woman's birthright for red pottage, and had borne the penalty, not with an exceeding bitter cry, but in an exceeding bitter silence. Perhaps she had struggled against the disillusion and desecration of life, the despair and the self-loathing that go to make up an unhappy marriage. Perhaps in the deepening shadows of death she had heard her new-born child cry to her through the darkness, and had yearned over it, and yet had been glad to go. However these things may have been, at any rate she had a turn of the neck and shoulder which lived in her husband's memory. Poor Di! Colonel Tempest shook himself free from a train of reflections which had led him to a deathbed, and suddenly remembered with a shudder of repugnance that he is on his way to another at this moment. His brother had not sent for him. Colonel Tempest was hazarding an unsolicited visit. He had announced his intention of coming, but he had received no permission to do so. Nevertheless, he had actually screwed up his weak and vacillating nature to the sticking point of putting himself and his son into the train when the morning arrived that he fixed on for going to Overleigh. "For the sake of the old name, and for the sake of the boy," he said to himself, looking at the delicate, regular profile silhouetted against the window-pane. If Archie had had a pair of wings folded underneath his little greatcoat, he would have made a perfect model for an angel, with his fair hair and face, and the sweet, serious eyes that contemplated, without any change of expression, his choir-book at chapel, or the last grappling contortions of a cockroach, ingeniously transfixed to the book-ledge with a pin, to relieve the monotony of the sermon. "Overleigh! Overleigh! Overleigh!" called out a porter as the train stopped. Colonel Tempest started. There already? How long was it since he'd got out at that station? There was a new station-master, and the station itself had been altered. He looked at the little red tin shelter erected on the off-side with an alien eye. It had not been there in his time. There was no carriage to meet him, although he had mentioned the train by which he intended to arrive. His heart sank a little as he took Archie by the hand and set out to walk. The distance was nothing, for the station had been made specially for the convenience of the Tempests, and lay within a few hundred yards of the castle gates. But the omen was a bad one. Would his mission fail? How unchanged everything was! He seemed to remember every stone upon the road. There was a turn up to the village, and the low tower of the church peering through the haze of the April trees. They passed through the old Italian gates. There was a new woman at the lodge to open them, and entered the park. Archie drew in his breath. He had never seen deer at large before. He supposed his uncle must keep a private zoological gardens on a large scale, and his awe of him increased. "Are the lions and the tigers loose too?" he inquired with grave interest, but without anxiety, as his eyes followed a little band of fallow deer skipping across the turf. "There are no lions and tigers, Archie," said his father, tightening his clasp on the little hand. If Colonel Tempest had ever loved anything, it was his son. They had come to a turn in the broad white road, which he knew well. He stopped and looked. High on a rocky crag, looking out over its hanging woods and gardens, the old grey castle stood, its long walls and solemn towers outlined against the sky. The flag was flying. "He's still alive," said Colonel Tempest, remembering a certain homecoming long ago, when, as he galloped up the steep winding drive, even as he rode, the flag dropped half-mast high before his eyes, and he knew his father was dead. They had reached the ascent to the castle, and Colonel Tempest turned from the broad road and struck into a little path that clambered upwards towards the gardens through the hanging woods. It was a short cut to the house. It was here he had first seen Diana, and he pondered over the fidelity of mind which, after 14 years, could remember the exact spot. There was the wooden bridge over the stream where she had stood, her white gown reflected in the water below her, the heart of the summer woods enfolding her like the setting of a jewel. The syringa and the laburnum were out. The air was faint with perfume. She stood looking at him with lovely, surprised eyes in her exceeding youth and beauty. Involuntarily his mind turned from that first meeting to the last parting 7 years later. The cold, dark London bedroom, the bowed figure in the low chair, the fatigued smell of tepid india-rubber. What a gulf between the radiant young girl and the woman with the white exhausted face. Alas, for the many parts of a woman may have to play in her time to one and the same man. Colonel Tempest laughed harshly to himself, and his powerful mind reverted to the old refrain, "What fools men are to marry." It had been summer when he had seen her first, but now it was early spring. The woods were very silent. God was making a special revelation in their heart, was turning over one more page of his New Testament. He had walked once again in his garden, and at the touch of his feet all young sheaths and spears of growing things were stirring and pressing up to do his will. The larch had hastened to hang out his pink tassels. The primroses had been the first among the flowers to receive the divine message, and were repeating it already in their own language to those that had ears to hear it. The folded buds of the anemones had heard the wished-for emphaphava, and were opening one after another their pure, shy eyes. The arched neck of the young bracken was showing among the brown ancestors of last year. The marsh marigolds thronged at the water's edge. Every battered dyke and rocky scar was transfigured. God was once again making all things new. Only a mole, high on its funeral twig, held out tiny human hands, worn with honest toil, to its maker, in mute protest against a steel death that nature never made for little agriculturalists. Death was still in the world, apparently, side by side with the resurrection of the flowers. Archie paused to glance contemptuously and shy a stick at the corpse as he passed. It looked as if it had not afforded much sport before it died. Colonel Tempest puffed a little, for the ascent was steep, and he was not so slim as he had once been. He sat down on a circular wooden seat round a yew tree by the path. He began to dislike the idea of going on, and perhaps after all he would be told by the servants that his brother would not see him. Jack was quite capable of making himself disagreeable to the last. Really, on the whole, perhaps the best course would be to go down the hill again. It is always so much easier to go down than to go up, so much pleasanter at the moment to avoid what may be distasteful to a sensitive mind. "Archie," said Colonel Tempest. The boy did not hear him. He was looking intently at a little patch of ground near the garden seat, which had evidently been carefully laid out by a landscape gardener of about his own age. Every hair of grass or weed had been scratched up within the irregular wall of fir cones that bounded the enclosure. Grey sand, imported from a distance, possibly from the brook, marked winding paths therein in course of completion. A sunk bucket with a squirt in it indicated an intention, as yet unmatured, to add a fountain to the natural beauties of the site. "You go in this way, father," said Archie, grasping the situation with becoming gravity, and pointing out the 2 oyster shells that flanked the main entrance. "Then you walk round the lake. Look, he's got a duck ready. Oh dear, and see, father, here is his name. I would have done it all in white stones if it had been me. J-O-H-N. John. Father, who is John? Colonel Tempest's temper was like a curate's gun. You could never tell when it might not go off, or in what direction. It went off now, with an explosion. It had been at full cock all the morning. "Who is John?" he repeated, fiercely kicking the letters on the ground to right and left. "You may well ask that. John is a confounded interloper. He has no right here. Damn John!" Archie was following the parental boot with anxious eyes. The tin duck was dinted in on one side and bulged out on the other in a manner painful to behold. It would certainly never swim again. The turn of the squirt might come any moment. But when his father began to say "damn," Archie had always found it better not to interfere. "Come along, Archie," said Colonel Tempest furiously. "Don't stand fooling there." And he began to mount the path with redoubled energy. All thought of turning back was forgotten. Archie looked back ruefully at the devastated pleasure grounds. The fir-cone boundary was knocked over at one corner. All privacy was lost. Anything might get in now, and the duck, if she recovered, could get out. It was much to be regretted. "Poor damn John," said Archie, slipping his hand into that of the grown-up child whom he had for a father. "Poor John," echoed Colonel Tempest, his temper evaporating a little. "I only wish it were poor John, and not poor Archie. That was your garden, Archie, do you hear, my boy? Yours, not his. And you shall have it too, if I can get it for you." "I don't want it now," said Archie gravely. "You spoilt it." End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. Volume 1, Chapter 2 of Diana Tempest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 1, Chapter 2. And another dieth in the bitterness of his soul. Job, chapter 21, verse 25. A profound knowledge of human nature enunciated the decree, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's house," and relegated the neighbour's wife to a back seat among the servants and livestock. The intense love of a house, passing the love even of prohibited women, is a passion which those who nightly pitch their moving tents in villas and hired dwellings, and look upon heaven as their home, can hardly imagine, and frequently regard with the amused contempt of ignorance. But where pride is a leading power, the affections will be generally found immediately in its wake. In these days it is the fashion, especially of the vulgar-minded well-born, to decry birth as being of no account. Those who do so apparently fail to perceive that, by the very fact of decrying it, they proclaim their own innate lack of appreciation of those very advantages of refinement, manners, and a certain distinction and freemasonry of feeling, which birth has evidently withheld from them personally, but which, nevertheless, birth alone can bestow. The strong hereditary pride of race, which is as natural a result of time and fixed habitat as the forest oak, which is bred in the bones and comes out in the flesh from generation to generation, is accompanied, as a rule, by a passionate love, not of houses, but of the house, the home, the eyrie, the one sacred spot from which the race sprang. Among the Tempests, devotion to Overleigh had been an hereditary instinct from time immemorial. Other possessions, gifts of royalty or dowers of heiresses, came and went. Overleigh remained from generation to generation. Scapegrace Tempests squandered the family fortune and mortgaged the family properties, but others rose up in their place, who, whatever else was lost, kept fast hold on Overleigh. The old castle on the crag had passed through many vicissitudes. It had been originally built in Edward II's time, and the remains of fortification, and the immense thickness of the outer walls, showed how fierce had been the inroads of Scot and Borderer, which such strength was needed to repel. The massive arched doorway through which the yelling hordes of the Tempests and their retainers swooped down, with Black Lion on pennant flying, upon the enemy, was walled up in the time of the Tudors, and the vaulted basement with its acutely pointed chamfered arches became the dungeons of the later portion of the building, the cellars of the present day. Overleigh had entertained royalty royally in its time, and had sheltered royalty more royally still. Cromwell's cannon had not prevailed against it. It had been partially burnt, it had been partially rebuilt. There it still stood, a glory, and a princely possession on the lands that had been meted in the Doomsday Book to a certain Norman knight, Ivo de Tempest, the founder of an iron race. And in the 19th century a Tempest held it still. Tempest had become a great name. Gradually wealth had gathered round Overleigh, as the lichen had gathered round its grey stones. There were coal mines now among the marshlands of William the Conqueror's favourite, harbours and towns along the sea-coast. Tempest of Overleigh was a power, a name that might be felt, that had been felt. The name ranked high among the great commoners of England. Titles and honours of various kinds had been offered it from time to time, but for a Tempest, to be a Tempest was enough. And Overleigh Castle had remained their solitary dwelling-place. Houses were built for younger sons, but the head of the family made his home invariably at Overleigh itself. There were town-houses in London and York, but country seats were not multiplied. To be a Tempest was enough. To live and die at Overleigh was enough. Someone was dying at Overleigh now. Mr Tempest had come to that pass, and was taking it very quietly, as he had taken everything so far, from the elopement of his betrothed with his brother 14 years ago, to the death of his poor, pretty, faithless wife in the room where he was now lying, the round, oak-panelled room which followed the outer wall of the western tower, the room in which he had been born, where Tempests had arrived and departed and lain in state. And now, after a solitary life, he was dying, as he had lived, alone. He had gone too far down the steep path, which leads no man knows whither, to care much for anything that he was leaving behind. He had not read his brother's letter announcing his coming. It lay with a pile of others for some one hereafter to sort or burn. Mr Tempest had done with letters, had done with everything except death. The pressure of death's hand was heavy on him, upon his eyes, upon his heart. He had been a punctual man all his life. He hoped he should not be kept waiting long. Colonel Tempest followed the servant with inward trepidation across the white stone hall. He had been at once admitted, for it was known that Mr Tempest was dying, and the only wonder in the minds of nurse and doctor and servants was that his only brother had not arrived before. The servant led the way along the picture-gallery. A child was playing at the further end of it, under the Velasquez, or, to speak more correctly, was looking earnestly out of one of the low mullioned windows. The voice of the young year was calling him from without, as the spring calls only the young. But he might not go out to-day, though there were nests waiting for him, and holiday glories in wood and meadow that his soul longed after. He had been told he must stay in case that stern, silent father who was dying should ask for him. John did not think he would want him, for when had he ever wanted him yet? But he remained at his post at the window, breathing his silent longing into a little mist on the pane. He looked round as Colonel Tempest and Archie approached, and then came gravely forward and put out a strong little brown hand. Colonel Tempest just touched it without speaking, and turned his eyes away. He could not trust himself to look again at the erect, dignified little figure with its square, dark face. When had there ever been a dark Tempest? The two boys, near of an age, looked each other straight in the eyes. Archie was the younger and the taller of the two. "Are you John?" he asked at once. "Yes." "John what?" "No, John Amyas Tempest." "Archie," said Colonel Tempest, who had grown rather pale, "you can stay here until I send for you." And with one backward glance at them, he followed the servant to an ante-room, where the doctor presently came to him. "I am his only brother," said Colonel Tempest hoarsely. "Can I see him?" "Certainly, my dear sir, certainly. But at the same time all agitation, all tendency to excitement must be rigorously avoided." "Is he really dying?" interrupted Colonel Tempest. "He is." "How long has he?" Colonel Tempest felt as if a hand were tightening round his throat. The doctor shrugged his shoulders. 3 hours, 5 hours. He might live through the night. I cannot say." "There will be time," said Colonel Tempest to himself. and not without a shuddering foreboding that his brother might die in his actual presence without giving him time to bolt, he entered the sick-room, from which the doctor had beckoned the nurse, and closed the door. The room was full of light, for the dying man had been oppressed by the darkness in which he lay, and a vain attempt had been made to alleviate it by the flood of April sunshine which had been let into the room. Through the open window came the rapture of the birds. Mr. Tempest lay perfectly motionless with his eyes half closed. His worn face had a strong family resemblance to his brother's, with the beauty left out. "Jack," said Colonel Tempest. Mr. Tempest heard from an immense distance, and came painfully back across long wastes and desert places of confused memories, came slowly back to the room and the dim sunshine and himself, and stopped short with a jarred sense as he saw his own long, feeble hands laid upon the counterpane. He had forgotten them, though he recognized them now he saw them again. Why had he returned? "Jack," said the voice again. Mr. Tempest opened his eyes suddenly, and looked full at his brother, the false, weak, handsome face of the man who had injured him. It all came back, the passion and the despair, the intolerable agony of jealousy and baffled love, and the deadly, deadly hatred. 14 years ago was it since Diana had been taken from him? It returned upon him as though it were yesterday. A light flamed up in the dying eyes, before which Colonel Tempest quailed. All the sentences he had prepared beforehand seemed to fail him, as prepared sentences have a way of doing, being made to fit imaginary circumstances and being consequently unsuited to any others. Mr. Tempest, who had not prepared anything, had the advantage. "Curse you," he said, in his low, difficult whisper. "You damned scoundrel!" Colonel Tempest was shocked. To bear a grudge after all these years. Jack had always been vindictive. And what an unchristian state of mind for one on the brink of that nightmare of horror, the grave. He was unable to articulate. "What are you here for?" said Mr. Tempest after a pause. "Who let you in? Why can't I be allowed to die in peace?" "Oh, don't talk like that, Jack," gasped Colonel Tempest, speaking extempore, after fumbling in all the empty pockets of his mind for something appropriate to say. "I am sure I am very sorry for—" Her look warned him that even his tactful reference to a certain subject would be resented. "But it's all past and gone now, and it's a long time ago, and you're—" "Dying," suggested Mr. Tempest. "And," hurried on Colonel Tempest, glad of the lift, "it's not for my own sake I've come, but I've got a boy, Jack. He's here now. I brought him with me. Such a fine, handsome boy, every inch a Tempest, the image of our father. I don't want to speak for myself, but for the sake of the boy, and the place, and the old name." Colonel Tempest hid his quivering face in his hands. He was really moved. The sick man's mouth twitched. He evidently understood his brother's incoherent words. "John succeeds," he said. The two men looked away from each other. "John is not a Tempest," said Colonel Tempest in a choked voice. "You know it. Everybody knows it." "He was born in wedlock." "Yes, but he is not your son. You would have divorced her if she had lived. He is the legal heir, of course, if you countenance him, but something might be done still. It's not too late. I know the estate goes, failing you and your children, to me and mine. Don't bear a grudge, Jack. You can't have any feeling for the child. It's against nature. Remember the old name and the old place that has never been out of the hands of a Tempest yet. Don't drag our honour in the dust and put it to open shame. Think how it would have grieved our father. Let me call in the doctor and the nurse and disown him now before witnesses. Such things has been done before, and maybe again. I can contest his claim then. I shall have something to go on. And you must have proofs of his illegitimacy if you will only give them. But there will be no chance if you uphold him to the last, and if you die without speaking." Mr. Tempest made no answer except to look his brother steadily in the face. The look was sufficient. It said plainly enough, "That is what I mean to do." Colonel Tempest lost all hope, but despair made one final clutch, a last desperate appeal to his brother's feelings. It is one of the misfortunes of self-centred people that their otherwise convenient habit of disregarding what is passing in the minds of others leads them to trample on their feelings at the very moment when most desirous of turning them to their own account. Colonel Tempest, with the best intentions of a pure self-interest, trampled heavily. "Pass me over, cut me out," he said, with a vague inappreciation of points of law. "I'll sign anything you please, but let the little chap have it. Let Archie have it. Di's son." There was a silence that might be felt. Approaching death seemed to make a stride in those few breathless seconds, but it seemed also as if a determined will were holding it momentarily at arm's length. Mr. Tempest turned his fading face towards his brother. His eyes were unflinching, but his voice was almost inaudible. "Leave me," he said. "John succeeds." The blood rushed to Colonel Tempest's head, and then seemed to ebb away from his heart. A sudden horror took him of some subtle change that was going forward in the room, and, seeing all was lost, he hastily left it. The two boys had fraternized meanwhile. Each, it appeared, was collecting coins, and Archie gave a glowing account of the cabinet his father had given him to put them in. John kept his in an old sock, which he solemnly produced, and the time was happily passed in licking the most important coins to give them a momentary brightness, and in comparing notes upon them. John was sorry when Colonel Tempest came hurriedly down the gallery and carried Archie off before he had time to say good-bye, or to offer him his best coin, which he had hot in his hand with a view to presentation. Before he had time to gather up his collection, the old doctor came to him and told him very gravely and kindly that his father wished to see him. John nodded and put down the sock at once. He was a person of few words, and though he longed to ask a question now, he asked it with his eyes only. John's deep-set eyes were very dark and melancholy. Could it be that his mother's remorse had left its trace in the young, unconscious eyes of her child? Their beauty somewhat redeemed the square ugliness of the rest of his face. The doctor patted him on the head and led him gently to Mr. Tempest's door. "Go in and speak to him," he said. "Do not be afraid. I shall be in the next room all the time." "I am not afraid," said John, drawing himself up, and he went quietly across the great oak-panelled room and stood at the bedside. There was a look of tension in Mr. Temple's face and hands, as if he were holding on tightly to something which, did he once let go, he would never be able to regain. "John," he said in an acute whisper. "Yes, father." The child's face was pale and his eyes looked awed, but they met Mr. Tempest's bravely. "Try and listen to what I am going to say, and remember it. You are a very little boy now, but you will hold a great position some day, when you are a man. You will be the head of the family. Tempest is one of the oldest names in England. Remember what I say." The whisper seemed to break and ravel down under the intense strain put on it to a single quivering strand. "Remember, you will understand it when you are older. It is a great trust put into your hands. When you grow into a man, much will be expected of you. Never disgrace your name. It stands high. Keep it up. Keep it up." The whisper seemed to die altogether, but an iron will forced it momentarily back to the grey, toiling lips. "You are the head of the family. Do your duty by it. You will have no one much to help you. I shall not be there. You must learn to be an upright, honourable gentleman by yourself. Do you understand?" "Yes, father." "And you will remember?" "Yes, father." If the lip quivered, the answer came nevertheless. "That is all. You can go." The child hesitated. "Good night," he said gravely, advancing a step nearer. The sun was still streaming across the room, but it seemed to him, as he looked at the familiar, unfamiliar face, that it was night already. "Oh, kiss me," said the dying man. Good night." And the child went. Mr. Tempest sighed heavily, and relaxed his hold on the consciousness that was ready to slip away from him, and wander feebly out he knew not whither. Hours and voices came and went. His own voice had gone down into silence before him. It was still broad daylight, but the casement was slowly growing a glimmering square, and he observed it. Presently it flickered, glimmered, and went out. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Volume 1, Chapter 3 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3. As the foolish moth returning to its monarch and its burning, wheeling nigh and ever nigher, falls at last into the fire, flame in flame, so the soul that doth begin making orbits round a sin ends the same. It was a sultry night in June, rather more than a year after Mr. Tempest's death. An action had been brought by Colonel Tempest directly after his brother's death, when the will was proved, in which Mr. Tempest bequeathed everything in his power to bequeath to his son John. The action failed. No one except Colonel Tempest had ever been sanguine that it would succeed. Colonel Tempest was unable to support an assertion of which few did not recognize the probable truth. No proof of John's suspected illegitimacy was forthcoming. His mother had died when he was born. It was 11 years ago. The fact that Mr. Tempest had mentioned him by name as his son in his will was overwhelming evidence to the contrary. The long-delayed blow fell at last. A verdict was given in favour of the little schoolboy. "I'm sorry for you, I am indeed," said Mr. Swain, composedly watching Colonel Tempest flinging himself about his little room, into which the latter had just rushed, nearly beside himself at the decision of a bribed and perjured court. Mr. Swain was a stout, florid-looking man between 40 and 50, with a heavy face like a grimace that someone else had made, who laboured under the delusion, unshared by any of his fellow-creatures, that he was a gentleman. In what class he had been born no one knew. What he was now anyone could see for himself. He was generally considered by the men with whom he associated a good fellow for an ally in a disreputable pinch, and a blackguard when the pinch was over. Everyone regarded Dandy Swain with contempt, but for all that, the Snowdrop, as he was playfully called, might be seen in the chambers and at the dinners of men far above him in the social scale, who probably, for very good reasons, tolerated his presence, and for even better, reviled him behind his back. He had a certain shrewdness and knowledge of the seamy side of human nature which stood him in good stead. He was a noted billiard player, a little too noted, perhaps. His short, thick, ringed hands did not mind much what they fastened on. He was not troubled by conscientious scruples. The charm of Dandy Swain's character was that he stuck at nothing. He would go down any sewer, provided there was money in it, and money there always was somewhere in everything he took in hand. Dandy Swain's career had had strange ups and downs. No one knew how he lived. The private fortune on which he was wont to enlarge, of course, existed only in his own imagination. Sometimes he disappeared entirely for longer or shorter periods, generally after money transactions of a nature that required privacy and foreign travel. But the same providence which tempers the wind to the shorn lamb watches over the shearer also, and he always reappeared again, sooner or later, with his creased white waistcoat and yesterday's gardenia, and the old swagger that endeared him to his fellow-creatures. He was up in the world just now, living in style in smart chambers strewn with photographs of actresses and littered with cheap, expensive furniture, and plush hangings redolent of smoke and stale scent, among which Colonel Tempest was knocking about in his disordered evening dress. "I'm sorry for you, Colonel," repeated Mr. Swain slowly, "but I wish you'd sit down and not rush up and down like that. It's not a bit of good taking on in that way, though it's damned luck all the same." Mr. Swain's conversation was devoid of that severe simplicity which society demands. Indeed, it was so encrusted and enriched with ornamental gems of expression of a surprising and dubious character, that to present his conversation to the reader without the personal peculiarities of his choice of language is to do him an injustice, which, however unavoidable, is much to be regretted. Mr. Swain's conversation without his oaths might be compared to a bird without its feathers. The body is there, but all individuality and beauty of contour is gone. Mr. Swain filled his glass and pushed the bottle across to his friend, whose flushed face and shaking hand showed that he had had enough already. Colonel Tempest sat down impatiently and filled his glass too. "It's the will that did it, I suppose," suggested Mr. Swain, "that tipped it over." "Yes," said Colonel Tempest, striking his clenched hand on the table. "My son John, he called him in his will. There was no getting over that. He knew it when he put those words in. He knew I should contest the succession, and he hated me so that he perjured himself to keep me out of my own, and stuck to it even on his deathbed. John is no more his son than you are. A little dark Fane, that is what he is. They say he takes after his mother's family. He well may do, damn him." Mr. Swain sympathetically echoed the sentiment in a varied but not less forcible form of speech. "And my son," continued Colonel Tempest, his fair weak face whitening with passion, "you know my boy, look at him, a Tempest to the backbone, down to his fingernails. You can't look at him among the pictures in the gallery and not see he is bone of their bone and flesh of their flesh. He is as like the Van Dyke of Amyas Tempest the Cavalier as he can be. Drives me mad to think of him cut out by a bastard." Mr. Swain appeared to be in a meditative turn of mind. He watched the smoke of his cigar curl upwards from the unshaved crater of his lip into the air. He remarked at last, "Of course I am. When my brother John died without children, everything was to come to me and my heirs. My brother had only a life interest in the place." "Then I don't see how he was to blame, doing as he did, if it was entailed all along on his son." Mr. Swain spoke with a certain cautious interest. "He never had a son. If he had disowned his wife's child, everything would have come to me." "Law," said Mr. Swain, "I did not understand it was so near as that. Then this little chap, this John, he's all that stands between you and the property, is he? Failing him, it still comes to you?" Mr. Swain's small, tightly wedged eyes, with the expression of dissipated boot-buttons, were beginning to show a gleam of professional interest. "Yes, it would, but John won't fail," said Colonel Tempest savagely. "He'll keep us out. We shall be as poor as rats as long as we live, and to see him chucking our money right and left." And Colonel Tempest, who was by this time hardly responsible for what he said, ground his teeth and cursed his enemy in a paroxysm of rage and drink. Mr. Swain observed him attentively. "Don't take on so, Colonel," he remarked soothingly. "Dear me, what's a little boy? What's a little boy here or there?" he continued meditatively. "One more or one less? There's a sight of little kids in the world, some wanted, some not. I've known cases, Colonel," here he fixed his eyes on the ceiling, "cases with parents, maybe, singing up to heaven and taking no notice when little chaps that weren't wanted, that nobody took to, seemed to meet with an accident, get snuffed out by mistake." "John won't meet with an accident," said Colonel Tempest passionately. "I wish to damn he would." "I look at it this way," said Mr. Swain philosophically. "There's things gentlemen can do, and there's things they can't. A gentleman is a party that can't do his dirty work for himself, though as often as not he has a deal on his hands that must be shoved through somehow. The thing is to find parties who'll take what I call a personal interest, if it's made worth their while. Now, about this little boy that no one wants and is a comfort to nobody, it's quite curious the things little boys will do. Out in boats alone, outriggers now, as dangerous as can be, or leaning out of railway carriages in tunnels. Law, you never know what they won't be up to, little rascals. They're made of mischief. 40,000 a year, is it, he's keeping you out of? Yours by right? Well, I don't say anything about that, but all I say is I have friends I can find that are open to a bet. What's the harm of betting £1,000 to one sovereign that you never come into the property? It ain't likely, as you say. What's the harm of a bet, provided you don't mind risking your money? Let's say, just for the sake of argument, that there was 10 bets. 10 bets at 1,000 to 1 that you never come in. £10,000 to pay, if you come in after all. What's £10,000 to a man with 40,000 a year? Mr. Swain snapped his fingers. And no trouble to nobody. Nothing to do but to pay up quietly when the time comes. It don't concern you who takes up the bets, and you don't know either. You know nothing at all about it. You lay your money, and look here, Colonel, you mark my words, some way or somehow, some time or other, that boy will disappear. The two men looked steadily at each other. Colonel Tempest's eyes were bloodshot, but Mr. Swain had all his wits about him. He never became intoxicated, even at the expense of others, if there was money in keeping sober. "Curse him!" said Colonel Tempest in a hoarse whisper. "He should not get in my light." The child was to blame, naturally. Mr. Swain did not answer, but went to a side table on which were pens, ink, and paper. Some things, if done at all, are best done quickly. End of Volume 1, Chapter 3. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of Diana Temple by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 4. After the red pottage comes the exceeding bitter cry. 15 years is a long time. What companies of trite reflections crowd the mind as it looks back across the marshes and the fens, and the highlands and the lowlands, and the weary desert places, to some point that catches the eye in the middle distance. We stood there once. Perhaps we go back in memory, all the way back, to that little town and spire in the green country, and pray once again in the cool, vision-haunted church, and peer up once again at the window in the narrow street where love lived and looked out, where patience and affection dwell together now. They were always friends, those two. Or perhaps we look back to a parting of the ways which did not seem to be a parting at the time, and recall a good-bye that was lightly uttered because it was only thought to be au revoir. We see now, from where we stand, the point where the paths diverged. 15 years. They have not passed very smoothly over the head of Colonel Tempest. Whenever he looked back across the breezy uplands of his well-spent life, his eye avoided, and yet was inevitably attracted with a loathing allurement to one dark spot in the middle distance where, 15 years ago, or yesterday was it? The old nightmare, with the shuddering horror of yesterday, mingled with the heavy pressure of years, might come back at any moment, was always coming back. That sultry night in June. Everything was disjointed and fragmentary in his memory the morning after it. He could not see the whole. He had a confused recollection of an intense, passionate hatred that was like a physical pain, and a Swain's voice saying, "What's a little boy?" And then there were slips of paper. Swain said a bet was a bet. He, Colonel Tempest, had had something to do with those slips of paper. What? One had fallen on the floor, and Swain had blotted it carefully. There was Swain's voice again. "Your handwriting ain't up to much, Colonel." He had written something then. What was it? His own name? Memory failed. Who was that devil in the room with Swain's face and blurred watch-chain, 2 watch-chains, and the thick, busy hands? And then it was night, and he was in the streets again in the hot darkness, among the blinking lamps and stars that looked like eyes, and Swain was seeing him home. And there was a horror over everything. Horror leant over him at night. Horror woke him in the morning and pursued him throughout the day, and the next day, and the next. What had he done? He tried to piece together the broken fragments that his broken memory could glean, but nothing came of it, at least nothing he could believe. But Swain knew. On the 3rd day he could bear it no longer, and he went to find him. But Swain had disappeared. Colonel Tempest went up to his chambers on the pretence of a letter, of something, he knew not what. They were swept and garnished in readiness for new arrivals, for if one choice spirit disappears, a good landlady knows what to expect. Colonel Tempest looked once round the room, and then sat feebly down. It was as if for days he had been staring at a blank sheet, and now a dark slide had been suddenly taken from the magic lantern. The picture was before him in all its tawdry distinctness. He knew what he had done. Colonel Tempest was not a radically bad man, who is? But there was in him a kind of weakness of fibre which consists in being subservient to the impulse of the moment. The effects of a feeble yielding to impulse are sometimes hardly to be distinguished from those of the most deliberate and thorough-paced sin. He was conscious of good in himself, of a refined dislike to coarseness and vice even when he dabbled in it, of vague longings after better things, of amiable, even chivalrous inclinations towards others, especially towards women not of his own family. In his own family, where there had always been, even in his mother's time, some feminine weakness or imperfection for a manly nature to point out and ridicule, of course courtesy and tenderness could not be expected of him. Thus, at each juncture of his life, he was obliged to justify what he would have called his failings, what some would have called sins, by laying the blame on others, and by this means to account for the glaring discrepancy between the inward and spiritual gracefulness of his feelings and the outward and visible signs of his actions. A man with such good impulses, such an affectionate nature, cannot be a sinner. If there was one thing more than anything that Colonel Tempest thoroughly believed in, it was in his affectionate nature. He might have his faults, he was wont to say, but his heart was in the right place. If things went amiss, the fault was in the circumstance, in the temptation, in the unfortunate character of those with whom his life was knit. Weakness has its superstition, and superstition its scapegoat. His father had spoilt him. His wife had not understood him. His brother had played him false. Swain had tempted him. What have not those to answer for who teach us in language, however spiritual, however orthodox, to lay our sins on others, or any other except ourselves? After the first shock of panic, of terror lest he had done something for which he might eventually have to suffer, Colonel Tempest struggled back to the well-worn position, now clutched with both hands, that he had been betrayed in a moment of passion by a fiend in human shape, and that, if anything happened, Swain was the most to blame. Still, they were dreadful days at first, dreadful weeks in which he suffered for Swain's sin. And Swain seemed to have disappeared for good, or perhaps for evil. And then gradually, inasmuch as nothing had power to affect him for long together, the horror lightened. The sun rose and set, the world went on. A year passed. Archie wrote for money from school. Things took their usual course. Colonel Tempest had his hair cut as usual. He observed with keen regret that it was thinning at the top. Life settled back into its old groove. Nothing happened. To persons gifted with imagination, what is more solemn or more appalling than the pause which follows on any decisive action which is perceived to have within it the seed of a result which even now is germinating in darkness, is growing towards the light, foreseen but unknown? With what body will they come, we ask ourselves, these slow results that spring from the dust of our spent actions? Faith sows and waits. Sin sows and trembles. The fool sows and forgets. Colonel Tempest was practically an atheist. He did not believe in cause and effect. He believed in chance. He had sown, but perhaps nothing would come up. He had seen the lightning, but perhaps the thunder might not follow after all. Suddenly, one winter morning without warning, it growled on the horizon. "That inconvenient little nephew of yours has precious nearly hooked it," said a man in the club to him as he came in. "His tutor must be a plucky chap. I should owe him a grudge if I were you." The man held out the paper to him, and turning away with a laugh, went out whistling. He meant no harm, but the smallest arrow of a refined pleasantry can prick if it happens to come between the joints of the harness. Colonel Tempest felt seasick. The room was empty except for the waiter who was arranging his breakfast on one of the tables by the window. The fire leapt and blazed. Everything swayed. He sat down mechanically in his accustomed place, still clutching the paper. He tried to read it, to find the place, but he could see nothing. At last he poured out a cup of coffee and drank it, and then tried again. There it was. Narrow escape of Mr. Goodwin and Mr. Tempest on the Metropolitan Railway. Mr. Goodwin and his charge, Mr. Tempest, were returning by the last train from the Crystal Palace. Tremendous cloud on the platform. Struggle for the train as it came in. Mr. Tempest pushed down between the still-moving train and the platform. Heroic devotion of Mr. Goodwin. Rescue of Mr. Tempest uninjured. Serious injuries of Mr. Goodwin. Colonel Tempest read no more. He wiped his forehead. Swain's wen were their devil's work, then. Perhaps they had tried before and failed, and he had not heard of it. They would try again, presently. Perhaps next time they would succeed. The old horror woke up again with an acuteness that for the moment seemed greater than he could bear. Weak men should abstain from wrongdoing. They cannot stand the brunt of their own actions. The kick of the gun is too much for them. And from that time to this the horror never wholly left him. If it slumbered, it was only to reawaken. At long intervals incidents happened, sometimes of the most trifling description, and some of which he did not even hear of at the time, which roused it afresh. There seemed to be a fate against John at Eton, which followed him to Oxford. Archie, who was at Eton and Oxford with him, occasionally let things drop by chance, which made Colonel Tempest's blood run cold. They have failed so far, he would say to himself, but they will do it yet. I know they will do it in the end. At last he made a desperate attempt to find Swain and cancel the bet. But perhaps Swain knew the man he had had to deal with, and had foreseen a movement of that kind. At any rate, he was not to be discovered. Colonel Tempest found himself helpless. Was there no anodyne for this recurring agony? He dared not drown it in drink. What might he not say under its influence? The consolations of religion, or rather of the Church, which he had always understood to be a sort of mental chloroform for uneasy consciences, did not seem to meet his case. The thought of John's danger never troubled him, John's possible death. The superstitious terror was for himself alone. He wanted a religion which would adhere to him of its own accord, and be in the way when needed. And he tried various kinds recommended for the purpose, but without effect. Perhaps a religion for self-centred people remains to be invented. Even religiosity, the patent medicine of the spiritual life of the age, the universal painkiller, even religiosity, though it meets almost all requirements, does not quite fill that gap. Colonel Tempest became subject to long attacks of nervous irritation and depression. He ceased to be a good and consequently a popular companion. His health, never strong, always abused, began to waver. At 55 he looked thin and aged. He had come before his time to the evil days and the years which have no pleasure in them. As he turned out of St. George's Church, Hanover Square, on this particular spring afternoon, whither he had gone to assist at a certain fashionable wedding, of which his daughter Diana had officiated as bridesmaid, he looked broken down and feeble beyond his years. A broad-shouldered, dark man elbowed his way through the throng of footmen and spectators, and came up with him. "Are you not going back to the house?" he asked. "No," said Colonel Tempest, "I hate weddings. I hate the whole thing. I only went to have a look at my child, who was bridesmaid. Di is my only daughter, but I don't see much of her. Others take care of that." His tone was pathetic. He had gradually come to believe that his child had been wrested from him by Mrs. Courtenay, and that he was a defrauded parent. "I'm not going to the house either," said John Tempest, for it was he. "I don't hate weddings, but I detest that one. Do you mind coming down to my club? I've not seen you ready to speak to since I came back. I want to have a talk with you about Archie. He seems to have been improving the shining hours during these 3 years I've been away." Colonel Tempest winced jealously. He knew John had paid the considerable debts that Archie had contrived to amass, not only during the short time he was at Oxford before he left to cram for the army, but also at Sandhurst. But Colonel Tempest had felt no gratitude on that score. Was not all John's wealth Archie's by right? And John must know it. Men do not grow up in ignorance of such a fact as a slur on their parentage. What was a dole of a few £100 now and again, when a man was wrongfully keeping possession of many thousands. "Young men are all alike," said Colonel Tempest testily. "Archie is no worse than the rest. Poor fellow, it's very little I can do for him. It's deuced expensive living in the Guards. I find it so myself." John might have asked, except that these are precisely the questions that make enmity between relations, why Colonel Tempest had put him in the Guards, considering that it was an idle life, and Archie was absolutely without expectations of any description. He and his sister died not even the modest fortune of a younger son eventually to divide between them. One of the beauty of Colonel Tempest's romantic clandestine marriage had been the lack of settlements, which, though it had prevented his wife bringing him anything owing to the rupture with her family, had at any rate enabled him to whittle away his own private fortune at will, and to inveigh at the same time against the miserliness of the Courtenays, who ought, of course, to have provided for his children. How Colonel Tempest kept going at all, no one knew. How Archie was kept going, most people knew, or rather guessed without difficulty. John and Archie had held firmly together at Eton, and afterwards at Oxford. John had untied a very uncomfortable knot that had arranged itself round the innocent Archibald at Sandhurst. It could hardly be said that there was friendship between the two, but John, though only 1 year his cousin's senior, had taken the position of elder brother from the first, and had stood by Archie on occasions when that choice, but expensive, spirit needed a good deal of standing by. Archie had inherited other things from his father besides his perfect profile, and knew as well as most men which side his bread was buttered. They were friends in the ordinary acceptance of that misused term. John had just returned from 3 years' absence at the Russian and Austrian courts, and Archie, who had begun to feel his absence irksome in the extreme, had welcomed him back with effusion. "Come into the Carlton and let us talk things over," said John. In spite of himself, Colonel Tempest occasionally almost liked John, even while he kicked against the pricks of a certain respect which he could not entirely smother for this grave, quiet man of few words. When he was not for the moment jealous of him, and there were such moments, he could afford to indulge a sentiment almost of regret for him. At times he still hated him with the perfect hatred of the injurer for the injured, but nothing to stir that latent superstitious horror and consequent detestation of the cause of the horror had occurred of late years. They had walked slowly down Bond Street and St. James's Street, and had reached the Carlton. Close by the steps a man was lounging. Colonel Tempest saw him look attentively at John as they came up, and the blood left his heart. It was Swain. In a moment the horror was awake again, wide awake, hydra-headed, close at hand, insupportable. Swain stared for a moment full at Colonel Tempest, and then turned away and sauntered slowly along Pall Mall. "Won't you come in?" said John, as his companion hesitated. "Not to-day, another time," said Colonel Tempest, and incoherently making he knew not what excuse, he left John to join another man who was entering at that moment, and hurried after Swain. He overtook him as he passed through the gates into St. James's Park. It was a dull, foggy afternoon, and there were not many people about. Swain nodded carelessly to him as he joined him. He evidently did not mind being overtaken. "Well, Colonel," he said in the half-insolent manner that in men like Swain implies a knowledge that they have got the whip-hand. Swain was not to be outshone in the art of grovelling by any of his own species of fellow-worm, but he did not grovel unnecessarily. His higher nature was that of a bully. "Damn you, Swain, where have you been all these years?" said Colonel Tempest hurriedly. "I've tried to find you over and over again." "I've been busy, Colonel," returned Mr. Swain, swaying himself on tight, light-checked legs and pushing back his grey high hat. "Business before pleasure, that's my motto. And I've been mortal sick, too. Thought I should have gone up this time last year. I did indeed. You look the worse for wear, too. But I must not be standing talking here, pleasant as it is to meet old friends." "Look here, Swain," said Colonel Tempest in great agitation, laying a spasmodic clutch on Swain's arm. "I can't stand it any longer. I can't indeed. It's wearing me into my grave. I want you to cancel the bet. You must cancel it. I won't bear it. If you won't cancel it, I won't pay up if the time comes." "Won't you?" said Swain with contempt.
I know better." "I must get out of it. It's killing me," repeated Colonel Tempest, ignoring Swain's last remark. "Pay up, then," said Swain. "If you won't bear it, pay up." Colonel Tempest was staggered. "I have not £1,000 I could lay my hands on," he said hoarsely. "Much less 10. I've been broke these last 5 years, you know that." "Raise it," said Swain. "I ain't against that. Quite the reverse. There's been a deal of time and money wasted already. All the parties would be glad to have the money down. He's in England again now, thank the Lord. That's a saving of expense. I was waiting to have a look at him myself when you came up. I've never set eyes on him before." "I can't raise it," said Colonel Tempest, with a despairing remembrance of repeated failures in that direction. "I can't give security for 500. "If you can't pay it and you can't raise it," said Swain, shaking off Colonel Tempest's hand and thrusting his own into his pockets, "what's the good of talking? Sorry not to part friends, Colonel, but what's done is done. You can't send back shoes to the maker that have come to pinch on wearing 'em. You should have thought of that before. Business is business, and a bet's a bet."
End of Volume 1, Chapter 4. Volume 1, Chapter 5 of Diana Tempest by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 1, Chapter 5. Alas, the love of women! It is known to be a lovely and a fearful thing. Byron. Rooms seldom represent their inmates faithfully, any more than photographs their originals, and a poorly furnished room, like a bad photograph, is, as a rule, a caricature. But there are fortunate persons who can weave for themselves out of apparently incongruous odds and ends of bric-a-brac and china and cretonne a habitation which is as peculiar to them as the moss cocoon is to the long-tailed tit, or as the spillikins, in which she coldly cherishes the domestic affections, are to the water-hen. Madeline Thessinger's little boudoir looking over Park Lane was as like her as a translation is to the original. Madeline was one of the many young souls who mistake eccentricity for originality. It was therefore to be expected that a life-sized china monkey should be suspended from the ceiling by a gilt chain, not even holding a lamp as an excuse for its presence. Her artistic tendencies required that a scarlet pampas grass should stand in a high yellow jar on the piano, and that the piano itself should be festooned with terracotta Liberty silk. A little palm near had its one slender leg draped in an impromptu Turkish trouser made out of an amber handkerchief. Even the flowers are leaving their Garden of Eden now. They require clothing, just as chrysanthemums must have their hair curled. We shall put the lilies into corsets next. There was a faint scent of incense in the room. A low couch, covered with striped oriental rugs and cushions, was drawn near the fire. Beside it was a small carved table. Everything was small, with a few devotional books upon it, an open Bible, and a hyacinth in water. A frame on which some elaborate church embroidery was stretched kept the Bible in countenance. The walls were draped as only young ladies, defiant of all laws of taste or common sense, but determined on originality, can drape them. The portiere alone fell all its length to the ground. The other curtains were caught up or tweaked across or furled like flags against the walls above chromos and engravings, over which it was quite unnecessary that they should ever be lowered. The pictures themselves were mostly sentimental or religious. Leighton's Wedded hung as a pendant to The Light of the World. The small room was crowded with tiny ornaments and brittle conceits, and mirrors placed at convenient angles. There was no room to put anything down anywhere. Sir Henry Verelst, when he was ushered in, large and stout and expectant, instantly knocked over a white china mandarin whose tongue dropped out on the carpet as he picked it up. He replaced it with awe, tongue and all, and then, taking refuge on the hearthrug, promenaded his pale prawn-like eyes round the apartment to see where he could put down his hat. But apparently there was no vacant place, for he continued to clutch it in a tightly gloved hand, and to stare absently in front of him sniffing the unmodulated sniff of solitary nervousness. Sir Henry had a vacant face. The only change of which it was capable was a change of colour. Under the influence of great emotion he could become very red instead of red, but that was all. He was a stout man, and his feelings never got as far as the surface. They probably gave up the attempt half-way. He was feeling a great deal, for him, at this moment, but his face was as stolid as a doll's. He had fallen suddenly and desperately in love, bald head over red ears in love, with Madeline, after his own fashion, since she had shown him so decidedly that he was dear to her on that evening a fortnight ago when he had hovered round her in his usual fancy-free and easy manner, merely because she was the prettiest girl in the room. He now thought her the most wonderful and beautiful and religious person in the world. He had been counting the hours till he could see her again. He did not know how to bear being kept waiting in this way, but he did not turn a hair, possibly because there was not too many to turn. He stood as if he were stuffed. At last, after a long interval, there was a step in the passage. He sighed copiously through his nose and changed legs. His dull eyes turned to the portière. A French maid entered, who in broken English explained that Mademoiselle could not see Monsieur. Mademoiselle had a headache. Would Monsieur call again at 5 o'clock? Sir Henry started, and became his reddest face, and ears and neck. But after a momentary pause he merely nodded to the woman and went out, knocking over the same china figure from the same table as he did so, but this time without perceiving it. As soon as he was gone, the maid replaced the piece of china, now permanently tongueless, and then raised her eyes and hands. "Mon Dieu," she said below her breath as she left the room. "Quelle fiancée!" A few moments later Madeline came in. Her headache appeared to be sufficiently relieved to allow of her coming down now that her betrothed had departed. She pulled down the rose-coloured blinds, and then flung herself with a little shiver onto the couch beside the fire. She was very pretty, very fair, very small, very feminine in dress and manner. That she was 27 it would have been impossible to believe, except by daylight, but for a certain tinge of laboured youthfulness in her demeanour. She put up two of the dearest little hands to her small curled head, and then held them to the fire with a gesture of annoyance. Her eyes, they were pretty appealing eyes with delicately blistered eyelashes, fell upon her diamond engagement ring as she did so, and she turned her left hand from side to side to make the stones catch the light. She was still looking at her ring when the door opened, and Miss Tempest was announced. "Well, Madeline?" said a fresh, clear voice. "Dear Di," said Madeline, rising and throwing herself into her friend's arms. "How good of you to come, and so early, too. I've been so longing to see you, so longing to tell you about everything." She drew her visitor down beside her on the couch and took possession of her hand. "I am very anxious to hear," said Di, disengaging her hand after a moment and pulling off her furred gloves and boa. "Let me help you, you dear thing," said Madeline, unfastening her friend's coat, in which action the engagement ring took a good deal of exercise. "Is it very cold out? What a colour you have! I never saw you looking so well." "Really?" said Di, remembering how Madeline had made the same remark on her return last year from fishing in Scotland, with her face burnt brick red. "One does not generally look one's best after being out in a wind like a knife, but I'm glad you think so. And now tell me all about it." Di's long, rather large white hand was taken into both Madeline's small ones again, and fondled in silence for a few moments. Di looked at her with an expression half puzzled, half benevolent, as a Newfoundland might look at a toy terrier. She was in reality 5 or 6 years younger than Madeline, but her height and a certain natural dignity of carriage and manner gave her the appearance of being much older, by a rose-coloured light. "It was very sudden," said Madeline in a shy whisper, evidently enjoying the situation. "How sudden? Do you mean it was a sudden idea on his part?" "No, you tiresome thing, of course not, but it came upon me very suddenly." "Oh." After all, A bite may with truth be called sudden by the angler who has long and persistently cast over that and every other rise within reach.
"You see," said Madeline, "I had not seen him for a long time, and somehow his being so much older and everything, and—"
Di recalled the outward presentiment of Sir Henry, elderly, gouty, the worse for town wear. "I see," she said gravely. There was a pause.
"I knew you would feel with me about it," said Madeline affectionately. "I always think you are so sympathetic."
"But you did think it over. It did occur to you before he asked you?" said the sympathizer, in rather a low voice.
"Oh, yes, the night before I thought of it."
"The night before?" echoed Di.
"Yes, that last evening at Narberry. I don't know how it was. There was some much prettier girls there than me, but I was quite monopolised by the men. Lord Algie and Captain Graham in particular. It was really most embarrassing. I've such a dislike to being made conspicuous. One on each side of the piano, you know, and as I told them they ought not to leave the other girls in the way they were doing. There were two girls who had no one to speak to all the evening. I begged them to go and talk to them, but they wouldn't listen. And Sir Henry stood about near and would insist on turning over, and somehow suddenly I thought he meant something. But I never thought it would be so quick. Men are so strange. I sometimes think they look at things quite differently from a woman. It's such a solemn thought to me that we've got to influence them and draw them up."
"Or draw them on," said Di gravely. "One or the other, or both at the same time. Yes, it's very solemn. When did you say Sir Henry became sudden?"
"Next morning, the very next morning after breakfast, in the Orchid House. I just wandered in there to read my letters. It took me entirely by surprise. It is such a comfort to talk to you, dear Di. I know you do enter into it also."
"Not into the Orchid House," said Di, looking straight in front of her.
"You naughty thing," said Madeline, delightedly. "I shall shake you if you tease me like that."
To threaten to shake anyone was Madeline's sheet anchor in the form of repartee. Di knit her white brows. "And though the idea had never so much as crossed your mind till a few hours before, still you accepted him?" she asked.
"No," said Madeline, withdrawing her hand with dignity. "Of course I did not. I don't know what other girls feel about it, but with me there is something too solemn, too sacred in an engagement of that kind to rush into it all in a moment. I told him so, and that I must think it over, and that I could not answer him anything at once."
"And how long did you think it over?"
"All that morning. I stayed by myself in my own room. I didn't go out, though the others all went to a steeplechase on Lord Algie's drag, and I had a new gown on purpose. I suppose most girls would have gone, but I felt I could not. I can't take things lightly like some people. I dare say it is a mistake, but I always have felt anything of that kind very deeply."
"I suppose he did not go either?"
No, he didn't."
"That would have been awkward if you had not intended to accept him." Madeline looked into the fire.
"It was a very painful time," she went on after a pause, "and it was so embarrassing at luncheon. Only him and me and that old General Hanbury. Everyone else had gone."
"Even your mother?"
"Yes, she was the chaperone of the party, as Mrs. Mildmay had a headache. But I didn't want her to stay. She didn't know till it was all settled. I could not have talked about it to her. Mamma and I feel so differently. You know, she always remembers how much she cared for poor papa. I was dreadfully perplexed what I ought to do, but," in a lowered voice, "I took it where I take all my troubles, Di. I prayed over it. I laid it all before—"
Madeline stopped short as Di suddenly hid her face in her hands. The white nape of her neck was crimson. "And then?" she asked, after a moment's silence, with her face still hidden.
"Then it all seemed to become clear,"
murmured Madeline, gratified by Di's evident envy.
"And I saw it was meant. You know, Di, I believe those things are decided for one. And I felt quite peaceful, and I went out for a little bit in the garden, and the sun was setting. I always care so much for sunsets. They mean so much to me, and it was all so beautiful and calm, and I suppose he had seen me go out, and—"
Di uttered a sound between a laugh and a sob, which resulted in something like a croak. Her fair face was red with Was it envy? As she raised her head. 2 large tears stood in her indignant, wistful eyes. She looked hard at Madeline, and the latter avoided her direct glance. "Madeline," she said, "do you care for this man?" Madeline gave a little pout which would have appealed to a masculine heart, but which had no effect on Di. "I was very much surprised when you wrote to tell me," continued Di rather hurriedly. "I never should have thought, when I remember what he is, I can't believe that you can really care about him." "I have a great influence over him, and an influence for good," said Madeline. "He would promise anything I ask. He has already about smoking. I know he's not always been... But you know a woman's influence. I always mention him in my prayers, Di." Madeline had been long in the habit of presenting the names of her most eligible acquaintances of the opposite sex to the favourable consideration of the Almighty, without whose co-operation she was aware that nothing matrimonially advantageous could be effected, and in whose powers as a chaperone she placed more confidence than in the feeble, finite efforts of a kind but unworldly mother. She had never so far felt impelled to draw his attention to the spiritual needs of younger sons. "Every woman has an enormous influence for the time over a man who is in love with her," said Di, who seemed to have frozen perceptibly. "It is nothing peculiar. It is one of the common stock feelings on such occasions. The question is, do you really care for him?" Madeline shivered a little, and then suddenly burst into uncontrollable weeping. Di was touched to the quick. Loss of self-control sometimes moves reserved people profoundly. They know that only an overwhelming onslaught of emotion would be able to wrest their own self-control from them, and when they witness the loss of it in another, they think that it must have been caused by the same amount of suffering. "I think you are very unkind, Di," Madeline said between her sobs, "and I always thought you would be the one to sympathise with me when I was engaged. And I've chosen the bridesmaid's gown on purpose to suit you, though I know Sir Henry's niece, that fat little Dalrymple with her waist under her arms, would look simply hideous in it. And I wrote to you the very first. I think you are very unkind." "Am I?" said Di gently, as if she were speaking to a child, and she knelt down by the little sobbing figure and put her arms round her. "Never mind about the bridesmaids' gowns, dear. It was very nice of you to think how they would suit me. Never mind about anything but just this one thing. Do you think you will be happy if you marry Sir Henry Verelst?" "Others do it," sobbed Madeline. "Look at Maud Lister, and she hated Lord Lentham. He was such a dreadful little man with a mole worse than... But she got not to mind, and they've been out 9 years. You're only 21, Di. It's all very well for you to talk like that. I felt just the same when I was your age. But I shall be 28 this year, and you don't know what it feels like to be getting on, and one's fringe not what it was, and always having to pretend to be glad when one is bridesmaid to girls younger than oneself, and seeing other girls have trousseau, and thinking perhaps one will never have one at all. I don't know how I could bear to live I was 30 and not married." Di was silent for a moment from sheer astonishment at a real declaration of feeling from one who felt and lived and talked and dressed according to a social code fixed as the laws of the Medes and Persians. Her low voice had a certain tremor of repressed emotions in it as she said, "But think of Sir Henry. The bridegroom is part of the wedding after all. Think of what he is. What can you care for in him? Nothing. I don't see how you could, and he is twice your age. Be a brave girl and break it off." Di felt, as she said the last words, that the courage of being able to break off the engagement was as nothing to that of continuing to keep it. She did not realize that an entire lack of imagination wears, under certain circumstances, the appearance of the most stoical fortitude. The brave girl sobbed again, and pressed a little frilled square of cambric to her eyes. "No," she gasped, I can't. It has been in all the papers. Half my things are ordered. I've asked the bridesmaids. I can't go back now. It is wicked to break off an engagement. God would be very angry with me." It is difficult to argue with anyone who can make a Jawkins of the Almighty. Every word Madeline spoke showed her friend how unavailing any further remonstrance would be. Di saw that she had gone through that common phase of imagination which a shallow nature feels to be prophetic. Madeline had, in what stood proxy for her imagination, already regarded herself as a bride, as the recipient, not of diamonds in general, but of the Revels diamonds in particular. Already in maiden meditation she had seen herself arrive at certain houses on bridal visits, had contemplated herself opening a county hunt ball as the bride of the year, until she looked upon the wedding as a settled event, the husband as a necessary adjunct, the trousseau as a certainty. "You must see my underthings when they come, because we have always been such friends," continued Madeline, as Di remained silent. She dried her eyes with little dabs, for even in emotion she remembered the danger of wiping them, while she favoured Di with minute details respecting those complete sets of underclothing which so mysteriously enhance and dignify the holy state of matrimony in the feminine mind. But Di was not listening. The image of Sir Henry, who had besought herself to marry him a year ago, reverted to her mind with a remembrance of her own repulsion towards the Moloch to which Madeline was prepared to offer herself up. "Madeline," she said suddenly, "I am sure from what I have seen that marriage is too difficult if you don't care for your husband. The married people who did not marry for love tell one so by their faces. I am sure there are some hard times to be lived through even when you care very much. Nothing but a great love, Granny says, will float one over some of the rocks ahead. But to marry without love is like undertaking to sew without a needle or dig without a spade, attempting difficult work without the tool provided for it. Oh, Madeline, don't do it. Break it off. Break it off." Madeline clung closer to the girl kneeling beside her. It almost seemed as if the urgent, eager voice were not speaking in vain. A tap came at the door. Di, always shy of betraying emotion, was on her feet in a moment. Madeline drew the screen hastily between herself and the light, and she said, "Come in." It was the French maid, who explained that the dressmaker had sent the 2 rolls of brocade as she had promised, so that Mademoiselle might judge of them in the piece. She brought them in with her, and spread them in artistic folds on 2 chairs. Madeline sat up and gave a little sigh. If she gives them up, she will give him up too, thought Di. This is the turning point. "Di," she said earnestly, "which would you advise, the mauve or the white and gold? I always think you have such taste." Di started and turned a shade pale. She saw that by that one sentence the die had been thrown, though Madeline was not herself aware of it. The moments of our most important decisions are often precisely those in which nothing seems to have been decided, and only long afterwards, when we perceive with astonishment that the Rubicon has been crossed, do we realize that in that half-forgotten instant of hesitation as to some apparently unimportant side issue, in that unconscious movement that betrayed a feeling of which we were not aware, our choice was made. The crises of life come, like the kingdom of heaven, without observation. Our characters, and not our deliberate actions, decide for us. And even when the moment of crisis is apprehended at the time by the troubling of the water, action is generally a little late. Character, as a rule, steps down first. It was so with Madeline. Sir Henry owed his bride to the exactly timed appearance of a mauve brocade sprinkled with silver fleur-de-lis. The maid turned it lightly, and the silver threads gleamed through the rich, pale material. "It is perfect," said Madeline in a hushed voice. "Absolutely perfect. Don't you think so, Di? And she says she will do it for 40 guineas as she's making me other things. The front is to be a silver gauze over plain mauve satin to match, and the train of the brocade. The white and gold is nothing to it." "It is very beautiful," said Di, looking at it with a kind of horror. It seemed to her at the moment as if everyone had their price. Madeline smiled faintly. She felt that Di must envy her. It was, of course, only natural that she should do so. A thought strayed across her mind that in the future many gowns of this description, hitherto unobtainable and unsuitable, might sweeten existence, and she would be kind to Di. She would press an old one before it was really old, on her occasionally. Madeline gave the sigh that accompanies relaxation from intense mental strain. "I will decide on the move," she said. End of Volume 1, Chapter 5. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of Diana Temple by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. Ready money of affection, pay whoever drew the bill. Clough. "Put not your trust in brothers," said Di, coming in from a balcony after the departure of the bride and bridegroom, and looking round the crowded drawing-room, where the fictitious gaiety of a wedding was more or less dismally stamped on every face. "I do believe Archie has deserted me." "I know he has," said her companion. "He told me half an hour ago that he was going to bolt." "Did he? The deceiver! He gave me a solemn promise that he would see me home. I believe young men are the root of all evil. Don't pin your faith to them, Lord Hemsworth, or you will live to rue it, like me." "I won't." "And why, pray, did you not mention the fact that he was going when I was laboriously explaining all the presents to you, and exhausting myself in pointing out watches in bracelets or concealed in the handles of umbrellas, which you were quite unable to see for yourself? One good turn deserves another. Ah, now the people are really beginning to go. Is not that Lady Breakwater in the inner drawing-room? Poor woman, I mean happy mother. I'll try and get near her to say good-bye. Look at her smiling. I think I should know a wedding smile anywhere. No, you need not see me home," she added a few minutes later, as she stood in the hall. "Have I not a hired brougham? One throws expense to the winds on an occasion of this kind. There comes your hansom behind it. What a lovely chestnut! How I do envy you it! The blessings of this world are very unevenly distributed. Good-bye." "I am going to see you home," said Lord Hemsworth with decision. "It is the duty of the best man to make himself generally useful to the chief bridesmaid. I've read it in my little etiquette book, and however painful my duty may be made to me, I shall perform it." "You've performed it thoroughly already. No, you are not coming in. Don't shut the door on my gown, please. Thanks. Home, coachman." "Are you going to the Speaker's tonight?" said Lord Hemsworth, with his arms on the carriage door, perfectly regardless of the string of carriages behind him. "I am." "Good luck, so am I." "That's not in the etiquette book," said Di, with mischief in her eyes. "In the meantime you are stopping the whole procession. We've shaken hands once already. Good-bye again." Mrs. Courtenay was sitting in her armchair with her back to the light in the long, sunny drawing-room of her little house in Kensington, waiting for the return of her granddaughter from the wedding, to which at the last moment she had been unable to escort her herself. Her headache was better now, and she had taken up her work, the fine elaborate lace-work in imitation of an old design which she had copied in some Italian church. Mrs. Courtenay had been one of the 4 beautiful Miss Digbys of Eberston, about whom society had gone wild 50 years ago. And in her old age she was beautiful still, with the dignified and gracious manner of one who has been worshipped in her day. Her calm, keen face bore the marks of much suffering, but of suffering that had been outlived. Perhaps next to the death of her husband, who had left her in her early youth to struggle with life alone, the blow which she had felt most keenly had been the clandestine and most miserable marriage of her only daughter with Colonel Tempest. But it was all past now. People, while they are undergoing the strain of the ordinary ills that flesh is heir to, the bitterness of inadequately returned love, the loss or alienation of children, the grind of poverty, or the hydra-headed wants of insufficient wealth, are not as a rule pleasant or sympathetic companions. The lessons of life are coming too quickly upon them to allow of it. They are preoccupied. But tout passe. Mrs. Courtenay had loved and had suffered, and had presented a brave front to the world, and had known wealth, as she now knew poverty. The pain was past, the experience remained. Therein lay the secret of her power and her popularity, for she had both. She seemed to have reached a little quiet backwater in the river of life, where the pressure of the current could no longer reach her, would never reach her again. She sometimes said that nothing could affect her very deeply now, except perhaps what affected her granddaughter. But that was a large exception. Mrs. Courtenay loved her granddaughter with some of the stern, tender affection which she had once lavished on her own daughter, which she had buried in her grave. The elder Diana had taken 2 hearts down to the grave with her, her mother's and Mr. Tempest's. Mrs. Courtenay had that rarest gift, a heart at leisure from itself to soothe and sympathize. To that little house in Kensington many came, long before her beautiful granddaughter was of an age to be its principal attraction, as she had now become. Mrs. Courtenay's house had gained the magic name of being agreeable, possibly because she made it so to one and all alike. None but the pushing and the dictatorial were ever overlooked. Country relations with the loud voices and the abusive political views peculiar to rural life were her worst bugbears, but even they had a pleasing suspicion that they had distinguished themselves in conversation, and had departed with the gratified feeling akin to that depicted on a plain woman's face when she has come out well in a photograph. In talking with the young, Mrs. Courtenay remembered her own far-away youth, its romantic passions, its watchful nights, its splendour of sunrise illusions. She remembered, too, its great ignorance, and was not, like so many elders, exasperated with the youth for having omitted to learn, before they came into the world, what they themselves only learned by living half a century in it. She had sympathy with old and young alike, but perhaps she felt most deeply for those who were struggling in the meshes of middle age, no longer interesting to others or even to themselves. Many came to Mrs. Courtenay for comfort and sympathy in the servitude with hard labour of middle age, and none came in vain. Mrs. Courtenay lifted her calm, clear eyes to the Louis XIV clock on the old Venetian cabinet near her. "Di is late," she said, half aloud. The low sun was thinking better of it, and was shining in through the tracery of the bare branches of the trees outside. If there was ever a ray of sunshine anywhere, it was in that little Kensington drawing-room. The sun never forgot to seek it out, to come and have a look at the little possessions, which in spite of her narrow means Mrs. Courtenay had gradually gathered round her. It came now, and touched the white Capodimonte figures on the mantelpiece, and brought into momentary prominence the inlaid ivory dolphins on the ebony cabinet, those dolphins with curly tails which 2 Dianas had loved at the age when permission to drive dolphins and sit on waves was not a final impossibility, though denied for the moment. It lighted up the groups of Lowestoft china, and the tall oriental jars which Mrs. Courtenay suffered no one to dust but herself. The little bits of old silver and enamel on the black polished table caught the light. So did the daffodils in the green Valoris tripod. They blazed against the shadowed, pictured wall. The quiet room was full of light. Presently a carriage stopped at the door. The bell rang, and a moment later a swift, light step mounted the stair, and Di came in, tall and radiant in her flowing white and yellow draperies, her bouquet of mimosa in her hand. She was beautiful, with a beauty that is recognized at once. Beauty is so rare nowadays, and prettiness so common, that the terms are often confused and misapplied, and the most ordinary good looks usurp the name of beauty. But between prettiness and beauty there is nevertheless a great gulf fixed. No one had ever called Di a pretty girl. At 21 she was a beautiful woman, with that nameless air of distinction which can ennoble the plainest face and figure. She had a right to beauty from both parents, and resembled both of them to a certain degree. She had the tall, splendid figure of the Tempests, with their fair skin and pale golden hair, waving back thick and burnished from her low white forehead. But she had her mother's dark, unfathomable eyes, with the long, dark eyelashes, and her mother's features with their inherent nobility and strength, which were so entirely lacking in the Tempests, at least in the present generation of them. Some people, women mostly, said there was too much contrast between her dark eyes and eyebrows and the extreme fairness of her complexion and hair. Men, however, did not think so. They saw that she was beautiful, and that was enough. Indeed, it was too much for some of them. Women said also that her features were too large, that she was on too large a scale altogether. No doubt that accounted for the fact that she was seldom overlooked. "Well, Granny, and how is the headache?" she asked gaily, pulling off her long gloves and instantly beginning to unwire the mimosa in her bouquet with rapid, capable white hands. "Oh, the headache is gone," said Mrs. Courtenay, watching her granddaughter. "And how did it all go off?" "Perfectly," said Di, in her clear, gay voice. "Madeleine looked beautiful, and often as I have been bridesmaid I never stood behind a bride with a better fitting back. I suppose the survival of the best fitted is what we are coming to in these days. Anyhow, Madeleine attained to it. It was a well-done thing altogether. The altar one mass of white peonies. White peonies at Easter! Sir Henry was the only red one there. And 8 of us, all youth and innocence, in white and amber to bear her company. We bridesmaids were all waiting for her for some time before she arrived, or he either. But Lord Hemsworth marched him at last, just when I was beginning to hope he would not turn up. I have seen him look worse, Granny. He did not look so very bald until he knelt down, and I have known his nose redder. To a friend I dare say it only looked like a blush that had lost its way. He's a stout man to outline himself in a white waistcoat, but I thought on the whole he looked well." "Ay," said Mrs. Courtenay with her little inward laugh, "you should not say such things." "Oh, yes, I could say anything I liked to you," said Di. "Dear me, I'm sitting on my new amber sash. What extravagance! It will be long enough before I have another. It was really good of Lady Breakwater to give me the whole turnout. We never could have afforded it." "Did Madeleine look unhappy?" "No, she was pale, but perfectly collected, and she walked quite firmly to the chancel steps, where the security for 15,000 a year and 2 diamond tiaras and a pendant was awaiting her. Security looked a little nervous." "Di," said Mrs. Courtenay, with an effect after severity, "never again let me hear you laugh at the man who once did you the honour to ask you to marry him. You show great want of feeling." Di's face changed. It became several degrees sterner than her grandmother's. That peculiar concentrated light came into her soft, lovely eyes, which is a lifelong puzzle to those who can see only one aspect of a character, and whose ideas are consequently thrown into the wildest confusion by a change of expression. There was at times an appearance of intensity of feeling about Di, which sometimes gleamed up into her eyes and gave a certain tremor to her low voice, that surprised and almost frightened those who regarded her only as a charming but somewhat eccentric woman. Di's best friends said they could not understand her. The little foot rule by which they measured others did not seem to apply to her. She was grave or gay, cynical or tender, frivolous or sympathetic, according to the mood of the hour, or according as her quick intuition and sense of mischief showed her the exact opposite was expected of her. But behind the various moods which naturally high spirits led her into for the moment, keener eyes could see that there was always something kept back, something not suffered to be discussed and commented on by the crowd, namely, herself. Her frank, cordial manner might deceive the many, but others who knew her better were conscious of a great reserve, of a barrier beyond which they might not pass, of locked rooms in that sunny, hospitable house into which no one was invited, into which she had, perhaps as yet, rarely penetrated herself. Mrs. Courtenay possibly understood her better than anyone, but Di took her by surprise now. She laid down her flowers and came and stood before her grandmother. "Do I show want of feeling?" she said in her low, even voice. "I know I have none for that man, but why should I have any? If he wanted to marry me, why did he want it? He knew I did not like him. I made that sufficiently plain. Did he care one single straw for anything about me except my looks? If he had liked me ever so little, it would have been different. But why am I to be so grateful because he wanted me to sit at the head of his table and wear his diamonds?"
"You talk as young and silly girls with romantic ideas do talk," replied Mrs. Courtenay, piqued into making assertions exactly contrary to her real opinions. "I fancied you had more sense. Madeline did a wise thing in accepting him. She's made a very prudent marriage." "Yes," said Di, moving slowly away and sitting down by the window. "That is just it. I wonder if there is anything in the whole wide world so recklessly imprudent as a prudent marriage. But what am I talking about?" she added lightly. "It is not a marriage, it is merely a social contract. I can't see why they went to church myself, or what the peonies and that nice little newly ironed bishop were for. They were quite unnecessary. A register office and a clerk would have done just as well, and have been more in keeping. But how silly it is of me to be wasting my time in holding forth when your cap is not even trimmed for this evening. The price of a virtuous woman is above rubies nowadays. Nothing but diamonds and settlements will secure a first-rate article. And now, to come back to more serious subjects, will you wear your diamond stars, G?" G was the irreverent pet name by which Di sometimes called her grandmother. "Or shall I fasten that little Malibu feather with your pearl clasp into the point-lace cap? It wants something at the side." "I think I will wear the diamonds," said Mrs. Courtenay thoughtfully. "People are beginning to wear their jewels again now. Only sew them in firmly, Di." "You should have seen the array of jewellery to-day," said Di, still in the same tone, arranging the mimosa in clusters about the room. "Other people's diamonds seem to take all the starch out of me. A kind of limpness comes over me when I look at tiaras, and there was such a riviere and pendant, and a little handsome cab and horse in diamonds as a brooch. I should like to be tempted by a brooch like that. Sir Henry has his good points, after all. I see now that it is too late. Why do people sprinkle themselves all over with watches nowadays, Granny, in unexpected places? Lord Hemsworth counted 5, or was it 6, set in different presents. There were 2, I think, in bracelets, 1 in a fan, and 1 in the handle of an umbrella. What can be the use of a watch in the handle of an umbrella? Then there was a very little one in, what was it, a paper knife, set round with large diamonds. It made me feel quite unwell to look at it when I thought how what had been spent on that silly thing would have dressed you and me, Granny, for a year. That reminds me, I shall tear off this amber sash and put it on my white midi-taunt dinner gown. You must not give me any more white gowns. They are done for directly." "I like to see you in white." "Oh, so do I, just as much as I like to see you, Granny, in brocade. But it can't be done. I won't have you spending so much on me. If I'm a pauper, I don't mind looking like one." She looked very unlike one as she gathered up her gloves and lace handkerchief and bouquet holder and left the room. And yet they were very poor. No one knew on how small a number of hundreds that little home was kept together. How narrow was the margin which allowed of those occasional little dinner parties of 8 to which people were so glad to come. Who was likely to divine that the 2 black satin chairs had been covered by Di's strong hands, that the pale oriental coverings on the settees and sofas that harmonized so well with the subdued colouring of the room were the results of her powers of upholstery, that it was Di who mounted boldly on high steps and painted her own room and her grandmother's an elegant pink distemper, inciting the servants to go and do likewise for themselves. It was easy to see they were poor, but it was generally supposed that they had the species of limited means which wealth is so often kind enough to envy, with its old formula that the truly rich are those who have nothing to keep up. This is true if the narrow means have not caused the wants to become so circumscribed that nothing further remains that can be put down. The rich, one would imagine, are those who, whatever their income may be, have it in their power to put down an unnecessary expense. But probably all expenses are essentially necessary to the wealthy. Mrs. Courtenay and her granddaughter lived very quietly, and went without effort, and indeed as a matter of course, into the society which is labelled, whether rightly or wrongly, as good. Persons of narrow means too often slip out of the class to which they naturally belong, because they can give nothing in return for what they receive. They may have 1,000 virtues, and be far superior in their domestic relations to those who forget them,
but they are forgotten all the same. Society is rigorous, and gives nothing for nothing. But others there are whose poverty makes no difference to them, who are welcomed with cordiality, and have reserved seats everywhere, because, though they cannot pay in kind, they have other means at their disposal. Their very presence is an overpayment. Everyone who goes into society must, in some form or other, as Mrs. Lynn Linton expresses it, pay their shot. All the doors were open to Mrs. Courtenay and her granddaughter, not because they were handsomer than other people, not because they belonged by birth to good society and were only to be seen at the best houses, but because, wherever they went, they were felt to be an acquisition, and one not invariably to be obtained. Madeline had been glad to book Di at once as one of her bridesmaids. Indeed, she had long professed a great affection for the younger girl, with whom she had nothing in common, but whose beauty rendered it probable that she might eventually make a brilliant match. As the bridesmaid sat down, rather wearily, in her own room, and unfastened the diamond monogram brooch, the gift of the bridegroom, the tears that had been in her heart all day came into her eyes, Di's slow, difficult tears. What a mass of illusions are torn from us by the first applauded mercenary marriage that comes very near to us in our youth! Death, when he draws nigh for the first time, at least leaves us our illusions, but this voluntary death in life, from which there is no resurrection, filled Di's soul with loathing compassion. She bowed her fair head on her hands, and wept over the girl who had never been her friend, but whose fate might at one time have been her own. End of Volume 1, Chapter 6. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of Diana Temple by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 1, Chapter 7. Broad his shoulders are and strong, and his eye is scornful, threatening, and young. Emerson. There was the usual crush at the speakers, the usual sprinkling of stars and orders and splendid uniforms. If it made Di feel limp to look at other people's diamonds, she would be very limp tonight. Two men with their backs to the wall, somewhat withdrawn from the moving pressure of the crowd, were commenting in the absolute privacy of a large gathering of the stream of arrivals. "Who is that old parchment face in the eyeglass?" asked the younger man, whose bleached eyes and moustache betokened foreign service. "Which?" "Coming in now, looks as if he had seen a thing or two. There! He's talking to one of the Arden twins." "That man? That is Lord Frederick Fane, an old reprobate. See, he's buttonholed Hemsworth. I should like to hear what he's saying to him. Look how his eye twinkles. He's one of our instructors of youth." "Hemsworth has been standing there for the last half hour." "He is waiting. Anybody can see that. So am I, though not for the same person." "Whom are you looking out for?" "Do you see that dark man with the high nose talking to the post office? There, the Duchess of Southwark has just spoken to him and is introducing her daughter." "Do you mean that ugly beggar with the clean-shaved face and heavy jaw?" "I don't see that he's so ugly. He's got a head on his shoulders, and his face means something, which is more than you can say of many. There's no lack of ability there. He is one of the men of the future, and people are beginning to find it out. He's not taken any line in politics yet, but he's bound to soon. Both sides want him, of course. He's one of our most promising commoners, Tempest of Overleigh." The younger man glanced at the square-shouldered, erect figure and strong, dark face with deep interest. "Is he the man about whom there was a lawsuit when his father died?" "Yes. Colonel Tempest brought an action, but he lost it. There was no evidence forthcoming, though there was very little doubt how matters really stood." "He's not like the Tempest." "No, if you want a Tempest pure and simple, look at the man with tar-coloured hair in the further doorway, making running with the little soda-water heiress. That's a regular Tempest style." "He's too beautiful. He's overdone it," said the other. "If he were less handsome, he would be better looking, and his hair looks like a wig. He has the face of a fool on him." "The last two generations have had no grit in them."
Jack Tempest, the last man, might have done something, but he never came to the fore. He was a trustworthy Conservative, but not an energetic man like his father, the old minister, who lies in Westminster Abbey.
Perhaps the present man will come to the fore.
Perhaps. I know he will. You can see it in his face. And he has the prestige of his name and wealth to back him. But I don't know which side he'll take. I know that he voted right at the last election, but so did half the Liberals. I'm inclined to think he has Liberal leanings, but he refused to stand 3 years ago for the family constituency, which is an absolute certainty whatever he professes himself. And he has been secretary to the embassy at St. Petersburg for the last 3 years.
He's very like his mother's family, except that the Fanes are not so ugly.
Of course he's like his mother's family. It's an open secret. Look at him now. He's speaking to Lord Frederick Fane, his mother's first cousin. There's a family resemblance for you. I wonder they stand together. His companion drew in his breath. The likeness between the elder man and the younger one was unmistakable.
Does he know, do you think?
He asked after a moment. Of course he must know that there is a but about himself. People don't grow up in ignorance of such things. But I think he does not know that it is more than a suspicion, that it is a moral certainty, and that Lord Frederick... But it is 27 years ago, and it is half forgotten now. He's not the only heir with a doubt about him. He'll be a credit to the Tempests, anyhow. If the property had fallen into the hands of those 2 thieves, Colonel Tempest and his son, there would not have been much left of it for the next generation.
Ah, it's frightfully hot, said the younger man. I shall bolt.
Just home from Africa and find it hot, said the other. Ah! With sudden interest, looking back to the doorway. I thought so. Hemsworth was not waiting for nothing. By God, she is handsome, and what a figure! She's the tallest woman in the room, except Lady Delmore's 2 yards of unmarriageable maypole. Look how she moves, and the way her head is set on her shoulders. If I had not a wife and 7 children, I should make a fool of myself. I remember her mother, just as handsome 20 years ago, but not so brilliant, and with an unhappy look about her. Hang Tempest, I won't wait any longer for him. I must go and speak to her before Hemsworth takes possession of her.
You take my advice, John, said Lord Frederick Fane confidentially to his kinsman. Don't tie yourself to a party any more than you would to a woman. Leave that for fools like Hemsworth. Just go your own way and give no one a claim on you. I intend to go my own way when I have decided where I want to go. But in the meantime, don't commit yourself. Always leave yourself a loophole.
I don't see the use of worrying about loopholes if I don't want to back out of anything. I should never consciously put myself anywhere where it might be necessary to wriggle out on all fours.
No, I dare say. I thought all that in my salad days, but you'll grow out of it as you get older. You'll chip your shell, John, like the rest of us, and not be above a shift. There's not a man who won't stoop to a shift on a pinch, provided the pinch is sharp enough, any more than there is a woman, bespoken or otherwise, who does not like being made love to, provided it is done the right way. That's my experience.
Lord Frederick's experience was that of most men of his stamp, the crown of whose maturer years, earned by a youth of strenuous self-indulgence, is a disbelief in human nature. Secret contempt of women, coupled with a smooth and adulatory manner towards them, show any too plainly the school in which these opinions have been formed.
Look at Hemsworth, continued Lord Frederick,
as Mrs. Courtenay and Di and Lord Hemsworth in close attendance were being gradually drifted towards the room in which they were standing.
If Hemsworth goes on giving that girl a hold of him, he will find himself deuced uncomfortable one of these days. He'd better hold hard while he can. Discretion is the better part of valour. I've been telling him so.
Why should he hold hard? Said John, rather absently. After all, none but the brave deserve the fair.
And none but the brave can live with some of them. Ha, ha, said Lord Frederick, chuckling. There are cheaper ways of getting out of love than by marriage. But she is a fine woman. Hemsworth has got eyes in his head, I must own. I remember being dreadfully in love with her mother, nearly 30 years ago, and she with me. She had that sort of stand-off manner which takes some men more than anything. It did me. I wonder more women don't adopt it. I very nearly married her. Ha, ha! But Tempest, your uncle, made a fool of himself while I hesitated and was wretched with her, poor devil. I never had such a shave since.
Upon my word," putting up his eyeglass, "if I were a young man, I think I'd marry Di Tempest. Those large women wear well, John. They don't shrivel up to nothing like Mrs. Graham, or expand like Lady Torrington, that emblem of plenty without waste. Ha ha! Look at Mrs. Courtenay, too. There's a fine old pelican with an eye to the main chance. Always look at the mother and the grandmother if you can. But she's on too large a scale for you."
"Not in the least," said John calmly. "I cherish thoughts of Miss Delmore, who is quite 3 inches taller."
"Oh, don't marry a Delmore. They are too thin. Those girls have neither mind, body, nor estate. I've seen 2 generations of them. They have a sort of prettiness when they are quite new. But look at her married sisters. They all look as if they've shrunk in the wash."
"I must go and speak to Mrs. Courtenay," said John, from whose impenetrable face it would have been difficult to judge whether his companion's style of conversation amused or disgusted him. 3 years' absence blunts the recollection of one's sins. And he moved away towards the next room. The recollection of a good many people, however, had apparently not become blunted, and it was some time before he could make his way to Mrs. Courtenay, who was talking with a Turkish ambassador and revolutionizing his ideas of English women. She was genuinely glad to see John, having known him from a boy. "You know your cousin Diana, of course?" she said, as Di came towards them. "Indeed I do not," said John. "I asked who she was at the Thesiger wedding to-day, and found myself in the ludicrous position of not knowing my own first cousin." "Not recognizing her, you mean?" said Mrs. Courtenay. "Surely you must have seen her often in my house before you went abroad. But I suppose she was in a chrysalis schoolroom state then, and has emerged into young ladyhood since. Here is your cousin saying he does not know you," continued Mrs. Courtenay, turning to Di. "John, this is Di. Di, this is your first cousin, John Tempest." Both bowed, and then thought better of it and shook hands. Their eyes met on the exact level of equal height, and the steady, keen glance that passed between was like the meeting of 2 formidable powers. Each was taken by surprise. It was as if, instead of shaking hands, they had suddenly measured swords. "If you don't know each other, you ought to," continued Mrs. Courtenay. "Lord Hemsworth, what is that unwholesome-looking compound you've got hold of?"
Lemonade for Miss Tempest."
"Kindly fetch me some too." And Mrs. Courtenay turned away to continue her conversation with the Turk, who was still hovering near, and whose bead-like eyes under his red fez showed a decided envy of John. He and I were standing in the doorway that led into the last room where the refreshments were, and a stream of people beginning at that moment to press out again pressed them back into the room they had just been leaving. "I shall upset this down someone's back in another minute and make an enemy of for life," said Di, holding her glass as best as she could. She would have given anything at that instant to say something unusually frivolous in order to shake off the impression of the moment before, but her frivolity had temporarily departed with Lord Hemsworth. "Don't oppose the stream. Subside into this backwater," said John, placing his square shoulders between the throng and herself, and nodding to a recess by one of the high arched windows. Having reached it, Di sipped the high-water mark off her lemonade. "It's safe now," she said. "I don't know why I took it. I don't want it now I've got it. Have you seen Archie since you came back? You know him, of course. He often talks about you." "Yes, I saw him at the Thesiger wedding to-day." "Were you there?" "Oh, yes, but only at the church. I didn't go on to the house. I disliked the whole affair too much. Many marriages, half the marriages one sees, are only irrevocable flirtations. But the ceremony of to-day was not even that." Di looked away through the mullioned window out across the river and its gliding shimmer to the lights beyond. She did not know how long it was before she spoke. "I think it was a great sin," she said at last, in a low voice, unconscious of a pause that to her companion was full of meaning. "Or a great mistake," he said gently. "No, not a mistake," said Di, still looking out. "The others, the irrevocable flirtations, are the mistakes. There was no mistake to-day. But it was a dull wedding," she added with sudden self-recollection and a change of manner.
Not like one I was at last autumn in the country. I was staying in the same house as the bridegroom, and he and the best man, a Mr Lumley, got up at an early hour, woke some of the other men, and paraded the house with an impromptu band of music. I remember the bridegroom performed piercingly upon the comb. I wonder people ever play the comb, it is so plaintive. But perhaps it is your favourite instrument, perfected in the course of foreign travel, and I am trampling on your feelings unawares. I used to play it, said John, but not of late years. I left it off because it tickled and increased the natural melancholy of my disposition. What were the other instruments? Let me see. Lord Hemsworth murmured upon a gong, and Mr Lumley uttered his dark speech upon a tray. The whole was very effective. He told me afterwards that it was such a relief to his feelings, which had been much lacerated by the misplaced affections of the bride. Di's laughing, mischievous eyes met John's fixed upon her with a grave attention that took her aback. She had an uncomfortable sense that he was regarding her with secret amusement. A moment before she had been sorry that she had inadvertently spoken with a force that was unusual to her. Now she was equally vexed that she had been flippant. "Here you are," said Lord Hemsworth, elbowing his way up to them. "I've been looking for you everywhere. Mrs. Courtenay is going and is asking for you." End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. Si que papillon, un jour, puisses-tu trouver l'amour et perdre tes ailes? "Di," said Mrs. Courtenay, as they drove away at last, after the usual half-hour's waiting for the carriage, the tedium of which Lord Hemsworth had exerted himself to relieve, "do you usually talk quite so much nonsense to Lord Hemsworth as you did to-night?" "Generally, Granny, yes, I think it was about the usual quantity. Sometimes it's rather more, a good deal more, when you're not there." Mrs. Courtenay was silent for a few minutes. "You're making a mistake, Di," she said at last. "How, Granny?" "In your manner to Lord Hemsworth. You make yourself cheap to him. A woman should never do that." Di did not answer. "When I was young," said Mrs. Courtenay, "I should have been proud to have been admired by a man of his stamp." "So should I," said Di quietly, "if I did not like him so much." "You do like him, then?" "I do, and I mean to act on the square by him." "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do, Granny, perfectly. I've known him too long to alter my manner to him. I know him by heart. If I once to begin to be serious and reserved with him, if I once fail to keep him at arm's length, which talking nonsense does, his feeling towards me, which only amuses him now, will become serious too. Lord Hemsworth is not so superficial as he seems. He would have been in earnest before now, if I would have let him, and he is the kind of man who could be very much in earnest. I can't help his playing with edged tools, but I can prevent him cutting himself." "My dear, he's in love with you now, and has been for the last 6 months. "Yes," said Di, "he is in a way, but it would be much worse if he had had encouragement." "And what do you call allowing him to talk to you for half an hour on the stairs, if it is not encouragement? You may be certain there was not a creature there who did not think you were encouraging him." "I don't mind what creatures think as long as I don't do the thing, and he knows well enough I don't." "Why not do it if you like him?" "Well, Granny," said Di after a pause, "the way I look at it is this. I don't mean only about Lord Hemsworth, but about any one who is interested in me, really interested in me, I mean, not one of the sham ones who wants to pass the time. I never consider them. I say something like this to myself: Di, do you observe that man? Yes, I say, my eyes upon them. Are you aware that he will come and speak to you the first instant he can? Yes, I know that. Look at him well. Then I look at him. What do you think of him? He's rather nice looking, I say, and he is pleasant to talk to, and he has the right sort of collars. I like him. Di, I say to myself very solemnly, you have no idea how solemn I am on these occasions. Are you willing to prefer him to the rest of the whole universe, to listen to his conversation for the remainder of your natural life, to knock under to him entirely, in short, to take him and his collars for better for worse? No, of course not, I say indignantly. I should not think of such a thing. Then, I reply, you have no earthly right to let him think you might be persuaded to, or to allow him to take a single one of the preliminary steps in that direction, however gratifying it may be to your vanity to see him do it, or however sorry you may be to lose him. He is paying you the highest compliment a man can pay a woman. One good turn deserves another. He has seen you looking at him. Here he comes to try the first rung of the ladder. Stop him at once, before he has climbed high enough for a fall. He will soon go away if he thinks you are heartless and frivolous. Well, then, he is a good fellow. He deserves it at your hands. Let him think you are heartless, and send him away none the worse. That is something of what I feel about men. I mean the nice ones, Granny. Mrs. Courtenay raised her eyes to the ceiling of the carriage, and her two hands made a simultaneous upheaval under her voluminous wraps. Her hopes for Lord Hemsworth had suffered a severe shock during the last few minutes, and words were a relief. Of all the egregious folly I have been in the course of a long life, she remarked, I think that takes the palm. How do you suppose any woman in the whole world, or man either, would marry if they looked at marriage like that? Things come gradually. Not with me, Granny, said Di promptly. Either I see them or I don't see them, and at the beginning I always look on to the end, just as one does in a novel to see whether it is worth reading. I can't pretend to myself when I walk in the direction of church bells that I don't know I shall arrive at the church in the end, however pleasant the walk may be. You will never marry, so you may as well make up your mind to it, said Mrs. Courtenay, who was already revolving an entirely new idea in her mind, which cast Lord Hemsworth completely into the shade. If you are so fond of looking at the future, you had better amuse yourself by picturing yourself as a penniless old maid. I wish there was something one could be between an old maid and a married woman, said Di. I think if I had my choice, I'd be a widow. Mrs. Courtenay, somewhat propitiated by her new idea, gave her silent but visible laugh, and Di went on. What do you think of John Tempest, Granny? He's so black that talking of widows reminded me of him. Mrs. Courtenay sustained a slight nervous shock. I had not much conversation with him, she said, stifling a slight yawn. I am glad to see him back in England. Remind me to ask him next time we have a dinner party. He looks clever, said Di. Ugly men sometimes do. It is a way they have. It does not matter how ugly a man is if he looks like a gentleman. Not a bit, said Di. I'm only sorry he looks as if he had been cut out with a blunt pair of scissors, because he is a Tempest, and Tempests ought to be handsome to keep up the family traditions. Look at the old man in Westminster Abbey. I am proud of his nose whenever I look at it. I wish the present head of the family had kept a firmer hold on that feature, that's all. And, it being a hook, I should have thought he might easily have done so. I think it is a want of good taste to bring the Fane features so prominently to Overleigh, don't you? Archie represents the looks of the family, certainly, and so do I, Granny, though I believe you fondly imagine I am not aware of it. But it does not matter so much what we look like as it does with the head of the family. The family has got a head to it for the first time for 2 generations, remarked Mrs. Courtenay, closing the conversation by putting on her respirator. As Lord Hemsworth turned away from putting Mrs. Courtenay and Di into their carriage, he saw John coming down the steps. "Still here?" he said. "I thought you had gone hours ago." "It is a fine night," said John, who did not think it necessary to say that he was still there. "I think I shall walk." "So will I," replied Lord Hemsworth, and they went out together. John and Lord Hemsworth had known each other since the Eton days, and had that sort of quiet liking for each other which has the germ of friendship in it, which circumstances may eventually quicken or destroy. As they turned into Whitehall, a hansom, one of many, passed them at a foot's pace with its usual civil interrogatory. "Cab, sir?" "That cab horse with the white stocking reminds me," said Lord Hemsworth. "I shall get a bay mare at Tattersall's to-day for my team." I wish you could come and see her, Tempest. I like her looks. She's a good match to the other maid, but she has a white stocking."
"I don't see any harm in one," said John with interest, "but it rather depends on the rest of the team."
"That is just it," said Lord Hemsworth. "I drive a scratch team this year, 2 greys and 2 bays with black points. She's right at height, good action, not too high, and has been driven as a wheeler, which is what I want her for, but I don't like the idea of a white stocking among them." And, talking of one of the subjects that most Englishmen have in common, they proceeded slowly past the Horse Guards and into Trafalgar Square. "Tempest,"
said Lord Hemsworth after a time,
"do you know it strikes me very forcibly that we are being followed?"
"Not likely," said John.
"Not at all likely, but the fact all the same.
Look there. That is the same hansom waiting at the corner that hailed us as we came out of the gates. I know him by the white stocking. I should imagine there might be about 501 cab horses with white stockings in London."
"I dare say, but I know a horse again when I see him just as much as I know a face. I bet you anything you like that it's the same horse."
"I dare say it is," said John absently. Lord Hemsworth said nothing more. They walked up St. James's Street in silence. "I have taken rooms here for the moment," said John, stopping at the corner of King Street. "I'll come round to Tattersall's about 2 tomorrow. Good night." Lord Hemsworth bade him good night, and then walked on up St. James's Street. There were a few hansoms on the stand. The last, which was in the act of drawing up behind the others, had a horse with a white stocking.
"Now," said Lord Hemsworth to himself, "we will see whether it is Tempest or me he is after, for I am certain it is one of us."
He stopped short near the cab-stand, and, striking a light, lit a cigarette, holding the match so that his face was plainly visible. Then he proceeded leisurely on his way and turned down Piccadilly. There were a good many people in the street and a certain number of carriages. Presently he stopped under a somewhat dark archway and threw away his cigarette.
"No,"
he said, after carefully watching for some time the cabs and carriages which passed.
"Nothing more to be seen of our friend. I wonder what's up. It's Tempest he was after, not me."
End of Volume 1, Chapter 8. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of Diana Temple by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 9. Is it well with the child? Second Book of Kings, Chapter 4, verse 26. A happy childhood is one of the best gifts that parents have it in their power to bestow, second only to implanting the habit of obedience, which puts the child in training for the habit of obeying himself later on. A happy childhood is like a welcome into the world. This welcome John never had. No one had been glad to see him when he arrived. No little ring of downy hair had been cut off and treasured. No one came to look at him when he was asleep. No wedded hands were clasped the closer for his coming. The love and awe and pride which sometimes meet over the cradle of a first child were absent from his nursery. The old nurse, who had been his mother's nurse, took him and loved him, and gave herself for him, as is the marvellous way of some women with other people's children. I believe the under-housemaid occasionally came to see him in his bath, and I think the butler, who was a family man himself, gave him a woolly lamb on his first birthday. But excepting the servants and the village people, no one took much notice of John. It is not even on record whether he even crept, or what the first word he could say was. It was all chronicled on Mitty's faithful heart, but nowhere else. Mitty was proud when he began to sway and reel on unsteady legs. Mitty walked up and down with him in her arms night after night when teeth were coming, crooning little sympathetic songs. Mitty dressed him every afternoon in his best frock with blue sash and ribboned socks, just like the other children who go downstairs. But John never went downstairs at tea-time, never gnawed a lump of sugar with solemn glutinous joy under a parent's eye, or sucked the stiffness out of a rusk before admiring friends. No one sent for John. He was never wanted. Mitty,
had had troubles. She had buried Mr. Mitty many years ago, and after keeping a cow of her own had returned to the service of the Fanes, with whom she had lived before her marriage. But I do not think she ever felt anything so acutely as the neglect of her lamb. When Mr. Tempest was expected home, John was put through tearful and elaborate toilets. His hair, dark and straight, the despair of Mitty's heart, was worked up till it rose like a crest on the top of his head. His bronze shoes, which succeeded the knitted socks, were put on. But after these great efforts Mitty always cried bitterly, and kissed John till he cried too for company, and then his smart things would be torn off, and they would go down to tea together in the housekeeper's room. That was a treat. There was society in the housekeeper's room. Mrs. Alcock was very large, spread over with black silk which had a rich aroma of desserts and sweet biscuits. There were in her keeping certain macaroons John knew of, for she was a person of vast responsibilities. He sat on her knee sometimes, but not often, for she breathed and rose and fell all over and creaked underneath her buttons. She was kind, but she was billowy, and the geography of her figure was uncertain, and she could never think of anything to interest him but macaroons, and she was enigmatical as to how the almond was fastened into the top. The butler, Mr. Parker, was estimable, but Mr. Parker, like Mrs. Alcock, was averse to answering questions, even when John inquired why his head was coming through his hair. Charles, the footman, was more amusing, but he never came into the housekeeper's room. It was difficult to see as much of Charles as could be wished. He was really funny when Mitty was not there. He could dance a hornpipe in the pantry. John had seen him do it, and Charles was always ready to pull off his coat and give John a ride. What kickings and neighings and prancings there were going upstairs on these occasions! How John clutched round his horse's neck, urging him not to spare himself, till he pressed his charger's shirt-stud into his throat. Once, on a wet day, they went out hunting in the garret gallery, but only once when Mitty was out. And the housemaid with the red cheeks was the fox. Ah, what an afternoon that was! But it came to an end all too soon. Charles wiped his forehead at last, and said the fox was gone to ground, though John knew she was only in the housemaid's closet, giggling among the brooms. That was an afternoon not to be forgotten, not even to be spoilt by the fact that when Mitty and a bag of bull's-eyes came home, she was very angry, and called the fox an impudent hussy. Perhaps that event was the first that remained distinctly in his memory. Certainly afterwards people and incidents detached themselves more clearly from the haze of confused memories that preceded it. The following day, as it seemed to John, perhaps in reality many weeks later, he had a vague recollection of a stir in the house, and of seeing various kinds of candles laid out on a table near the storeroom. And then he was in a new black velvet suit with a collar that tickled, and they were in the picture gallery, he and Mitty, and there were lamps, and all the white sheets were gone from the furniture, and it was all very solemn. And Mitty held his hand tight and told him to be a good boy, and blew his nose for him with a handkerchief of her own that had crumbs in it, and then wiped her eyes and gave him a flower to hold, telling him to be very careful of it. And John was very careful. Years later he could see that flower still. It was a white orchis with maidenhair. And then suddenly a door at the further end of the gallery opened, and a tall man, whom John had seen before, came out. Mitty loosed John's hand and gave him a little push, whispering, "Go and speak to your papa, and give him the pretty flower." But John stood stock still and looked at the advancing figure. And the tall gentleman came down the gallery and stopped short rather suddenly when he saw them, and said, "Well, now it's all flourishing, I hope. Well, John," and passed on. And Mitty and John were much depressed, and went upstairs again the back way, and Mrs. Alcock met them at the swing door and said she never did. And Mitty cried all the time she undressed him, and he pulled the orchis to pieces, and found on investigation that it had wire inside, and experienced the same difficulty in putting it together again next morning that he had previously found in readjusting the toilet of a dead robin after he had carefully undressed it the night before. After that, Papa became not a familiar but a distinct figure in John's recollection. Papa was seen from the nursery windows to walk up and down the bowling green on the wide plateau in front of the castle where the fountain was, with Neptune reining in his dolphins in the middle. John was taught by Mitty to kiss his hand to Papa, but Papa, who seldom looked up, was apparently unconscious of these blandishments. He was seen to arrive and to depart. Sometimes other men came back with him, who met John in the gardens and made delightful jokes and were almost equal to Charles, only they did not wear livery. One event followed close upon another. A lady came to Overleigh. Mitty and Mrs. Alcock agreed that no lady had ever stayed at Overleigh since, and then they stopped. And that very evening John was actually sent for to come down to dessert. Charles, who had run up to the nursery during dinner to say so, remarked with a prefatory "Lawks!" that wonders would never cease. John was quite ready at the time the message came, sitting in his black velvet suit and his silk stockings and his buckled shoes in his own chair by the fire. He had grown out of several suits while he waited. It was one of the many inexplicable things that he took in wondering silence at the time, that when he wore those particular garments, a certain red cushion was always put on the seat of his little cane-bottomed chair. Mitty told him when he inquired into it that was because of the pattern coming off on his velvets, bless him, and John did not understand, but turned it over in his mind, together with everything he heard, and pondered long beside the nursery fire over many things, and was a very solemn, richly dressed, lonely little boy. He had always been ready, always waiting when Mr. Tempest was at home. Now, at last, he was sent for. He took it with a stoic calm. Mitty and Charles were much more excited than he was. Even Mrs. Alcock, who had seen too much of the ways of scullery and dairymaids to be capable of being surprised at anything in this world, even she was taken aback. Mitty and he went together down the grand staircase, and the carved figures on the banisters had lamps in their hands, so many lamps that they made him wink, and in the great stone hall there was a blazing log fire, and among the statues there were tall palms and growing things. John was still looking at the white fur rugs upon the stone floor, and counting the claws of the outstretched bear's paws, when Charles came to tell him that dinner was over. The moment had come. Mitty took him to the door, opened it, and pushed him gently in. The dining hall looked very large and very empty. John had never been in it at night before. A long way off at a little table in the bay window, two people were sitting. A glow of shaded light fell on the table. Mr. Parker was not there. Even Charles, whom John had always considered indispensable in the highest circles, was absent. John walked very slowly across the room, and stopped short in the middle, his strong little hands tightly clasped behind his back on the clean folded pocket-handkerchief that Mitty had thrust into them at the last minute. He was not afraid, but he did not know what was going to happen next. The lady turned and looked towards him. She was pale, with white hair, and a sad, beautiful face, as if she had often been very, very sorry. She was older than Mitty and Mrs. Alcock, and Mrs. Evans of the shop, and quite different, very awful to look upon. John was wondering whether she was Queen Victoria, and whether he ought to kneel down. "Come here, John," said Mr. Tempest, but John did not stir. "So this is John," said the lady, and she put out her wonderful jewelled hand with a very gentle smile, and John went straight up to her at once and stood close beside her, on her gown, in fact. It was not Queen Victoria, it was Mrs. Courtenay. After that night a change came over John's life. He was not forgotten any more. Mrs. Courtenay, during the few days that she remained at Overleigh, came up several times to the nursery, and had long conversations with Mitty. John, arrayed in the stiffest of white sailor suits with anchors at the corners, came down to see her in the sunny morning-room where his mother's picture hung, and showed her, at her request, his Noah's Ark which Mitty had given him, and afterwards conversed with her on many topics. He repeated to her the hymn Mitty had taught him, "When little Samuel awoke," and mentioned Charles to her with high esteem. She was very gentle with him, very courteous.
She gave him her whole attention, looking at him with a certain pained compassion. Gradually John unfolded his mind to her. He confided to her his intention of marrying Mitty at a future date, and of presenting Charles at the same time with a set of studs like Mr. Parker's. He was very grave and sedate, and every morning shrank back afresh from going to see her, and then forgot his fears in the kind, feminine presence and the welcome that was so new and strange and sweet. Once she took him in her arms and held him closely to her. Her eyes were stern through her tears. "Poor little fatherless, motherless child," she said, half to herself, and she put him down and went to the window and looked out across the forest to the valley, and over the stretching woods to the long lines of the moors against the sky. Perhaps she was thinking that it would all belong to that little child some day, the home where she had once hoped to see her own daughter live happily, with children growing up about her. Mr. Tempest came into the room at that moment. "What, John here?" he said. "Yes," she replied, and was silent. There was a great indignation in her face. "Mr. Tempest," she said at last, "evil has been done to you not once, but twice. You have suffered heavily at the hands of others. Be careful that someone does not suffer at your hand." "Who?" "Your—" Mrs. Courtenay hesitated. "Your heir." "He is my heir," said Mr. Tempest sternly. "That is enough."
"Then do your duty by him," said Mrs. Courtenay. "You do it to others, do it also to him." And thenceforward, and until the day of his death, Mr. Tempest did his duty as he conceived it, never a fraction more, but never a fraction less.
John was put early to school. No one went down to see the place before he came to it. No one wrote anxiously about him beforehand, describing his health and his attainments in the Latin grammar. Mr. Goodwin, who was afterwards his tutor, long remembered the arrival of the little square, bullet-headed boy with a servant, with whom he gravely shook hands on the platform. Mr. Goodwin had come to meet him, and Charles, the last link to home, was parted from in silence. The small luggage was handed over. Once, as they left the station, John looked back. Mr. Goodwin saw the little brown hands clench tightly. John had a trick of clenching his hands as a child, which clung to him throughout life, but he walked on in silence. He was 7 years old, and in trousers. Pantalon oblige. Mr. Goodwin, a good-natured undermaster fresh from college, with small brothers at home, respected his silence. Perhaps he divined something of the struggle that was going on under that brand-new little greatcoat of many pockets. Presently John swallowed ominously several times. Mr. Goodwin supposed the usual tears were coming. "These are very large puddles," said John suddenly, with a quaver in his voice. "Larger than—" The voice, though not the courage, failed. "They are, Tempest," said Mr. Goodwin. "Uncommonly large." And that was the beginning of a lasting friendship between the two. That friendship took a long time to grow. John was reserved with the reticence that in a child speaks volumes of what the home life has been. He had not the habit of talking to anyone. He listened and obeyed. At first he held aloof from the other boys. Mr. Goodwin advised him to make friends, and John listened in silence. He had never been with boys before. He did not know how. The first half he was very lonely. He would have been bullied more than he actually was, had he not been so strong and so impossible to convince of defeat. As it was, he took his share with a sort of doggedness, and would have started on the high road to unpopularity in his new little world if he had not turned out good at games. That saved him. And before many weeks were over, long, blotted accounts of football and cricket and rackets were written to Mitty and Charles. Mr. Goodwin noticed that the weekly letter to his father never contained any particulars of this kind. There had been a difficulty at first about his correspondence, which, after long pondering upon the same, John had brought to Mr. Goodwin for advice.
"I want to send a letter to someone," he said one day, when Mr. Goodwin had asked him into his study. "Not father." "To whom, then?" "To Mitty. I said I would write. I promised." And he produced a very much blotted paper and spread it before Mr. Goodwin. "It's a long letter." It was indeed. The writing had been so severe and the paper so thin that it had worked through to the other side. "For Mitty," said John. "That is the person it's for, and another for Charles with a picture in it." And a second sheet, suggestive of severe manual labour, was produced. "I see," said Mr. Goodwin, his hand laid carelessly over his mouth. "But, yes, I see. This is for Charles and this for Mitty. And you want them to go today?" "Yes." John was evidently relieved. He extracted from his trousers pocket 2 envelopes, not much the worse for seclusion, and laid one by each letter. One envelope was stamped. "I had 2 stamps," he exclaimed. "One I put on, and the other I ate in a mistake. I licked it, and then I couldn't find it." "Well, we'll put on another," said Mr. Goodwin, who was a person of resources. "Now, what next? Shall we put them into the air envelopes?" John cautiously assented. "And perhaps you would like me to direct them for you?" "Yes." John certainly had a nice smile. "Well, here goes. We'll do Charles first. Who is Charles?" "He lives with us. He brought me in the train." "Really? Well, what is his name? Charles what?" "He's not Charles anything," said John anxiously. "That's just it. He's only Charles." Mr. Goodwin laid down his pen. He saw the difficulty. "He must have another name, Tempest," he said. "Try and think." "I have thought," said John. "Before I came to you I thought. I thought in bed last night." "And don't you know Mitty's name either?" "No." John's voice was almost inaudible. "Dear me," said Mr. Goodwin, smiling, and not realizing the gravity of the situation. "We can't put Mitty on one letter and Charles on the other. That would never do, would it?" There was a moment's silence in which hope went straight out of John's heart. If Mr. Goodwin could not see his way out of the difficulty, who could? He turned red, and then white. His harsh-featured little face took an ugly look of acute distress. "I said I would write," he said in a strangled voice. "I promised Charles in the pantry. It was a faithful promise." Mr. Goodwin looked up in surprise, and his manner changed. "Wait a minute," he said, eagerly. "The letters shall go. We will manage it somehow. Is Charles the butler at home?" "No, that is Mr. Parker." "What is he, then?" "He does things for Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker points, and Charles hands the plates." "Footman, perhaps?" "Yes," said John with relief. "That's Charles." "Now," said Mr. Goodwin with interest, "shall we put 'The footman, Overleigh Castle' on the envelope? Then it will be sure to reach him." "There's Francis. He's a footman too," suggested John, but with dawning hope. "Francis might get it then. He took a kidney once." "We will put 'Charles, the footman,' then," said Mr. Goodwin, writing it. "Overleigh Castle, Yorkshire. Now then for the other." "When I write to father, what do I put at the end?" said John, his eyes still riveted on the envelope. "J. Tempest, and then something else?" "Esquire," suggested Mr. Goodwin. "Yes," said John. "I think I should like Charles to be the same as father, please." Mr. Goodwin added a large Esquire after the word footman. "Now for Mitty," he said. "I suppose Mitty is the housekeeper." "Why, the housekeeper is Mrs. Alcock," said John, with a smile at Mr. Goodwin's ignorance. "There seem to be a good many servants at Overleigh." "Yes," replied John, "it is a nice party. We are company to each other. You see, father is always away almost, and he does not play anything when he is at home. Now Charles always does his concertina in the evenings, and Francis is learning the flute." After the direction of the second letter had been finally settled, John licked them carefully up, and looked at them with triumph. "You must go now," said Mr. Goodwin. "I'm busy." John retreated to the door, and then paused. "Me and Mitty and Charles are much obliged," he said with dignity. "Don't mention it," said Mr. Goodwin.
But the incident remained in his mind. End of Volume 1, Chapter 9. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of Diana Temple by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 1, Chapter 10. Whoso would be a man must be a nonconformist. Emerson. John was 11 years old when, during a memorable Easter holidays, his father died, and lay in state in the round room in the western tower, and was buried at midnight by torchlight in the little Norman church at Overleigh, as had been the custom of the Tempests from time immemorial. His father's death made very little difference to John, except that his holidays were spent with Miss Fane, an aunt in London, and Charles left to become a butler with a footman under him, and the other servants too seemed to melt away, leaving only Mitty and Mr. Parker and Mrs. Alcock in the old shuttered home. Mr. Goodwin was John's tutor during the holidays. It was he who saved John's life at the railway station at the risk of his own. No one had been aware, till the accident happened, that John had been particularly attached to his tutor. He evidently got on with him and was conveniently pleased with his society, but he had, to a peculiar degree, the stolid, indifferent manner of most schoolboys. He was absolutely undemonstrative, and he tacitly resented his aunt's occasional demonstrative affection to himself. When will our married elder people learn that children are not to be deceived? John was very courteous, even as a boy, but his best friends could not say of him, at that or at any later period of his life, that he was engaging. He had, through life, a cold manner. No one had supposed what really was the case, namely, that he would have given his body to be burned for the sake of the kind, cheerful young man who had taken an easy fancy to him on his arrival at school, and had subsequently become sufficiently fond of him to prefer being his tutor to that of anyone else. He guessed John's absolute devotion to himself as little as anyone. John's boyish thoughts and feelings and affections were of that shy yet fierce kind which shrink equally from expression and detection. No one had so far found them hard to deal with, because no one had thought of dealing with them. Yet John sat for 2 days on the stairs outside the sick man's room after the accident, unnoticed and unreprimanded. He was never seen to cry, but he was nevertheless almost unable to see out of his eyes. His aunt, Miss Fane, at whose house in London he was spending his Christmas holidays, had gone down to the country to nurse a sister, and the house was empty but for the servants and the trained nurse. The doctor, who came several times a day, always found him sitting on the stairs, or appearing stealthily from an upper landing, working himself down by the balusters. He said very little, but the doctor seemed to understand the situation, and always had a kind and encouraging word for him, and gave him Mr. Goodwin's love, and took messages and offers of his best books from John to the invalid. But during those 2 long days he always had some excellent reason for John's not visiting his tutor. He was invariably at that moment tired, or asleep, or resting, or... A deep anxiety settled on John's mind. Something was being kept from him. Christmas Day came and passed. Mitty's present and a Christmas card from a friend, the Latin master's youngest daughter, came for John, but they were unopened. The next day brought 3 doctors who stayed a long time in the drawing-room after they had been in the sick-room. John sat on the stairs with clenched hands. At last he got up deliberately and went into the drawing-room. 2 of the doctors were sitting down. One was standing on the hearth-rug looking into the fire. "It can't be done," he was saying emphatically. "Both must go." All 3 men turned in surprise as John entered the room. He came up to the fire, unaware of the enormity of the crime he was committing in interrupting a consultation. He tried to speak. He got ready what he wished to ask, but his lips only moved. No words came out. The consultation was evidently finished, for the man on the hearth-rug, who seemed anxious to get away, was buttoning his fur coat and holding his hands to the fire for a last warm.
They were very kind. They were not jocose with him, as is the horrible way of some elder persons with childhood's troubles. The old doctor who came daily put his hand on his shoulder and told him Mr. Goodwin had been very ill, but he was going to get better, going to be quite well and strong again presently. John said nothing. He was convinced there was something in the background. 12 o'clock tomorrow, then, said the man who was in a hurry, and he took up his hat and went out. I have 2 boys about the same age as you, said the old doctor, patting John's shoulder. Tom and Edward. They're making a little model steam engine. I expect you are fond of engines, aren't you?
Not just now, thank you, said John. I am sometimes.
I wish you would come and see it tomorrow, continued the doctor. They would like to show it to you, I know. I could send you back in the carriage when it has set me down here about, shall we say 12? Do come and see it.
Thank you, said John, almost inaudibly. You're very kind, but I'm engaged. Miss Fane always said she was engaged when she did not want to accept an invitation, and John supposed it was a polite way of saying he would rather not go. The other doctor laughed, but not unkindly, and the father of Tom and Edward absently drew on his gloves, as if turning over something in his mind. Have you seen the new lion and the birds that fly under water at the zoo? He inquired slowly. And the snakes being fed? No, said John.
Ah, that's the thing to see, he said thoughtfully. Tom and Edward have been. Dear me, how they enjoyed it. They were at feeding time, midday, and my nephew, Harry Austin, who is 21 and at college, went with them, and said he would have not missed it for anything. You go and see that with that nice young man who answers the bell. I will send you 2 tickets tonight.
Thank you, said John.
The 2 doctors shook hands with him and departed. You may as well keep your ticket, said the younger one as they went downstairs. He does not mean going. He is a queer little devil, said Tom's and Edward's father. But I like him. There's grit in him, and he watches outside that room like a dog. I wish I could have got him out of the house tomorrow, poor little beggar. John stood quite still in the middle of the long, empty drawing-room when they were gone. A nameless foreboding of some horrible calamity was upon him. And yet, they had said he was going to get better, to be quite strong again. He waylaid the trained nurse for the 20th time, and she said the same. He suffered himself to be taken out for a walk, after hearing from her that Mr. Goodwin wished it, and in the afternoon he consented to go with George, Miss Fane's cheerful, good-natured young footman, to the Christian Minstrels. But he lay awake all night, and in the morning after breakfast he crept noiselessly back to the stairs. It was a foggy morning, and the gas was lit. Jessie, the stout, silly housemaid, always in a perspiration or tears, was sweeping the landing just above him, sniffing audibly as she did so.
"Poor young gentleman," she was saying below her breath to her colleague. "I can't bear the thought of the operation. It seems to turn my inside clean upside down."
John clutched hold of the banisters. His heart gave one throb, and then stood quite still.
"Coleman says as both his hands must go," said the other maid, also in a whisper. "She told me herself. She says she's never seen such a case all her born days. They've been trying all along to save one, but they can't. They're to be took off today."
John understood at last. He slipped downstairs again and stood a moment in hesitation where to go, not to the little back room on the ground floor, which had been set apart for his use by his aunt. He might be found there. George might come in to see if he would fancy a game of battledore and shuttlecock, or the cook might step up with a little cake, or the butler himself might bring him a comic paper. The servants were always very kind, but he felt that he could not bear any kindness just now. He must be somewhere alone by himself. The drawing-room door was locked, but the key was on the outside. He turned it cautiously and went in. The room was dark and fiercely cold. Bands of yellow fog peered in over the tops of the shutters. The room had been prepared the day before for the consultation, but now it had returned to its former shuttered, muffled state. John took the key from the outside and locked himself in.
Then he flung himself on his face onto one of the muffled settees and stuffed the dust-sheet into his mouth. Anything not to scream. A low, strangled cry was wrenched out of him. Another, and another, and another, but the dust-sheet told no tales. He dragged it down with him onto the floor and bit into the wet, cobwebby material. And by degrees the paroxysm passed. The power to keep silence returned. At last John sat up and looked round him, breathing hard. A clock ticked in the darkness, and presently struck a single chime. 11:30 something, 11:30 it must be, and they were coming at 12. Was there no help? "God," said John suddenly, in a low, distinct voice in the darkness, "do something. If you don't stop it, nobody else will. You know you can if you like. You divided the Red Sea. Remember all your plagues. Oh, God, God, make something happen. There's half an hour still. Think of him. Both hands. And all the clever books he was going to write, and all the things he was going to do. Oh, God, God, and such a cricketer." There was a short silence. John felt absolutely certain God would answer. He waited a long time, but no one spoke. The fog deepened outside. The quarter struck faintly from the church in the next street. "I give up one hand," said John, stretching out both of his. "I only ask for one now. Let him keep one, the other one. He's so clever. He could soon learn to write with his left, and perhaps hooks don't hurt after the first. Oh, God, I dare say he could manage with one, but not both, not both." John repeated the last words over and over again in an agony of supplication. He would make God hear. It was growing very dark. The link boys were crying in the streets. A carriage stopped at the door. "Oh, God, they're coming! Not both! Not both!" gasped John, and the sweat broke from his forehead. 2 more carriages, lowered voices in the passage, and quiet footfalls going upstairs. John prayed without ceasing. The house had become very silent. At last the silence awed him, and an overmastering longing to know seized upon him. He stole out of the drawing-room and sped swiftly upstairs. On the landing opposite Mr. Goodwin's room the butler was standing, listening. Everything was quite still. John could hear the gas burning. There was a can of hot water just outside the door. The steam curled upwards out of the spout. As he reached the landing, the door was softly opened, and the nurse raised the heavy can and lifted it into the room. Through the open door came a hoarse, inarticulate sound, which seemed to pierce into John's brain. "Courage," said a gentle voice, and the door was closed again. The butler breathed heavily, and there was a whimper from the upper landing. Trembling from head to foot, John fled down the stairs again, unperceived, into the drawing-room, and crouched down on the floor near the open door, turning his face to the wall. Every now and then a strong shudder passed over him, and he beat his little black head dumbly against the wall. But he did not move, until at last the doctors came down. He let the first 2 pass. He could not speak to them, and it was a long time before the father of Tom and Edward appeared. John came suddenly out upon him at the turn of the stairs. "Is it both?" he said, clutching his coat. "Both what, my boy?" said the doctor, puzzled by the sudden onslaught, and looking down at the blackened, convulsed face and shaggy hair. "Both hands." The doctor hesitated. "Yes," he said gravely. "I am grieved to say it is." John flung up his arms. "I will never pray to God again as long as I live," he said passionately. "John," said the doctor sternly, and then suddenly putting out his hand to catch him as he reeled backwards. "What? Good gracious, the child has fainted." John went back to school before the holidays were over, for Miss Fane on her return found it difficult to know what to do with him. Mr. Goodwin came back no more. He slowly regained a certain degree of health, a ruined man, without private means, at 27. John wrote constantly to him, and wrote also long, urgent letters in a large, cramped hand to his trustees. And something inadequate was done. When he came of age, his first action was to alter that something, and to induce Mr. Goodwin and the sister who lived with him to take up their abode in the chaplain's house in the park at Overleigh, where they had now been established nearly 7 years. Whether John's was an affectionate nature or not, it would be hard to say, for affection had so far intermeddled little with his life, but he had a kind of faithfulness and a memory of the heart as well as of the head. John never forgot a kindness, never wholly forgot an injury. He might forgive one, for he showed as he grew towards man's estate and passed through the various vicissitudes of school and college life a certain stern generosity of temper and contempt for small retaliations. He was certainly not revengeful, but he remembered. His mind was as tenacious of impression as engraved steel. That very tenacity of impression had given Mr. Goodwin an unbounded influence over him in his early youth. John had believed absolutely in Mr. Goodwin, and Mr. Goodwin, hurried by a bitter short cut of suffering from youth to responsible middle age, had devoted himself with a religious fervour of entire self-abnegation to the boy for whom he had risked his life. John's intense attachment to him had, after his recovery, come as a surprise to him, yoked with a sense of responsibility. For to be loved in any fashion is to incur a great responsibility. Mr. Goodwin acted according to his lights, but the good intentions of others cannot pave the way to heaven for us. In the manner of many well-meaning teachers, Mr. Goodwin used his influence over John to impress upon him the stamp of his own narrow religious convictions. He honestly believed it was the best thing he could do for the young, strong, earnest nature which sat at his feet. But John did not sit long. Mr. Goodwin was aghast at the way in which the little chains and check-strings of his scheme of salvation were snapped like thread when John began to rise to his feet. An influence misused, if once shaken, is lost for ever. John went away like a young Samson, taking the poor weaver's inadequate beam with him, and never came back. Mr. Goodwin's teaching had done its work. John never leaned again on one mind overmuch. Mr. Goodwin pushed him early into scepticism, into which narrow teaching pushes all independent natures, and regarded his success with bitter disappointment. John left him, and Mr. Goodwin's office others took. Mr. Goodwin suffered horribly. John had not, of course, reached 27 without passing through many phases, each more painful to Mr. Goodwin than the last. He had spoken fiercely at Oxford on one occasion in favour of community of goods, to the surprise and amusement of his friends, and on one other single occasion in support of the philosophy of Kant, with which he did not agree, but whose side he could not bear to see inefficiently taken up only for the sake of refutation. When the spirit moved him, John could be suddenly eloquent, but the spirit very seldom did. As a rule, he saw both sides with equal clearness, and could be forced into partnership on neither. Those who expected he would make a brilliant speaker in the House of Commons would probably be disappointed in him. It was remarkable, considering he had apparently no special talent or aptitude for any one line of study, and had never particularly distinguished himself either at school or college, that nevertheless he had unconsciously raised in the minds of those who knew him best, and many who did not know him at all, a more or less vague expectation that he would make his mark, that in some fashion or other he would come to the fore. The abilities of persons with square jaws are usually taken for granted by the crowd, and certainly John's was square enough to suggest any amount of reserved force. But general expectation rarely falls on those who have sufficient strength not only to resist its baneful influence, but also to realize its hopes. The effect of the expectation of others on many minds is to draw into greater activity that personal conceit, which, once indulged, saps the roots of individual life and gradually vitiates the powers. Conceit is only mediocrity in the bud. Like a blight in spring, it stunts the autumn fruit. On some natures, again, the expectation of others acts as a stimulus, the force of which is quite incalculable. It spurs unnatural humility into fixed resolution and self-reliance, turns sloth into energy, earnestness into action, and goads diffidence up the hills of achievement. It has been truly said that those who trust us educate us. Perhaps it might be added that those who believe in us make or destroy us. If John, who was perfectly aware of the enthusiastic or grudging expectations that others had formed of him, had not as yet fallen into either of these two extremes, it was probably because what others might happen to think or not think concerning him was of little moment to him, and had no power to sway him either way. The thing of all others that puzzled John's staunchest adherents was their inability to fix him in any one set of opinions, social, political, or religious. Many after Mr. Goodwin tried and failed. For John's great wealth and position, besides the native force of character of which even as a very young man he gave signs, and an openness of mind which encouraged what it ought to have disheartened proselytism, all these attributes have made him an object of interest and importance which would have ruined a more self-conscious man. As it was, he listened, got to the bottom of the subject, whatever it might be, never left it till he had probed to the uttermost, and then went his way. He marched out of every mental prison he could be temporarily lured into. He would go boldly into any that interested him, but locks and bars would not hold him directly he did not wish to stay there any longer. Mr. Goodwin hoped against hope that John would see the error of his ways and come back, that, according to his mode of expressing himself, the pride of the intellect might be broken, and John might one day be moved to return from the desert and husks and the philosophy of free thought to his father's home. He said something of the kind one day to John, and was astonished at the sudden flame that leapt into the young man's eyes as he silently took up his hat and went out. The one thing of all others which the Mr. Goodwins of this world are incapable of discerning is that to leave an outgrown form of faith is in itself an act of faith almost beyond the strength of shrinking human frailty. To bury a dead belief is hard. They regard it invariably as a voluntary desertion, not of their form of religion, but of a religion itself for private ends, or from a sense of irksomeness. Mr. Goodwin had reproachfully suggested that John had got into a bad set at Oxford, and was in the habit of mixing in doubtful society in London. Those whose surroundings have moulded them attribute all mental changes in others to a superficial and generally an entirely inadequate influence such as would have had little power to affect themselves. John left the house white with anger. He had been anxious and humble half an hour before. He had listened, sadly enough, to Mr. Goodwin's counsels, the old counsels that fortunately always come too late, that are worse than none, because they appeal to motives of self-interest, safety, peace of mind, etc., the pharisaical reasoning that what has been good enough for our fathers is good enough for us. But now his anger was fierce against his teacher, who was so quick to believe evil of any development not of his own fostering. He calls good evil, and evil good, he said to himself. It seems to me I've only got to lose hold of the best in me and lead a cheap goody-goody sort of life, and I should please everybody all round, Mr. Goodwin included. He wants me to remain a child always. He would break my mind to pieces now if he could, and will offer up the little bits to God. He thinks the voice of God in the heart is a temptation of the devil. I will not silence it and crush it down as he wants me to. I will love, honour, and cherish it from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health. There seems to be in life a call which comes to a few only, who, like the young man of the Gospel, have great possessions. From youth up, the life may have been carefully lived in certain well-worn grooves traced by the finger of God, grooves in which many are allowed to pass their whole existence.
But to some among those many, to some few with great mental possessions, the voice comes sooner or later, "Forsake all, leave all, and follow me." How many turn away sorrowful? They cannot believe in the New Testament of the present day. They ponder instead what God whispered 1800 years ago in the ear of a listening son, but they shrink from recognizing the same voice speaking in their hearts now, completing all that has gone before. And so the point of life is missed. The individual life, namely the life of Christ, obedient not to Scripture, but to the giver of the Scripture, is not lived. The life Christ lived, at variance with the recognized faiths and fashionable opinions of the day, at variance just because it did not conform to a dead ritual, just because it was obedient throughout to a personal prompting. That life is not more tolerated today than it was 1800 years ago. The Church will have none of it, treats the first spark of it as an infidelity to Christ himself. Against every young and ardent listening and questioning soul, the Church and the world combine, as in our Lord's day, to crucify once again the Christ. Life which is not of their kindling, which is indeed an infidelity, but an infidelity only to them. So the crucifix is raised high. The sign of our great rejection of him is deified. The mediator, the Saviour, the Redeemer is honoured. The instrument of his death is honoured, but the thought for the sake of which he was content to stretch his nailed hands upon it, his thought, is without honour. Poor Mr. Goodwin. Poor John. Affection had to struggle along as best as it could as the years widened the gulf between them, and was reduced to find a meagre subsistence in cordial words and sympathy for neuralgia on John's part, and interest in John's shooting and hunting on Mr. Goodwin's. Affectionate and easy terms were gradually re-established between them, and a guarded sympathy on general subjects returned. But Mr. Goodwin knew that from being the friend of the inner, he had become only the companion of the outer life of the person he cared for most in the world, and the ways of Providence appeared to him inscrutable. And now Mr. Goodwin understood John even less at 27 than at 21. The conception of the possibility of a mind that, after being strongly influenced by a succession of the most dangerous teachers and books, gives final allegiance to none, and can at last elect to stand alone, was impossible to Mr. Goodwin. And yet John arrived at that simple and natural result at which those who have sincerely and humbly searched for a law and an authority outside themselves do arrive. An external authority is soon seen to be too good to be true. There is no court of appeal against the verdict of the inexorable judge who dwells within. How many rush hither and thither, and wear down the patience of earnest counsellors, and whittle away all the best years of their lives to nothingness, in fretting and scratching among ruins for the law by which they may live. They look for it in Bibles, in the minds of anxious friends, who turn everything to help them, in the face of nature, who betrays the knowledge of the secret in her eyes, but who utters it not. And last of all, a remnant of the many look in their own hearts, where the great law of life has been hidden from the beginning. David says, "Yea, thy law is within my heart." A greater than David said the same. But it is buried deep, and few there be that find it. End of chapter 10. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. Still as of old, man by himself is priced. For 30 pieces Judas sold himself, not Christ. H.C.C. Lent gave way to Easter, and Easter melted into the season, and Mrs. Courtenay gave a little dinner party, at which John was one of the guests, and Madeline was presented on her marriage, and Di had 2 new gowns and renovated an old one,
and nearly broke Lord Hemsworth's heart by refusing the box seat on his drag at the meeting of the Four in Hand. And Lord Hemsworth did not invest in the bay mare with the white stocking, but turned heaven and earth to find another with black points, and succeeded, only to drive in lonely bitterness to the meet. And John was to have been there also, but he had been so severely injured in a fire which broke out at his lodgings, in the room below his, 3 weeks before, that he was still lying helpless at the house in Park Lane, which he had lent to his aunt, Miss Fane, and whither he was at once taken after the accident, to struggle slowly back to life and painful convalescence. For the last 3 weeks since the fire, hardly anyone had seen Colonel Tempest. The old horror had laid hold upon him like a mortal sickness. Sleep had left him. Remorse looked at him out of the eyes of the passers in the street. There was no refuge. He avoided his club. What might he not hear there? What might not have happened in the night? He could trust himself to go nowhere for fear of his face betraying him. He wandered aimlessly out in the evenings in the lonelier portions of the park. Sometimes he would stop his loitering to follow with momentary interest the children sailing their boats on the round pond, and then look up and see the veiled London sunset watching him from behind Kensington Palace, and turn away with a guilty sense of detection. The aimless days and waking ghosts of nights came and went, until his misery became greater than he could bear. The resolutions of the weak are as much the result of the period of feeble, apathetic inertia that precedes them, as the resolutions of the strong are the outcome of earnest reflection and mental travail. "It will kill me if it goes on," he said to himself. There was one way, and one only, by means of which this intolerable weight might be shifted from his shoulders. He hung back many days. He said he could not do that, anything but that. And then he did it. His heart beat painfully as he turned his steps towards Park Lane, and he hesitated many minutes before he mounted the steps and rang the bell at the familiar door of the Tempest town-house, where his father had lived during the session, where his mother had spent the last years of her life after his death. It was an old-fashioned house. The iron rings into which the links used to be thrust still flanked the ponderous doorway, together with the massive extinguisher. The servant informed him that Mr Tempest had been out of danger for some days, but was not seeing anyone at present. "Ask him if he will see me," said Colonel Tempest hoarsely. "Say I am waiting." The man left him in the white stone hall where he and his brother Jack had played as boys. The dappled rocking horse used to stand under the staircase, but it was no longer there. Given away, no doubt, or broken up for firewood. John might have kept the poor old rocking horse. Recollections that took the form of personal grievances were never far from Colonel Tempest's mind. In a few minutes the man returned and said that Mr Tempest would see him, and led the way upstairs. A solemn, melancholy-looking valet was waiting for him, who respectfully informed him that the doctor's orders were that his master should be kept very quiet, and should not be excited in any way. Colonel Tempest nodded unheeding, and was conscious of a door being opened and his name announced. He went forward hesitatingly into a half-darkened room. "Pull up the further blind, Marshal," said John's voice. The servant did so, and noiselessly left the room. Colonel Tempest's heart smote him. The young man lay quite motionless, his dark head hardly raised, his swathed hands stretched out beside him. His unshaved face had the tension of protracted suffering, and the grave, steady eyes which met Colonel Tempest's were bright with suppressed pain. The eyes were the only things that moved. It seemed to Colonel Tempest that if they were closed— he shuddered involuntarily. In his morbid fancy the prostrate figure seemed to have already taken the rigid lines of death, the winding sheet to be even now drawn up round the young, haggard face. Colonel Tempest was not gifted with imagination, where he himself was not concerned. He was under the impression that the influenza, from which he occasionally suffered, was the most excruciating form of mortal illness known to mankind. He never believed people were really ill until they were dead. Now he realized for the first time that John had been at death's door. That is to say, He realized what being at death's door was like, and he was fairly staggered.
"Good God, John," he said with a sort of groan. "I did not know it has been as bad as this."
"Sit down," said John, as the nurse brought forward a chair to the bedside, and then withdrew, eyeing the newcomer suspiciously. "It is much better now. I received callers. Hemsworth was here yesterday. I can shake hands a little, only be very gentle with me. I cry like a girl if I am more than touched." John feebly raised and held out a bandaged hand, of which the end of 3 fingers were visible. Colonel Tempest, whose own feelings were invariably too deep to admit of his remembering those of others, pressed it spasmodically in his. "It goes to my heart to see you like this, John," he said with a break in his voice. John withdrew his hand. His face twitched a little, and he bit his lip, but in a few moments he spoke again firmly enough. "It is very good of you to come. Now that I have got round the corner, I shall be about again in no time."
Yes, yes," said Colonel Tempest, as if reassuring himself. "You'll be all right again soon."
"You look knocked up," said John, considering him attentively with his dark, earnest gaze.
"Do I?"
said Colonel Tempest.
"I dare say I do.
Yes, people may not notice it as a rule. I keep things to myself, always have done all my life, but it will drag me into my grave if it goes on much longer, I know that." "If what goes on?" It is all very well for a nervous rider to look boldly at a hedge 2 fields away, but when he comes up with it, and feels his horse quicken his pace under him, he begins to wonder what the landing on the invisible other side will be like. There was a long silence, broken only by Lindo, John's Spanish poodle, who, ensconced in an arm-chair by the bedside, was putting an aristocratic and extended hind leg through an afternoon toilet by means of searching and sustained suction.
"I don't suppose there is a more wretched man in the world than I am, John," said Colonel Tempest at last.
"There is something on your mind, perhaps?"
"Night and day,"
said Colonel Tempest, wishing John would not watch him so closely.
"I have not a moment's peace."
"You are in money difficulties?" said John, justly divining the only cause that was likely to permanently interfere with his uncle's peace of mind.
"Yes," said Colonel Tempest. "I am at my wit's end. That is the truth."
John's lips tightened a little, and he remained silent. That was why his uncle had come to see him, then. His pride revolted against Colonel Tempest's want of it, against Archie's sponge-like absorption of all John would give him. He felt, and it was no idle fancy of a wealthy man, that he would have died rather than have asked for a shilling. A Tempest should be above begging, should scorn to run in debt. John's pride of race resented what was in his eyes a want of honour in the other members of the family of which he was the head. Colonel Tempest was in a position of too much delicacy not to feel hurt by John's silence. He reflected on the invariable meanness of rich men, with a momentary retrospect of how open-handed he had been himself in his youth, and even after his crippling marriage. "I do not know the circumstances," said John at last.
"No one does,"
said Colonel Tempest. "Neither have I any wish to know them," said John, with a touch of haughtiness, "except in so far as I can be of use to you." Colonel Tempest found himself very disagreeably placed. He would have instantly lost his temper if he had been a few weeks younger, but the memory of those last few weeks recurred to him like a douche of cold water. Self-interest would not allow him to throw away his last chance of escaping out of Swain's clutches, and he had a secret conviction that no storming or passion of any kind would have any effect on that prostrate figure, with the stern, feeble voice and intense fixity of gaze. John had always felt a secret repulsion towards his uncle, though he invariably met him with grave, if distant, civility. He had borne in a proud silence the gradual realization, as he grew old enough to understand it, that there was a slur upon his name, a shadow on his mother's memory. He believed, as did some others, that his uncle had originated the slanders, impossible to substantiate, in order to wrest his inheritance from him.
How could this man, after trying to strip him of everything, even of his name, come to him now for money? John had a certain rigidity and tenacity of mind, an uprightness and severity which come of an intense love of justice and rectitude, but which in an extreme degree, if not counterbalanced by other qualities, make a hard and unlovable character. His clear-eyed judgment made him look at Colonel Tempest with secret indignation and contempt. But with the harshness of youth, other qualities, rarely joined, went hand in hand. A little knowledge of others is a dangerous thing. It shows itself in sweeping condemnations and severe judgments, and a complacent holding up to the light of the poor foibles and peccadilloes of humanity, which all who will can find. A greater knowledge shows itself in a greater tenderness towards others, the tenderness, as some suppose, of wilful ignorance of evil. When or how John had learnt it, I know not, but certainly he had a rapid intuition of the feelings of others. He could put himself in their place, and to do that is to be not harsh. He looked again at Colonel Tempest, and was ashamed of his passing, though righteous, anger. He realized how hard it might be for an older man to be obliged to ask a young one for money, and he had no wish to make it any harder. He looked at the weak, wretched face with its tortured selfishness, and understood a little, perhaps only in part, but enough to make him speak again in a different tone. "Do not tell me anything you do not wish, but I see something is troubling you very much. Sometimes things don't look so bad when one has talked them over." "I can't talk it over, John," said Colonel Tempest with incontestable veracity, softened by the kindness of his tone. "But the truth is," nervousness was shutting its eyes and making a rush, "I want £10,000 and no questions asked." John was startled. Colonel Tempest clutched his hat and stared out of the window. He felt benumbed. He had actually done it, actually brought himself to ask for it. As his faculties slowly returned to him in the long silence which followed, he became conscious that if John was too niggardly to pay his own ransom, he, Colonel Tempest, would not be the most to blame if any casualty should hereafter occur. At last John spoke. "You say you don't want any questions asked, but I must ask one or two. You want this money secretly? Would the want of it bring disgrace upon your children?" He had nearly said your daughter. "If it was found out it would," said Colonel Tempest in a choked voice. The detection, which he always told himself was an impossibility, had nevertheless a horrible way of masquerading before him at intervals as an accomplished fact. John knit his brows. "I can't pretend not to know what it is," he said. "It is a debt of honour. You've been betting?" "Yes," said Colonel Tempest faintly. "I suppose you can't touch your capital. That is settled on your children." "No," said Colonel Tempest. "There were no settlements when I married. I had to do the best I could. I had £20,000 from my father, and my wife brought me a few thousands after her uncle's death, a very few, which her relations could not prevent her having. But there were the children, and one thing with another, and women are extravagant and must have everything to their liking. And by the time I'd settled up and sold everything after the break-up, it was all I could do to put Archie to school." "Oh, die, cold in your grave these 22 years. Do you remember the little pile of account books that you wound up and put in your writing-table drawer that last morning in April, thinking that if anything happened he would find them there afterwards? He had always inveighed against the meanness of your economy before the servants and against your extravagance in private. Do you remember the butcher's book, with thin blotting paper, that blotted tears as badly as ink sometimes, for meat was dear? And the milk bills? You were always proud of the milk bills, with the space for cream left blank, except when he was there. And the little book of sundries, where those £25 of fresh butter and French rolls were entered, which Anne ran out to get if he came home suddenly, because he did not like the cheap butter from the stores. Do you remember these things?" He never knew. He never looked at the dumb reproach of that little row of books.
but I cannot think, wherever you are, that you have quite forgotten them."
John was silent again. How could he deal with this man who roused in him such a vehement indignation? For several minutes he could not trust himself to speak. "I think I'd better go," said Colonel Tempest at last. John started violently. "No, no," he said. "Wait, let me think." The nurse and his aunt came into the room at that moment.
"Are not you feeling tired, sir?"
the nurse inquired warningly. "Yes, John," said Miss Fane, grunting as her manner was. "Mustn't get tired." "I'm not," he replied. "Colonel Tempest and I are discussing business matters which won't wait, which it would trouble me to leave unsettled. We have not quite finished, but he is more tired than I am. It is the hottest day we have had. Will you give him a cup of tea, Aunt Flo, and bring him back in half an hour?" When he was left alone, John turned his head painfully on the pillow, and slowly opened and shut one of the bandaged hands. This not altogether satisfactory form of exercise was the only substitute he had within his power for the old habit of pacing up and down while he thought. Ought he to give the money? He had no right to make a bad use of anything, because he happened to have a good deal of it. This 10,000 would follow the previous 20,000 as a matter of course. Giving it did not affect himself, inasmuch as he would hardly miss it. It was a generous action only in appearance, for he was very wealthy. Even among the rich he was very rich. His long minority and various legacies of younger branches, which had shown the Tempest's peculiarity of dying out and leaving their substance to the head of the family, had added to an already imposing income. In his present mode of life he did not spend a third of it. The thought flashed across his mind that if he had died 3 weeks ago, if the hinges of the door had held as firmly as the shot lock, and he had perished in that room in King Street like a rat in a trap, Colonel Tempest would at this very moment have been in possession of everything. He looked at his own death, and all it would have entailed, dispassionately. That improvident, selfish man had been within an ace of immense wealth, and yet, John's heart smote him, his uncle had been genuinely grieved to see him so ill, had been really thankful to think he was out of danger. He had almost immediately afterwards reverted to himself and his own affairs, but that was natural to the man. He had nevertheless been unaffectedly overcome the moment before. The emotion had been genuine. John struggled hard against his strong personal dislike. Perhaps Colonel Tempest had become entangled in the money difficulty at the very time his, John's, life hung in the balance, when he took for granted he was about to inherit all. The speculation was heartless, perhaps, but pardonable. John saw no reason why Colonel Tempest should not have counted on his death. For 10 days it had been more than probable, and now he might live to 100. Perhaps the probability of his reaching old age was slenderer than he supposed. He lay a little while longer, and then rang the bell near his hand and directed his servant to bring him a locked feminine elegancy from a side-table, which, until he could replace his burnt possessions, had evidently been lent him by his aunt to use as a dispatch-box. He got out a cheque-book, and with clumsy fingers filled in and signed a cheque. Then he lay back, panting and exhausted. The will was strong in him, but the suffering body was desperately weak. When Colonel Tempest returned, John held the cheque towards him in silence, with a feeble smile. Colonel Tempest took it without speaking. His lips shook. He was more moved than he had been for years. "God bless you, John," he said at last. "You're a good fellow, and I don't deserve it from you." "Good-bye," said John, in a more natural tone of voice than he had yet used towards him. "If you are at the polo match on Thursday, will you look in and tell me how it has gone? It would be a kindness to me. I know Archie and Hemsworth are playing." Colonel Tempest murmured something unintelligible and went out. He did not go back at once to his rooms in Brook Street. Almost involuntarily his steps turned towards the park. The world was changed for him. The weary, ceaseless beat of the horses' hoofs on the wood pavement had a cheerful, exhilarating ring. All the people looked glad. There was a confused rejoicing in the rustle of the trees and the flying voices of the children playing and rolling in the grass. He wandered down towards the Serpentine. Dogs were rushing in and out of the water. An elastic, cock-eared retriever, undepressed by its doubtful ancestry, was leaping and waving a wet tail at its master, giving the short, sharp barks of youth and a light heart. An aristocratic pug in a belled collar was delicately sniffing the evening breeze across the water, watching the antics of the lower orders with protruding eyes like pieces of toffee rounded and glazed by suction. An equally aristocratic black poodle, Lindo, out for a stroll with the ballet, with more social tendencies, was hurrying up and down on the extreme verge, beckoning rapidly with its short tufted tail to the athletes in the water. The ducks bobbed on the ripples. The children sprawled and shouted and clambered. The low sun had laid a dancing, glancing pathway across the water. How glad it all was! How exceeding glad! Colonel Tempest patted one of the children on the head and felt benevolent. As he turned away at last and sauntered homewards, he passed a little knot of people gathered round a gesticulating open-air preacher. Two girls, arm in arm just in front of him, were lounging near, talking earnestly together. "Sin no more, lest a worse thing come unto thee," bawled the strident fanatic voice. "I shall have mine trimmed with tulle and a flower on the crown," said one of the girls. Colonel Tempest walked slowly on. Yes, that was it. Sin no more, lest a worse thing come unto thee. He had always dreaded that worse thing, and now that fear was all over. He translated the cry of the preacher into a message to himself, his first personal transaction with the Almighty. He felt awed. It was like a voice from another world. Religion was becoming a reality to him at last. There are still persons for whom the law and the prophets are not enough, who require that one should rise from the dead to galvanize their superstition into momentary activity. Sin no more. No, never any more. He had done with the sin. He would make a fresh start from today, and life would become easy and unembarrassed and enjoyable once again. No more nightmares and wakeful nights and nervous haunting terrors. They were all finished and put away. The tears came into his eyes. He regretted that he had not enjoyed these comfortable feelings earlier in life. The load was lifted from his heart, and the removal of the pain was like a solemn joy. End of Volume 1, Chapter 11. Volume 1, Chapter 12 of Diana Tempest by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 1, Chapter 12. On entre, on crie, c'est la vie. On crie, on sort, c'est la mort. On the paths of self-interest, the grass is seldom allowed to grow under the feet. Colonel Tempest hurried. It would be tedious to follow the various steps feverishly taken which led to his finally unearthing the home address of Mr. Swain. He procured it at last, not without expense, from an impoverished client of that gentleman who had lately been in correspondence with him. Mr. Swain had always shown a decided reticence with regard to the locality of his domestic roof. Colonel Tempest was of course in possession of several addresses where letters would find him, but his experience of such addresses had been that, unless strictly connected with pecuniary advantage to Mr. Swain, the letters did not seem to reach their destination. But now, even when Colonel Tempest wrote to say he would pay up, no answer came. Swain did not rise even to that bait. Colonel Tempest, who was aware that Mr. Swain's faith in human nature had in the course of his career sustained several severe shocks, came to the conclusion that Mr. Swain did not attach importance to his statement, that he indeed regarded it only as a blind in order to obtain another interview. It was on a burning day in June that Colonel Tempest set forth to search out his tempter at Rosemont Villa, Arne Ferry, in the manufacturing town of Bilgewater. The dirty, smudged address was in his pocket-book, as was also the notice of his banker that £10,000 had been placed to his credit a few days before. The London train took him to Worcester, and from thence the local line, after meandering through a desert of grime and chimneys, and after innumerable stoppages at one hideous nigger station after another, finally deposited him on the platform of Bilgewater Junction. Colonel Tempest got out and looked about him. It was not a rural scene. Heaps of refuse and slag lay upon the blistered land, thick as the good resolutions that pave a certain road. Low cottages crowded each other in knots near the high smoking factories. Black wheels turned slowly against the grey of the sky, which whitened upwards towards the ghost of the midsummer sun high in heaven. We are told that the sun shines equally on the just and on the unjust, but that was said before the first factory was built. At Bilgewater it is no longer so. Colonel Tempest inquired his way to Arne Ferry, and, vaguely surprised at Mr. Swain's choice of locality for his country residence, set out along the baked wrinkles of the black high road, winding between wastes of cottages, some inhabited and showing dreary signs of life, some empty and decrepit, some fallen down dead. The heat was intense. The steam and the smoke rose together into the air like some evil sacrifice. The pulses of the factories throbbed feverishly as he passed. The steam curled upwards from the surface of the livid pools and canals at their base. The very water seemed to sweat. Colonel Tempest reached Arne Ferry, being guided thither by the spire of the little tin church, which pointed unheeded toward the low steel sky, shut down over the battered, convulsed country like a coffin lid over one who has died in torment. At Arne Ferry, which had a bridge and a wharf and a canal, and was everything except a ferry, he inquired again concerning Rosemont Villa, and was presently picking his way across a little patch of common towards a string of what had once been red brick houses, which had long since embraced the universal colour of their surroundings. They were rather better-looking houses, if a sort of shabby gentility can be called anything except the worst. They were semi-detached. From out of one of them the strains were issuing faintly and continuously of the inevitable accordion, which for some occult reason is always found to consort with poverty and oyster-shells. At the open door of another, a girl was standing, tearing pieces with her teeth out of a chunk of something she held in her hand. She was surrounded by a meagre family of poultry, who fought and pecked and trod each other down with almost human eagerness for the occasional morsels she threw to them. Something in her appearance, and in the way she seemed to enjoy the greed and mutual revilings of her little dependents, reminded Colonel Tempest, he hardly knew why, of Mr. Swain. Another glance made the supposition a certainty. There were the small boot-buttons of eyes, the heavy, mottled, expressionless face, which Colonel Tempest had until now considered to be the exclusive property of Mr. Swain. This slouching, tawdry, down-at-heel arrow was no doubt one of that gentleman's quiverful. Mr. Swain had always worn such very unmarried waistcoats and buttonholes that it was a shock to Colonel Tempest to regard him as a domestic character. "Is Mr. Swain at home?" he asked, amid the cackling and flouncing of the poultry. The arrow, her cheek bulged with the unchewed piece, looked at him doubtfully for a moment, and then called over her shoulder, "Mother!" The voice, as of a female who had never been held in subjection, answered shrilly from within, "Well? Here's a gent as wants to see father." There was a sound of some heavy vessel being set down, and a woman, large and swarthy, came to the door. She might have been good-looking once. She might perhaps have been a fine figure of a woman in the days when Swain wooed and won her, and no doubt her savings, for his own. But possibly the society of Mr. Swain may not in the long run have exerted an ennobling or even a soothing influence upon her. Her complexion was a fiery red, and her whole appearance bespoke a temperament to which the artificial stimulus of alcohol, though evidently unnecessary, was evidently not denied. "Swain's sick," she said, eyeing Colonel Tempest with distrust. "He can't see no one, and if he could, there's not a shilling in the house if you want to scrape the walls with a knife. So that's all about it.
It's no manner of use coming pestering here for money.
I don't want money, said Colonel Tempest. I want to pay, not to be paid. The woman shook her head incredulously, and put out her underlip, uttering the mystic word, Walker. He did not seem to bear upon the subject, but somebody, probably the accordion next door, laughed. I must see him, said Colonel Tempest vehemently. I've had dealings with him which I want to settle and have done with. It's in my own interest to pay up. He would see me directly if he knew I was here. The woman hesitated. Swain is uncommon sick, she said slowly. If it's business, I doubt he could scarce fettle at it now. Do you mean he is not sober? Oh, he's sober enough, poor fellow, said Mrs. Swain with momentary sympathy, but he's mortal bad. He hasn't done nobbut but dithered with a bit of toast since Tuesday, and taking it out of himself all the time with flouncing and swearing like a brute beast. Is he— do you mean to say he is dying? Demanded Colonel Tempest in sudden panic. Doctor says he won't hang on above a day or two, said the girl nonchalantly. Doctor says his works is clean wore out. Let me go to him at once, said Colonel Tempest. It is of great importance. I must see him at once. The women stared at each other undecidedly, and the girl nudged her mother. Lord, mother, what does it signify? If the gentleman will make it worth while, show him up. Colonel Tempest hastily produced a sovereign, and in a few minutes was stumbling up the rickety stairs behind Mrs. Swain. She pushed open a half-closed door, and noisily pulled back a bit of curtain which shaded the light, what poor dim light there was, from the bed, knocking over as she did so a tallow candle in the window-sill, bent double by the heat. Colonel Tempest had followed her into the room, and into an atmosphere resembling that of the monkey house at the zoo, stiffened with brandy. "Oh, good gracious!" he ejaculated, as Mrs. Swain drew back the curtain. "Oh, dear, Mrs. Swain, I ought to have been prepared. I had no idea. What's the matter with him? What is he writing on the wall?" For Mr. Swain was changed. He was within a measurable distance of being unrecognizable. That evidently would be the next alteration, not for the better in him. Already he was slow to recognize others. He was sitting up in bed, swearing and scratching tearfully at the wallpaper. He looked stouter than ever, but as if he might collapse altogether at a pinprick, and shrivel down to a wrinkled nothing among the creases of his tumbled bedding. Mrs. Swain regarded her prostrate lord with arms akimbo. Possibly she considered that her part of the agreement, to love and to cherish Mr. Swain, and honour and obey Mr. Swain, was now at an end, as death was so plainly about to part them. At any rate, she appeared indisposed to add any finishing touches to her part of the contract. Mr. Swain had, in all probability, put in his finishing touches with such vigour that possibly a remembrance of them accounted for a certain absence of solicitude on the part of his helpmeet. "Who's this? Who's this? Who's this?" said Mr. Swain in a rapid whisper, perceiving his visitor, and peering out of the gloom with a bloodshot, furtive eye. "Dear, dear, dear, Mary, I'm busy. I'm pressed for time. Take him away. Quite away, quite away." Mr. Swain had been a man of few and evil words when in health. His recording angel would now need a knowledge of shorthand. This sudden flow of language fairly staggered Colonel Tempest. "I must have out those bonds," he went on, forgetting his visitor again instantly. "I can't lay me hand on 'em, but I've got 'em somewhere. Top left-hand drawer of the walnut escritoire. I know I have 'em. I'll make 'em bleed. Top left-hand. No. Where was it then? Lock stiff. The lock. Break it. I say I will have 'em." As he spoke, he tore from under the pillow a little footstool, having the remnant of a frayed dog in blue beads worked upon it, a conjugal attention, no doubt, on the part of Mrs. Swain to raise the sick man's head. And Mr. Swain, after endeavouring to unlock the dog's tail, smote savagely upon it, and sank back with chattering teeth. "That's the way he goes on," said Mrs. Swain. "Morning, noon, and night. Never a bit of peace except when he gets into his praying fits. I expect he'll go off in one of them tantrums." It did not appear unlikely that he would go off then and there, but after a few moments a sort of ghastly life seemed to return. Even death did not appear to take him. He opened his eyes and looked round bewildered. Then his head fell forward. "Now's your time," said the woman, "before he gets up steam for another of them rages.
Parson comes and twitters a bit when he's in this way, and he'll pray very heavy while he recollects himself until he goes off again. He'll be better now for a spell." And she left the room, and creaked ponderously downstairs again. Colonel Tempest advanced a step nearer the lier on which poor Swain was taking his last rest but one, and said faintly, "Swain, I say, Swain, rouse up." The only thing that roused up was Swain's eyelids. These certainly trembled a little. In the next house the accordion was beginning a new tune, was designating Jerusalem as its happy home. Apprehensive terror for himself, as usual, overcame other feelings. It overcame in this instance the unspeakable repugnance Colonel Tempest felt to approaching any nearer. He touched the prostrate man on the shoulder with the slender white hand which had served him so exclusively from boyhood upwards, which had never wavered in its fidelity to him to do a hand's turn for others, which shrinkingly did his bidding now. "Wake up, Swain," repeated Colonel Tempest, actually stooping over him. "Wake up for—" He was going to add, "for heaven's sake," but the thought of heaven in connection with Swain seemed inappropriate, and he altered it to "for mercy's sake," which sounded just as well. "Is it the parson?" asked Swain feebly in a more natural voice. "No, no," said Colonel Tempest reassuringly. "It's only me, a friend. It's Colonel Tempest." "I wish it was the parson," repeated Swain, seeming to emerge somewhat from his torpor. "He might have come and led off a few more prayers to me. He says it's all right if I repent, and I suppose he knows, but it don't seem likely. Don't seem as if God could be greened quite as easily as parson makes out. I should have liked to throw off a few more prayers so as to be on the safe side." And he began to mutter incoherently. As a man lives, so it is said he generally dies. Swain seemed to remain true to his own interests. Only his aspect of those interests had altered. He felt the awkwardness of going into court absolutely unprepared. Prayer was cheap if it could do what he wanted, and he had professional advice as to its efficacy. A man who all his life can grovel before his fellow creatures may as well do a little grovelling before his Creator at the last, if anything is to be got by it. It is to the credit of human nature that, as a rule, men even of the lowest type feel the uselessness, the degradation, of trying to annul their past on their deathbeds. But to Swain, who had never shone as a credit to human nature, a chance remained a chance. He was a gambler and a swindler, a man who had risked long odds, and had been made rich and poor by the drugging of a horse or the forcing of a card. If, in his strict attention to never losing a chance, he had inadvertently mislaid his soul, he was not likely to be aware of it. But a chance was a thing he had never so far failed to take advantage of. He was taking his last now. Colonel Tempest looked at him in horror. The interests of the two men clashed, and at a vital moment. "For God's sake, don't pray now, Swain," said Colonel Tempest appealingly, as Swain began to mutter something more. "I've come to set wrong right, and that will be a great deal better than any prayers. Do you more good in the end." Swain did not seem to understand. He looked in a perplexed manner at Colonel Tempest. "I don't fear to fetch it outright," he said, "but it's in the prayer book on the mantelpiece. That's what our parson reads out of. You get it, Colonel, just get it quick and pray 'em off one after another. Don't matter much which, they're all good." "Swain," said Colonel Tempest in utter desperation, "I'll do anything. I'll pray as much as you like afterwards, if you will only give me up those papers you have against me, those bets." "What?" said Swain, a gleam of the old professional interest flickering into his face. "You haven't got the money?" "Yes, here, here." And Colonel Tempest tore the banker's note out of his pocket-book and held it before Swain's eyes. "I was to have had 25% commission," said Swain, rallying perceptibly at the thought. 25% on each. I wouldn't let 'em go at less. 2,500 I should have made, but—" with a sudden restless relapse, "no use thinking of that now. Get down the book, Colonel." But for once Colonel Tempest was firm. Perhaps his indignation against Swain's egotism enabled him to be so. He made Swain understand that business must in this instance come first, and prayers afterwards. It was a compact, not the first, between the two. "The papers," he repeated over and over again,
frantic at the speed with which the last links of Swain's memory seemed falling from him. "Where are they? You have them with you, of course. Tell me where they are." And he grasped the dying man by the shoulder. Swain was frightened back to some semblance of effort.
"I haven't got 'em," he gasped. "The chaps engaged in the business have 'em."
"But you know who have got them?"
"Yeah, of course, it's all written down somewhere."
"Where?"
But Swain did not rightly know.
He had the addresses in cipher somewhere, but he could not put his hand upon them. Half wild with fear, Colonel Tempest searched the pockets of the clothes that lay about the room, holding up their contents for Swain to look at. It was like some hideous game of hide-and-seek. But the latter only shook his head.
"I have 'em somewhere," he repeated. "And there was a change not so long ago. When was it? May. There's one of 'em written down in cipher in my pocket-book in May. I know that."
"Here, this one," said Colonel Tempest, holding out a greasy pocket-book.
"That's it," said Swain. "Sometime in May."
Colonel Tempest turned to the month, and actually found a page with a faint pencil scrawl in cipher across it.
"That's him," said Swain. "James Larkin."
And he read out a complicated address without difficulty. "Will that find him?" asked Colonel Tempest, his hand shaking so much that he could hardly write down Swain's words.
"If it's to his advantage, it will."
"For certain?"
"Certain."
"And the others?"
"There's one dead,"
said Swain, his voice waxing feebler and feebler as the momentary galvanism of Colonel Tempest's terror lost its effect.
"And there's two I had back the papers from. They were sick of it, and they said he had a charmed life. One of 'em went to America and married and set up respectable. I have his paper too. And one of 'em's in quad, but he'll be out soon, I reckon, and it'd be good for another try. He precious near bought it off last time. There's a few left that still biding their time. There, and I won't hear nothing more about it. Get to the prayers, Colonel, and be quick. Parson might have come again, damn him."
"Stop a minute. Can I get at the others through Larkin?" Swain had sunk back, spent and livid. He looked at Colonel Tempest with fixed and glassy eyes.
"Yes,"
he said with the ghost of an oath.
"Get to the prayers."
Colonel Tempest was still trembling with the relief from that horrible nightmare of suspense as he opened the shiny new prayer-book which the clergyman had left. He held the first link. He had now only to draw the whole chain through his hand and break it to atoms, the chain that was dragging him down to hell. He hastily began to read. God had heard many prayers, but perhaps not many like those which ascended from that hideous, tumbled deathbed, where kneeling self-interest halted through the supplication, and prostrate self-interest gasped out, Amen. Oh, did he who first taught us how to pray, did he, raised high upon the cross of an apparent failure, look down the ages that were yet to come, and see how we should abuse that gift of prayer? Was that bitter cry which had echoed through 1800 years wrung from him even for our sakes, also as well as those who stood around him? Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Colonel Tempest was still on his knees when the door was softly opened, and a very young, clergyman came in and knelt down beside him, clasping his thin hands over the collapsed felt souffle which did duty for a hat. After stumbling to the end of the prayer he was reading, Colonel Tempest put the book into his hand and escaped. He stole down the stairs and past the little sitting-room unobserved. He was out again in the open air, the live, free air, which seemed freshness itself after the atmosphere of that sick-room. He held the clue. He had it. He held it. He was safe. God was on his side now, and was helping him to make restitution. At one despairing moment, when he had been tearing even the linings out of the pockets of Swain's checked trousers, he feared that Providence had deserted him. Now that he had the pocket-book, he regretted his want of faith. I do not think his mind reverted once to Swain, for Swain was no longer of any interest to him, now that he was out of Swain's power. Colonel Tempest did not exactly forget people, but his mind was so constituted that everything with which it came in contact was wiped out the moment it had ceased to affect or group itself round himself. His imagination did not follow his colleague's last faltering steps upon that steep brink
where each must one day stand. His mind turned instinctively to the most frivolous subjects. Was back in London, wondering what he would have for dinner if he had dined with Archie as he had intended. Was anxious to know how many cigarettes of that new brand he had put into his case before he left London that morning. Colonel Tempest stopped, got out his cigarette case and counted them. Those who have known Colonel Tempest best, those few who had misunderstood and loved him, had often pondered with grave anxiety, or with the wistful perplexity of wounded affection, as to what it was in him that, being so impressionable, was yet incapable of any real impression. His wife may or may not have mastered that expensive secret. At any rate, she had had opportunities of studying it. When first, a few weeks after her marriage, she had fallen ill, she, poor fool, had suffered agonies from the fear that because he hardly came into her sick-room after the first day, he had ceased to care for her. But when after a few days more she was feeling better, and was pretty and interesting again in a pink wrapper on the sofa, she had found that he was as devoted to her as ever, and had confided her foolish dread to him with happy tears. Possibly she discovered at last that the secret lay not so much in the selfishness and self-indulgence of a character moth-eaten by idleness, as is in the instant and invariable recoil of the mind from any subject that threatened to prove disagreeable, the determination to avoid everything irksome, wearisome, or reproachful. For a moment, while it was quite new, a sentiment might be indulged in. But as soon as a certain novelty and pleasure in emotion ceased, the feeling itself was shirked, at whatever expense to others. Those who shirk are ill to live with, and lay up for themselves an increasing loneliness as life goes on. Colonel Tempest found it unpleasant to think about Swain, so he thought of something else. He could always do that unless he himself was concerned. Then indeed, as we have seen, it was a different thing. He was annoyed when, after slowly picking his way back to the station, he found the last passenger train had just gone, that even if he drove 15 miles into Worcester, he should be too late to catch the last express to London. In fact, there was nothing for it but a bed at the station inn. He found, however, that by making a very early start from Bilgewater the following morning, he could reach London by noon, and so resigned himself to his lot with composure. He had hardly expected he should be able to go and return in one day. It was indeed early when he walked across to the station next morning, so early that there was a suspicion of freshness in the air, of colour in the eastern sky. On a heap of slag, a motionless figure was sitting, black against the skyline, looking towards the east. It was the curate, who, when he perceived Colonel Tempest, came crunching and flapping in his long coat-tails down to the road below, raised his hat from a meagre clerical brow, and held out his hand. His face was thin and poor, suggestive of a starved mind and cold mutton and Pearson on the Creed, but the smile redeemed it. "It is all over," he said, "half an hour ago, quite quietly at the last. I stayed with him through the night. I never left him. We prayed together without ceasing." Colonel Tempest did not know what to say. "It was too late to go to bed," continued the young man impulsively, his face working, "so I came here. I often come and sit on that ash-heap to see the sun rise. I'm so glad just to have seen you again. I long to thank you for those prayers by poor Mr. Crosby's bed. You know the scripture, where 2 or 3 are gathered together. I thought it was so true. I have lost heart so of late. No one seems to care or think about these things down here. But your coming and praying like that has been such a help, such a reproach to me for my want of faith, when I think that the seed falls on the rock. I shall take courage again now. Ah, you're going by this train? Good-bye. God bless you. Thank you again." End of Volume 1, Chapter 12. Volume 1, Chapter 13 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 1, Chapter 13. Every man's progress is through a succession of teachers. Emerson.
As John slowly climbed to the hill of convalescence, many visitors came to relieve his solitude, and one of those who came the oftenest was Lord Frederick Fane. Lord Frederick was a square-shouldered, well-preserved, well-set-up, carefully padded man of close on 60, with a thin-lipped, bloodless face and faded eyes divided by a high nose. "Do you like that man?" said Lord Hemsworth to John one day when he was sitting with him, and Lord Frederick sat up to know whether the latter would see him. "No," said John. "But you seem to see a good deal of him." "He is civil to me, and I am not rude to him. He is a relation, you know." "I can't stand him," said Lord Hemsworth. "If he's coming up, I shall bolt." And Lord Frederick entering at that moment, Lord Hemsworth took his departure. "You're better, John," said Lord Frederick, looking at him through his half-closed eyes, and settling himself gently in a high chair, his hat and one glove and crutch-handled stick held before him in his broad, lean hand. "I feel more human," said John, "now that I'm shaved and dressed. When I saw myself in the glass yesterday for the first time, I thought I was Darwin's missing link." "You look more human," said Lord Frederick, crossing one leg over the other, and then contemplating his white spats for a change. "Able to attend to business again yet?" "Not yet. I've tried, but I'm as weak as a worm that can't turn." "Pity," said Lord Frederick, glancing at a sheaf of letters and some opened telegrams on the table at John's elbow. "Things always happen at inconvenient times," he went on. "Old Charlesworth might have chosen a more opportune moment to die and leave Marchamley vacant again." "He's not dead yet." "I suppose both sides have been at you already, to stand for it yourself," as did Lord Frederick. "Yes, I thought so." Silence. "Are you going to stand?" "What is your opinion on the subject? I see you have one." "Well," said Lord Frederick, "I look at it this way. I've often said, don't tie yourself. I'm all for young men keeping their hands free and seeing the ins and outs of life before they settle down. But you are not so very young, and a time comes when a sort of annoyance attaches to freedom itself. It's a bore. As to this seat, indecision is all very well for a time. It enhances a man's value. You were quite right not to stand 3 years ago. It made you of more importance. But that won't do much longer. You are bound to come to a decision for your own advantage. Neutral ground is sometimes between two fires. I should say stand, if you ask me. Throw in your lot with the side on which you are most likely to come to the front, and stand." "And private opinions? How about them if they don't happen to fit? Throw them overboard?" "Yes," said Lord Frederick. "It's got to be done sooner or later. Why not sooner? A freelance is no manner of use. There's a hitch somewhere in you, John, that if you don't look out will damn your career as a public man. I don't know what your politics are. My own opinion, between ourselves, is that you've not got any. But you are bound to have some, and you may as well join forces with what will bring you forward most, and start young. That's my advice." "Thanks." "There's not a man in the world with an ounce of brains which has not high-flown ideas at your age," continued Lord Frederick. "I've had them. Everybody's had them. You buy them with your first razors. People generally sicken with them just when they could make a push for themselves, and while they're getting better, youth and opportunity pass and don't come back. Seen it over and over again. Every young fool with a ginger moustache, when he first starts in public life, is going to be a patriot and do his damned thinking for himself. He might as well make his own clothes and expect society to receive him in them. By the time he's bald, he's learnt better, and he's a party man. But he's lost time in the meanwhile. You may depend upon it, a strong party man is what is wanted. The country doesn't want individuals with brains. They are mostly kicked out in the end. If you don't want to go with the crowd, don't go against it, but throw yourself into it heart and soul, and get in front of it on its own road. It's no good coming to the fore unless you have a following." "Thanks," said John again. His face was expressionless as a mask. He looked, as he lay back in his low couch, a strange mixture of feebleness and power. It was as if a strong man armed kept watch within a house tottering to its fall. He put out his muscular, powerless hand, and took up one of the telegrams. "Charlesworth is not dead yet," he said. Lord Frederick could take a hint. "His death will put the Mortons in mourning again," he remarked. "Mrs. Morton's ball is doomed. I'm sorry for the woman.
She's cumbered with much time-serving, and her ball fell through last year. This is the second time it has happened. I've been asking her young men for her. I put down your cousin of the Guards, the Apollo with the tow wig. What's his name? Tempest?
Archibald.
Yes, that would be a dangerous man if he were not such a fool. But the same placard that says he is to let says he is unfurnished, and it's poor work taking an empty house when it comes to living in it. Women know that. He's let the soda-water heiress slip through his fingers. She's going to marry young Topham. I thought Apollo seemed rather down on his luck when it was first given out, but he's consoled himself since. Apparently he has a mission to married women. He's always with Lady Verelst now. I saw him riding with her again this morning. I don't know who mounted him, but he was on the best horse I've seen this season. You're not such a fool, such a philanthropist as to lend him horses, are you?
When I can't use them myself, I have that amount of generosity.
Huh. Well, he makes good use of his opportunities to cheer up Lady Verelst. I wish you would flirt more with married women, John. You would find your account in it. I did at your age. You see, you're too eligible to go on much with girls, and that's the truth. You'd be watched. But you don't pay enough attention to women, and 3/4 of the world is made up of them. You're too much of a Puritan. But you may remember human nature is like a short-footed stocking. If you dart it up at the heel, it will come out of the toe. It's no manner of use to ignore women. People who do always come the worst croppers in the end. A flirtation with a fast married woman would peel your illusions off you like the skin off an orange. All young men believe in women, till they know them. Ha ha! If I were a rabbit, I should take a personal interest in the habits of birds of prey. I told Hemsworth something of the kind the other day, but he is bent on making a fool of himself.
He knows his own affairs best.
I fancy I know them better than he does. Miss Di is young, but she's uncommonly well aware of her own value, and she's looking higher. I should not wonder if she tried to marry you. She'll take him in 5 years' time if he's still willing, and she outstands her market. But in the meantime she keeps him dangling. I told him so, and that I admired her for it. She holds her head high, but she is a splendid creature, and no mistake. She has not that expectant, anxious look about her that you see in other girls. She's not made up. It's sterling good looks in her case. If you are interested in that quarter, you may take my word for it. It is all genuine, even to her hair. That is why her frank manner is so telling. It's of a piece with the rest. She knows how to play her cards. The old woman has taught her a thing or two.
What a knowledge you have of human nature.
I've looked about,
said Lord Frederick, rising as gently as he had sat down and pulling up his shirt-collar.
I had my eyes open pretty young, and I've kept them open ever since. Glad you're better. That black devil in tights of a poodle wants shaving as much as you did last time I saw you. No, don't rig for that melancholy valet. I'll let myself out. I dare say I shall be in again in the course of a day or two. Ta-da!
John crushed the telegram he was still holding into a hard ball as soon as his self-constituted guide, philosopher, and friend had left the room. Cynicism was not new to him. It is cheap enough to be universally appropriated by the poor in spirit, for whom generosity and tolerance are commodities too expensive to be indulged in. Our belief in human nature is a foot-rule by which we may be accurately measured ourselves. There are those in whose enlightened eyes purity herself is only a courtesan in fancy dress. John had already had many teachers, for he was a man who was being educated regardless of expense. But perhaps to no two persons did he owe so much as to Mr. Goodwin and Lord Frederick Fane. Our elders act as danger signals oftener than they know. John's room looked out across the park. His couch had been drawn near the open window, and to lie and watch the passing crowd of carriages and pedestrians was almost as much excitement as he could bear after the darkened rooms and enforced quiet of the last few weeks. John, with Linda erect on the vacant chair beside him, saw Lord Frederick's hansom, with his pale profile inside it, turn down Park Lane below his windows. Pain had burned all John's energy out of him for the time, and he had soon forgotten his annoyance in watching the people attempting to cross the thoroughfare and in counting the omnibuses that passed. It was all he was up to. It It was about 5 in the afternoon, and carriage after carriage turned into the park at the gates opposite his window. There went Lady Delmore with her brand-new daughter, a sweet wild rose from the country that must be perfected by London smuts and gaslight. John pointed her out to Lindo, but he only yawned and looked the other way. There was Mrs. Barker walking with her husband. Those 2 white parasols he had danced with somewhere, but he could not put a name to them. Neither could Lindo when asked. Another red omnibus. This was the 10th red one within the last half-hour. Royalty went flashing by, bowing and bowed to. John obliged Lindo, whom he suspected of democratic tendencies, to make a bow also. He hoped his nurse would not come in and send him back to bed yet. It was really very interesting watching the passers-by. Was that? No, it was not. Yes, it was Lady Verelst with red parasol and husband to match, in the Victoria with the greys. There was actually Duchess, his old polo pony, whom he had not seen since he sold her 3 years ago, looking as spry as ever. John craned his neck to see the last of the bobtail of his old favourite whisk round the corner. A moment later, Mrs. Courtenay and Di, erect and fair beside her, spun past in the opposite direction. Before he had time to realize that he had seen her, almost before he had recognized her, the momentary glimpse struck him like a blow. His head swam, his heart, so languid the moment before, leapt up and struggled like a maddened, caged animal. She had passed some time before he was conscious of anything but the one fact that he had seen her. He stumbled to his feet and walked unsteadily across the room, clutching at the furniture. He seemed to have left his legs behind. "What am I doing?" he said to himself half aloud, holding on to and swaying against a table. "What has happened? Why did I get up?" He dragged himself back to his couch again and sank down, exhausted. The excursion had been too much for him. He had not walked so far before. He was bewildered. Through the open window came the jingle and the clip-clop and the hum. Another red omnibus passed. But there was a loud knocking at the door of John's heart that deafened him to all beside. The peremptory knocking, as of one armed with a claim, who stood without and would not be denied. End of Volume 1, Chapter 13. End of Volume 1. Volume 2, Chapter 1 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 1. The fact is, I have never loved anyone well enough to put myself into a noose for them. It is a noose, you know. George Eliot. It was the middle of July. The season had reached the climax which precedes a collapse. The heat was intense. The pace had been too great to last. The rich sane were already on their way to Scotch moor or Norwegian river. The rich insane and the poor remained, and people with daughters, assiduously entertaining the dwindling numbers of the uncertain, coy, and hard-to-please jeunesse dorée of the present day. There were some great weddings fixed for the end of July, proving that marriage was not extinct. Prospective weddings which, like iron rivets, held the crumbling fabric of the season together. If the unusual heat had driven away half the world, still the greater part of the little world mentioned in these pages remained. Not quite all, for Sir Henry and Lady Verelst had departed rather suddenly for Norway, and Lord Frederick was drinking the water at Homburg or Aix, and thriving on a beverage which never passed his lips without admixture in his own country, except in connection with the toothbrush. But John and his aunt Miss Fane were still in the large cool house in Park Lane. Lord Hemsworth was still baking himself, for no apparent reason, in his rooms over his club. Mrs. Courtenay and Di were still in town, because they could not afford to go until their country visits began. "Oh, Granny," said Di one afternoon as they sat together in the darkened drawing-room, "let us cut everything. Do be ill, and let me write round to say we've been obliged to leave town." Mrs. Courtenay shook her head. "We can't go till we have somewhere to go to, and we are not due at Archie till the 1st of August.
Could we not afford a week, just 1 week, of the sea first?"
"No, Di," said Mrs. Courtenay. "I have thought it over. Only the rich can have their cake and eat it. We had a Victoria for a fortnight in June. That meant no seaside this year." There was a pause.
"I wish I were married," said Di, looking affectionately at Mrs. Courtenay's pale face. "I wish I had a rich, kind husband. I would not mind if he parted his hair down the middle, or even if he came down to breakfast in slippers, if only he would give me everything I wanted. And he should stay up in London, and we would run down to the seaside together, G, first class. I'm not sure I should not take a coupe for you. And you should go out on the sands in the donkey chairs that your soul loves, and have ice on the butter and cream in the tea. And in the evening we would sit on the first-floor balcony, no more second floors if I were rich, and watch a cool moon rising over a cool sea. I wish moonlight on the sea were not so expensive. The beauties of nature are very dear, Granny. Sunsets cost money nowadays."
"Everything costs money," said Mrs. Courtenay. Di was silent a little while. It was too hot to talk except at intervals.
"I don't think I mind being poor," she said at last. "For myself, I mean. I've looked at being poor in the face, and it is not half so bad as rich people seem to think. I mean our kind of poorness. Of course, not the poverty of nothing a year and 10 children to educate who ought never to have been born. But some people think that the kind of means, like ours, which narrow down pleasures and check one at every turn and want a sharp tug to meet at the end of the year, are a dreadful misfortune. Really, I don't see it. Of course it is annoying being less well off than any of our friends, and now I come to think of it, all the people we know are richer than ourselves. I wonder how it happens. But there is something rather interesting after all in combating small means. Look at that screen I made you last year, and think of the gnawing envy it has awakened in the hearts of friends. It was a clothes horse once, but genius was brought to bear upon it. It is a very imposing object now. And then my dear Emersons, all 11 of them. I don't think I could have valued them so much, or have been so furious with Jane for spilling water on one of them, if they had not emerged one by one out of my glove and shoe money."
"Oh, my dear, poverty does not matter. Nothing matters while you are young and strong. But it presses hard when one is growing old. Money eases everything."
"I feel that, and sometimes when I see you working a sovereign out of the neck of that horrid little wooden jug in the writing-table drawer, I simply long for money for your sake, that you may never be worried about it any more. Sometimes I should like it for the sake of all the lovely places in the world that other people go to, people who only remember the table d'hôte dinners when they come back, and the books that I cannot afford, and the pictures that seem my very own, only they belong to someone else, and the kind things one could do to poor people who could not return them, which rich people don't seem to think of. Rich people's kindnesses are always so expensive. Yes, I long for money sometimes, but all the time I know I don't really care about it. There seems to be no pleasure in having anything if there's no difficulty in getting it. I'd rather marry a poor man with brains, do my best with his small income and help him up, than spend a rich man's money. Anyone could do that. I fear I shall never take you to the seaside, my own G, or send you prepaid hampers of hothouse flowers or game, after Mr. Dye's battues, for I am certain Providence intends me to be a poor man's wife, if I enter the holy estate at all, because I should make such a good one."
"You would make a good wife, Di,
but I sometimes think you will never marry,"
said Mrs. Courtenay sadly. She felt the heat.
"Well, Granny, I won't say I feel sure I shall never marry, because all girls say that, and it generally means nothing. But still, that is what I feel without saying it. Do you remember poor old Aunt Bell when she was dying, and how nothing pleased her, and how she said at last, 'I want, I don't know what I want'? Well, when I come to think of it, I really don't know what I want. I know what I don't want. I don't want a kind, indulgent husband and a large income and good horses and pretty little frilled children with their mother's eyes that one shows to people and is proud of. It's all very nice.
I'm glad when I see other people happy like that. I should like to see you pleased. But for myself, really, I think I should find them rather in the way. I dare say I might make a good wife, as you say. I believe I could be rather a cheerful companion, and affectionate if it was not exacted of me. But somehow all that does not hit the mark. The men who have cared for me have never seemed to like me for myself, or to understand the something behind the chatter and the fun which is the real part of me, which, if I married one of them, would never be brought into play, and would die of starvation. The only kind of marriage I've ever had a chance of seems to me like a sort of suicide. Seems as if it would be one's best self that would be killed, while the other self, the well-dressed, society-loving, ball-going, easy-going self, would be all that was left of me, and would dance upon my grave. Mrs. Courtenay was silent. She never ridiculed any thought, however crude and young, if it were genuine. She was one of the few people who knew whether Di was in fun or in earnest, and she knew she was in earnest now. "There are such things as happy marriages," she said. "Yes, Granny, but I think it is the happy marriages I see which makes me afraid of marrying. I know it is foolish to expect to meet with anything better than the ordinary happy marriage, and one ought to be thankful if one met with that, for half the world does not. But when I see what is called a happy marriage, I always think, is that all? Somebody who believes everything I do is right, however silly it is, and knows how many lumps of sugar I take in my tea, like Arnold and Lily. People point at that marriage as such a model because they've been married 2 years and are still as silly as they were. But whenever I stay with them, and she talks nonsense, and he thinks it is all the wisdom of Solomon, and she gives him a blotting pad, and he gives her a fan, and they look at each other, and then run races in the garden, and each waits for the other, and they come in hand as if they had done something clever. Whenever I behold these things, it all seems to me a sort of game that I should be ashamed to play at, and I feel, if that is all, at least all I ought to expect, that it is a kind of happiness I don't care to have. Must love be always a sort of pretence, Granny, and such a blind, silly, unreasoning feeling when it does exist? If ever I fall in love, shall I set up an assortment of lamentable, ludicrous illusions about some commonplace young man, as Lily does about that pink Arnold? Can't love be real, like hate? Can't people ever look at each other and see each other as they are, and love each other for what they are? The Lilies and the Arnolds would not marry if they saw each other as they are, my dear, and they would miss a great deal of happiness in consequence. There would be very few marriages if there were no illusions. Di was silent. Mrs. Courtenay stitched a resolution into her lace-work concerning a man whom no one could call commonplace, and presently spoke again. "You are confusing being in love with love itself," she said. "The one is common to vulgarity, the other rare, at least between men and women. It is the best thing life has to offer. But I have noticed that those who believe in it, and hope for it, and refuse the commoner love for it, generally, remain unmarried. And now, my dear, send down Evans with my black lace mantilla and my new bonnet, for Mrs. Darcy said she would lend us her carriage for the afternoon, and it comes at 5. Put on a white gown and make yourself look cool. I must call on Miss Fane, and afterwards we will go down and see the pony races at Hurlingham. Lord Hemsworth sent us tickets for to-day. He's riding, I think." End of Volume 2, Chapter 1. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 2. The little waves make the large ones, and are of the same pattern. George Eliot. John was dragging himself feebly across the hall to the smoking-room, after a dutiful cup of tea with his aunt, who was prostrate with a headache, when the door-bell rang, and he saw the champing profiles of a pair of horses through one of the windows. Following his masculine instincts, he hurried across the hall with all the celerity he could muster, and had just got safe under cover when the footman answered the bell.
His ear caught the name of Mrs. Courtenay through the open door of the smoking-room, and presently, though he knew Miss Fane did not consider herself well enough to be able to see visitors, there was a slow rustling across the hall and up the stairs, accompanied by a light, firm footfall that could hardly belong to James, whose elephantine rush had so often disturbed him when he was ill. As James came down again, John looked out of the smoking-room door. "Who is with Miss Fane?"
Mrs. Courtenay, sir."
"Anyone else?"
"No, sir. Miss Fane could only see Mrs. Courtenay. Mr Tempest has come with her, is in the gold drawing-room."
John shut the smoking-room door and went and looked out of the window. It was not a cheerful prospect, but that did not matter much, as he happened to be looking at it without seeing it. Lindo got up on a chair and looked solemnly out too, rolling the whites of his eyes occasionally as his master from under his bushy brows, and yawning long tongue-curling yawns of sheer ennui. The cowls on the chimney-pots twirled. The dead plants on the leads were still dead. The cook's canary was going up and down on its two perches like a machine. John reflected that it was rather a waste of canary power, but perhaps there was nothing to hold back for it in its bachelor existence. It would stand still enough presently when it was stuffed. Could he get upstairs by himself? That was the question. He could come down, but that was not of much interest to him just now. Could he get up again? Only the first floor, shallow stairs, sit down halfway. Awkward to be found sitting there, certainly. One thing was certain, that he was not going to be conveyed up in Marshall's solemn embrace as heretofore. John reflected that he must begin to walk by himself sometime. Why not now? Very slowly, of course. Why not now? It certainly was slow, but the stairs were shallow. There were balusters. It was done at last. If that alpine summit, the upper mat, was finally reached on hands and knees, who was the wiser? John was breathless but triumphant. His hands were a trifle black, but what of that? The door of the gold drawing-room was open. It was a historic room, the decoration of which had been left untouched since the days when the witty Mrs. Tempest, whom Gainsborough painted, held her salon there. It was a long, pillared room. Curtains of some old-fashioned pale gold brocade, not made now, hung from the white pillars and windows. The gold-coloured walls were closely lined with dim pictures from the ceiling to the old Venetian leather of the dado. Tall, gilt Eastern figures, life-size, meant to hold lamps, stood here and there, raising their empty hands, hideous, but peculiar to the room, with its bygone stately taste, and stiff white and gilt chairs and settees. John drew aside the curtain, and then hesitated. A family of tall white lilies in pots were gathered together in one of the further windows. Di was standing by them, turned towards him, but without perceiving him. She had evidently introduced herself to the lilies as a friend of the family, and was touching the heads of those nearest to her, very gently, very tenderly, with one finger. She stood in the full light like some tall, splendid lily herself, against the golden background. John drew in his breath. It was his house. They were his lilies. The empty setting which seemed to claim her for its own, to group itself so naturally around her, was all his. There was a tremor of prophecy in the air. His brain seemed to turn slowly round in his head. He had come upstairs too quickly. His hand clutched the curtain. He felt momentarily incapable of stirring or speaking. The old physical pain, which only loosed him at intervals, tightened its thongs. But he dreaded to see her look up and find him watching her. He went forward and held out his hand in silence. Di looked up, and her expression changed instantly. A lovely colour came into her face, and her eyes shone. She advanced quickly towards him. "Oh, John," she said, "is it really you? I was afraid we should not see you before we left town. But you ought not to stand." John's complexion was passing from white to ashen grey to pale green. "Sit down." She held both his passive hands in hers. She would not for worlds have let him see that she thought he was going to faint. "This is a nice chair by the window," drawing him gently to it. "I was just admiring your lilies. You will let me ring for a cup of tea, I know. I'm so thirsty." It was done in a moment, and she was back again beside him, only a voice now, a voice among the lilies, which appeared and disappeared at intervals. One tall, furled lily head came and went with astonishing celerity, and the voice spoke gently and cheerfully from time to time. It was like a wonderful dream in a golden dusk. And then there was a little clink and clatter, and a cup of tea suddenly appeared close to him out of the darkness. And there was Di's voice again, and a momentary glimpse of Di's earnest eyes, which did not match her tranquil, unconcerned voice. He drank the tea mechanically without troubling to hold the cup, which seemed to take the initiative with a precision and an independence of support which would have surprised him at any other time. The tea, what little there was of it, was the nastiest he had ever tasted. It might have been made in a brandy bottle. But it certainly cleared the air. Gradually the room came back, the light came back. He came back himself. It was all hardly credible. There was Di sitting opposite him, evidently quite unaware that he had been momentarily overcome, and assiduously engaged in pouring out another cup of tea. She had taken off her gloves, and he watched her cool, slender hands give herself a lump of sugar. Only one small lump, John observed. He must remember that. Then she filled up the teapot from the little gurgling silver kettle. What forethought! Wonderful! And yet apparently also natural. She seemed to do it as a matter of course. He ought to be helping her, but somehow he was not. Would she take bread and butter, or one of those little round things? She took a piece of bread and butter. Perhaps it would be as well to listen to what she was saying. He lost the first part of the sentence because she began to stir her tea at the moment, and he could not attend to two things at once. But presently he heard her say, "Mrs. Courtenay thinks young people ought not to mind missing tea altogether. But I do mind, don't you? I think it is the pleasantest meal in the day." John cautiously assented that it was. He felt that he must be very careful, or a slight dizziness which was now rapidly passing off might be noticed. Di went on talking unconcernedly, bending her burnished golden head in its little white bonnet over the teacups. She seemed to take a great interest in the tea things and the date of the apostle spoons. Presently she looked at him again, and a relieved smile came into her face. "Are you ready for another cup?" she said, and it was not a dream any longer, but all quite real and true, and he was real too. "No, thanks," said John, taking his cup with extreme deliberation from a table at his elbow, where he supposed he had set it down. "There is something wrong about the tea, I think. Do send yours away and have some more. It has a very odd taste." "Has it?" said Di, meeting his eye firmly, but with an effort. "I don't notice it. On the contrary, I think it is rather good. Try another cup." "Perhaps the water did not boil," suggested John feebly, reflecting that his temporary indisposition might have been the cause of his dislike, but anxious to conceal the fact. "That is a direct reflection on my tea-making," said Di. "You had better be more careful what you say." And she quickly pushed a stumpy little liqueur bottle behind the silver tea-caddy. "I beg pardon, and ask humbly for another cup," said John, smiling. The pain had left him again, as it generally did after he had remained quiet for a time, and in the relief from it he had a vague impression that the present moment was too good to last. He did not know that it was usual to wash out a cup so carefully as Di did his, but she seemed to think it the right thing, and she probably knew. Anyhow, the second cup was capital. John was not allowed to drink tea. The doctors who were knitting firmly together again the slender threads that had so far bound him to this world believed he was imbibing an emulsion of something rather strengthening and nauseous at that moment. "Oh, there is a tea-cake," said Di, discovering another dish behind the kettle. "Why did I not see it before?" "It is not too late, I hope," said John anxiously. The stupidity of James in putting a tea-cake, which might have been preferred to bread and butter, out of sight behind an opaque kettle, caused him profound annoyance. But Di could not take a personal interest in the tea-cake. She looked back at the lilies. "Don't you long to be in the country?" she said. "I find myself dreaming about green fields and flowers gratis.
I have not seen a country lane since Easter, and then it rained all the time. It is 3 years since I have found a hedge-sparrow's nest with eggs in it. Don't you long to get away?" "I long to get back to Overleigh," said John. "I went there for a few days in the spring on my return from Russia. The place was looking lovely, but," he added as it were a matter of course, "naturally Overleigh always looks beautiful to me." Di did not answer. "You know the wood below the house," he went on. "When I saw it last, all the rhododendrons were out." "I have never seen Overleigh," said Di, looking at the lilies again and trying to speak unconcernedly. She knew Lord Hemsworth's tiresome old border castle. She visited at many historic houses. She and Mrs. Courtenay were going to some sort shortly. But her own family place, the one house of all others in the whole world which she would have cared to see, she had never seen. She had often heard about it from acquaintances, had looked wistfully at drawings of it in illustrated magazines, had questioned Mrs. Courtenay and Archie about it, had wandered in imagination in its long gallery and down the lichened steps from the postern in the wall that every artist vignetted to the stone-flagged Italian gardens below. But with her bodily eyes she had never beheld it, and the longing returned at intervals. It had returned now. "Will you come and see it?" said John, looking away from her. It seemed to him that he was playing a game in which he had staked heavily against someone who had staked nothing, who was not even conscious of playing, and might inadvertently knock over the board at any moment. He felt as if he had noiselessly pushed forward his piece, and as if everything depended on the withdrawal of his hand from it unobserved. "I have wished to see Overleigh from a child," said Di, flushing a little. "Think what you feel about it, and my father, and our grandfather. Well, I am a Tempest too." John was vaguely relieved. He glanced from her to the Gainsborough in the feathered hat that hung behind her. There was just a touch of resemblance under the unlikeness, a look in the pose of the head, in its curled and powdered wig, that had reminded him of Di before. It reminded him of her more than ever now. "Archie has been to Overleigh so constantly that I had not realized you had never seen it," said John. "But I suppose you were not grown up in those days, and since you grew up I have been abroad." "Shall you go abroad again?" "No, I've given up my secretaryship. I've come back to England for good." "I'm glad of that." "I've been away too long as it is." "Yes," said Di, "I've often thought so." "Why?" There was a pause. "We are not represented," said Di proudly. She was speaking to one of her own family, and consequently she was not careful to choose her words. She had evidently no fear of being misunderstood by John. "We have always taken a place," she went on, "not a particularly high one, but one of some kind. There was Mr Tempest, the Cavalier General, and John, who was with Charles of Bourbon at the sacking of Rome, and there were judges and admirals. Not that that is much when one looks at other families, the Cecils, for instance, but still they were always among the men of the day. And then our great-grandfather, who lies in Westminster Abbey, really was a great man. I was reading his life over again the other day. I suppose his son only passed muster because he was his son, and owing to his wife's ability. She amused old George the Fourth, and made herself a power, and pushed her husband." "My father never did anything," said John. "No, I've always heard he has brains, but that he let things go because he was unhappy. Just the reason for holding on to them all the tighter, I should have thought. Wouldn't you?" "Not with some people. Some people can't do anything if there is no one to be glad when they have done it. I partly understand the feeling." "I don't," said Di. "I mean, I do, but I understand giving in to it, and letting a little bit of personal unhappiness, which will die with one, prevent one's being a good useful link in a chain. One owes that to the chain." "Yes," said John. "And yet I know he had a very strong feeling of responsibility from what he said to me on his deathbed. I've often thought about him since, and tried to piece together all the little fragments I can remember of him. But I think there is no one I could understand less than my own father. He seemed a hard, cold man, and yet that face is neither hard nor cold." John pointed to a picture behind her, and Di rose and turned to look at it. It was an interesting, refined face, destitute of any kind of good looks, except those of high breeding. The eyes had a certain thoughtful challenge in them. The lips were thin and firm. Both gazed in silence for a moment. "He looks as if he might have been one of those quiet, equable people who may be pushed into a corner," said Di, "and then become rather dangerous. I can imagine his being a harsh man, and an unforgiving one if life went wrong." "I'm afraid he did become that," said John. "As he could not find room for forgiveness, there was naturally no room for happiness either." "Was there someone whom he could not forgive?" asked Di, turning her keen glance upon him. She evidently knew nothing of the feud of the last generation. At this moment the rush of James the elephant-footed was heard, and he announced that Mrs. Courtenay was getting into the carriage and had sent for Miss Tempest. "Good-bye," said Di cordially, gathering up her gloves and parasol. "Go to Overleigh and get strong, and you will have so many other things to think of. Try not to forget about asking us." "I will remember," said John, as if he would make a point of burdening his memory. He was holding aside the curtain for her to pass. "You see," said Di, looking back, "when we are on the move we can do things, but once we get back to London we cannot go north again till next year. We can't afford it." "I will be sure to remember," said John again. He was a little crestfallen and yet relieved that she should think he might forget. He felt that he could trust his memory. She smiled gratefully and was gone. She had forgotten to shake hands with him. He knew she had not been aware of the omission. She had been thinking of something else at the moment. But it remained a grievous fact all the same. He walked back absently into the drawing-room and stopped opposite the tea-table. "Vinegar," he said to himself. "What can James have been about? I draw the line at vinegar at 5 o'clock. I hope she didn't see it." He took out the glass stopper. "Not vinegar, no. There is but one name for that familiar, that searching smell." "It's brandy," said John aloud, speaking to himself, while the past unrolled itself like a map before his eyes. "Yes, look at it. Would you like to smell it again? There's no need to be so surprised. You had some of it not 10 minutes ago, you poor deluded, blinded, bandaged idiot." "Whom do you think I have seen?" said Di, as they drove away. Mrs. Courtenay made no attempt to guess, which was the more remarkable because, when Miss Fane had ordered a cup of tea for Di, James had volunteered the information that he had already taken tea to Mr. and Miss Tempest. "Whom but John himself?" continued Di. "I thought he was still invisible." "I'm sure he ought to be. I never saw anyone look so ill. We had tea together. I really thought you were never going away at all, but I was glad he was such a long time, because it was so pleasant seeing him again. I like John, don't you? I have liked him from the first." "He is a sensible man, but I prefer people with easier manners myself." "He is more than sensible, I think." "We shall be too late for the pony races," said Mrs. Courtenay. "It is nearly 6 now, and I told Lord Hemsworth we would be at the entrance at 5:30. "He will survive it," said Di, archly. "And, Granny, John is going to ask us to Overleigh. I told him I had never seen it." "Good gracious!" exclaimed Mrs. Courtenay, and there was no doubt about her interest this time. "You did not suggest our going, did you?" "I'm not sure I did not," said Di, unfurling her parasol. "Look, Granny, there is Mrs. Buller nodding to you, and you won't look at her. Yes, I rather think I did. I can't remember exactly what I said, but he promised he would not forget, and I told him we could only come when we were on the move. I impressed that upon him." "Really, Di," said Mrs. Courtenay with asperity, "I wish you would prevent your parasol catching in my bonnet and not offer visits without consulting me. It would have been quite time enough to have gone when he had asked us." "He might not have asked us." Mrs. Courtenay, who had seen a good deal of John in the weeks that preceded his accident, was perhaps of a different opinion, but she did not express it. Neither did she mention her own previously fixed intention of going to Overleigh somehow or other during the course of her summer visits. "What is the use of near relations," continued Di, "if you can't tell them anything of that kind? I believe John will be quite pleased to have us now that he knows we wish to come. If If only he remembers. Come, Granny, if I take you to Archie to please you, you ought to take me to Overleigh to please me. That's fair now, isn't it?"
"It may be extremely inconvenient," said Mrs. Courtenay, still ruffled, "and I had rheumatism last time I was there."
"Think what rheumatism you always have at Archie, which sits up to its knees in mist every night in the middle of its moat, and yet you would insist on going again. There's that nice Mr. Sinclair taking off his hat. Won't you recognise him? You thought him so improved, you said, since his elder brother's death."
"My dear," said Mrs. Courtenay, "I am not so perpetually on the lookout for young men as you appear to be. All the same, you may put up my parasol, for I can see nothing but the sun in my eyes." End of Volume 2, Chapter 2. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 3. The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on, nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Omar Khayyam. What thou doest, do quickly, has been advice which, in its melancholy sarcasm, has been followed for 1800 years, when any special evil has been afoot in the dark. And yet surely the words apply still more urgently when the doing that is premeditated is good. What thou doest, do quickly. For even while we speak, those to whom we feel tenderly grow old and grey, and slip beyond the reach of human comfort. Even while we dream of love, those whom we love are parted from us in an early hour when we think not, without so much as a rose to take with them, out of the garden of roses that were planted and fostered for them alone. And even while we tardily forgive our friends, lo, the page is turned, and we see that there was no injury, as now there is no compensation for our lack of trust. Colonel Tempest acted with promptitude, but though he was as expeditious as he knew how to be, that was not saying much. His continual dread was that others might be beforehand with him. He had at this time a dream that recurred, or seemed to recur, over and over again, that he was running blindly at night, and that unknown adversaries were coming swiftly up behind him, were breathing close, and passing him in the darkness unseen but felt. It haunted him in the daytime like a reality. Superstition would not be superstition if it were amenable to reason. Punishment hung over him like a sword in mid-air, might fall at any moment. What form of punishment it would be hard to say, something evil to himself. If he struck down another, might not the Almighty strike him down? It seemed to him that God's hand was raised. Sin no more. Wipe it out, obliterate it, expiate it, quick, quick. He set to work in feverish haste to find out Larkin, but although he had a certain knowledge of how to approach gentlemen of Swain's class, he could not at first unearth Larkin. The habitation of the wren is not more secluded than that of some of our fellow creatures. Colonel Tempest went very quietly to work. He never went near the address given him. He wrote anonymous letters repeatedly, suggesting a personal interview which would be found greatly to Mr. Larkin's advantage. Mr. Larkin, however, appeared to take a different view of his own advantage. It was in vain that Colonel Tempest said he should be walking on the Thames Embankment the following evening, and we found at a given point at a certain hour. No one found him there, or at any of the other places he mentioned. He took a great deal of unnecessary exercise, or what appeared to be at the time. Still he persisted. While the quarry remained in London, the hunter would probably remain there also. John had not gone yet. Colonel Tempest went on every few days making appointments for meeting, and keeping them rigorously himself. A fortnight passed. Larkin made no sign. At last Colonel Tempest heard that John was leaving town. He went to see him, and came away heavy at heart. John was out, and the servant informed them that Mr. Tempest was going to Overleigh the following morning. Colonel Tempest had a presentiment that a stone would be dropped between the points of the Great Northern. The train would come to grief somehow.
It would all happen in a moment. There would be one fierce thrust in the dark which he should not be able to parry. And if John got safe to Overleigh, he would be followed there. The shooting season was coming on, and someone would load for him, and there would be an accident. Colonel Tempest went back to his rooms in Brook Street and stared at the carpet. He did not know how long it was before he caught sight of a batch of letters on the table. He looked carelessly at them. The uppermost was from his tailor. The address of the next was written in printed letters. He knew in an instant that it was from Larkin, without the further confirmation of the heavy seal with its shilling impression. His hand shook so much that he opened it with difficulty. The sheet contained a somewhat guarded communication, also written in laboriously printed capitals. Yours of the 14th to hand. All right. Place and time you say. L. The writer had been so very desirous to avoid publicity that he had even taken the trouble to tear off the left inner side of the envelope on which the maker's name is printed. That significant precaution gave Colonel Tempest a sickening qualm. It suggested networks of other precautions in the background, snares which he might not perceive till too late, subtleties for which he was no match. He began to feel that it was physically impossible for him to meet this man, that he must get out of the interview at any cost. The maddening sense of being lured into a trap came upon him, and he flung in the opposite direction. But the facts came and looked him in the face. He seldom allowed them to do so, but they did it now in spite of him. Eyes that have been once avoided are ever after difficult to meet. Nevertheless, he had to meet them. The cold, inexorable eyes of facts come up to the surface of his mind to have justice done them, grimy but redoubtable, like miners on strike. Cost what it might, he saw that he must capitulate, that he must take this, his one, his last chance, or, hateful alternative, take instead the consequences of neglecting it. He went over the old well-worn ground once again. Detection was impossible. That nightmare of a murder, and of a voice that cried aloud while all the world stood still to hear, "Thou art the man," was only a nightmare after all. And this was the best way, the only way, to get rid of it. He tried to recall the time and place of meeting, but it was gone from him. There had been so many. No, he had scrawled it down on the fly-leaf of his pocket-book. 6 o'clock. It was nearly 5 now. He had the money in readiness for the last fortnight. He had drawn 1,000 of the 10 which John had placed to his credit. He got out the 10 crisp £100 notes and put them carefully into his breast-pocket. Then he sat down and waited. When the half-hour chimed, he went out. There is a straight and quiet path behind Kensington Palace which the lovers and nursery-maids of Kensington Gardens frequent but little. A line of low-growing knotted trees separates it from the broad walk at a little distance. A hedge and fence on the other side divides the gardens from a strip of meadow not yet covered by buildings. The public esteem this particular walk but lightly. Invalids in bath chairs toil down it sometimes. Nurses with grown-up children, who are children still, go there occasionally, where the uncouth gambols and vacant bearded laugh of 45 will not attract attention. But as a rule it is deserted. Colonel Tempest had it almost to himself for the first 10 minutes, except for a covey of little boys who fought and clambered and jumped on some stacked timber at one end. He had not chosen the place without forethought. It would be presumed that he would have a large sum of money with him, and he had taken care on each occasion to select a rendezvous where foul play would not be possible. He was within reach of numbers of persons merely by raising his voice. An old man on the arm of a young one passed him slowly, absorbed in earnest conversation. A girl in mourning sat down on one of the benches. There was privacy enough for business, and not too much for safety. Colonel Tempest paced up and down, giving each face that passed a furtive glance. He did not know what to expect. The 3/4 struck. The girl got up and turned away. A stout, shabby-looking man, whose approach Colonel Tempest had not noticed, was sitting on one of the benches under a gnarled yew, staring vacantly in front of him. The old man and the young one were coming down the walk again.
a check suit with 6 depressed, amber-eyed dachshunds in a leash passed among the trees. A few more turns. The clock began to strike 6. Colonel Tempest's pulse quickened. As he turned once more at the end of the walk, he could see that the hunched-up figure with the hat over the eyes was still sitting under the yew at the further end. He walked slowly towards it. How should they recognize each other? Who would speak first? A quietly dressed man, walking rapidly in the opposite direction, touched his hat respectfully as he passed him. Colonel Tempest recognized John's valet, and slackened his pace, for he was approaching the bench under the yew tree, and he did not care to be addressed while anyone was within earshot. He was opposite now, and he looked hard at the occupant. The latter stared vacantly, if not sleepily, back at him, and made no sign. "He's shamming," said Colonel Tempest to himself, "or else he's not sure of me." And he took yet another turn. The man had moved a little when he came towards him. He was leaning back in the corner of the bench, with his head on his chest and his legs stretched out. An elderly lady with curls and an umbrella clutched like a defensive weapon was passing him with evident distrust, calling to her side a fleecy little toy dog, which seemed to have left its stand and wheels at home, and to be rather at a loss without them. Colonel Tempest looked hard a second time at the figure on the bench when he came opposite him, and then stopped short. The man was sleeping the sleep of the just, or, to speak more correctly, of the just inebriated. His underlip was thrust out. He breathed stertorously. If it was a sham, it was very well done. Colonel Tempest stood a moment in perplexity, looking fixedly at him. Should he wake him? Was he perhaps waiting to be waked? Was he really asleep? He half put out his hand. "I think, sir," said a respectful voice behind him. "Begging your pardon, sir, the party is very intoxicated. Sometimes it woke suddenly, they're vicious." Colonel Tempest wheeled round. It was Marshall, John's valet, who had spoken to him, and who was now regarding the slumbering rough with the resigned melancholy of an undertaker. The quarter struck. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, sir," said Marshall after a pause, in which Colonel Tempest wondered why he did not go. And then at last Colonel Tempest understood. He put his hand feebly to his head. "Oh, my God!" he said below his breath, and was silent. Marshall cleared his throat. There are situations in which, as Johnson has observed respecting the routine of married life, little can be said, but much must be done. The slumbering backslider slid a little further back in his seat, and gurgled something very low down about "jolly good fellows," until his voice suddenly going upstairs in the middle, he added in a high quaver, "Daylight does appear." The musical outburst recalled Colonel Tempest somewhat to himself. He turned his eyes carefully away from Marshall after that first long look of mutual understanding. The man's apparent respectability, his smooth-shaved face and quiet dress, from his well-brushed hat and black silk cravat to the dark dogskin glove that held his irreproachable umbrella, set Colonel Tempest's teeth on edge. He had not known what to expect, but this! In a flash of memory he recalled the several occasions on which he had seen Marshall in attendance on John, his attentive manner and noiseless tread. Once, before John could move, he had seen Marshall lift him carefully into a more upright position. The remembrance of that helpless figure in Marshall's arms came back to him with a shudder that could not be repressed. Marshall, whose expressionless face had undergone no change whatever, cleared his throat again and looked at his watch. "Begging your pardon, sir," he said. "It's nearly 6:30, and Mr Tempest dines early tonight." "Did you receive my other letters?" said Colonel Tempest, pulling himself together and beginning to walk slowly down the path. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry to have put you to the inconvenience of going to so many places, especially as I saw for myself how regularly you turned up at them. But I wanted to make sure you were in earnest before I showed. My character is my livelihood, sir. There was a time when I was in trouble and got into Mr Johnson's hands, but before that I had been in service in high families, very high, sir. Mr Tempest took me on the recommendation of the Earl of Carmion. I was with him 2 years. "Mr Johnson," said Colonel Tempest, stopping short and turning a shade whiter than he had been before.
By God, I didn't know anything about a Mr. Johnson. What do you mean?"
The two men eyed each other as if each suspected treachery.
"Did you write this?"
said Marshall, producing Colonel Tempest's last letter.
"Yes."
"Oh, then it's all right,"
said Marshall, who had forgotten the "sir."
"He had a sight of names. Johnson he was when he found I took up your bet. But I wrote to him, I remember, at one place as Crosby."
Colonel Tempest recalled the curate's mention of Swain under the name of Crosby.
"Swain or Crosby or Johnson, it's all one," he said hastily. "I want a certain bit of paper you have in your possession, and I have 10 Bank of England notes of 100 each in my pocket now to give you in exchange. I suppose we understand each other? Have you got it on you?"
"Yes."
"Produce it." "Show up the notes, then."
Unnoticed by either, the manner of both, as between gentleman and servant, had merged into that of perfect equality. Love is not the only leveller of disparities of rank and position. They were walking together side by side. There was not a soul in sight. Each cautiously showed what he had brought. The dirty half-sheet of common note-paper with Colonel Tempest's signature seemed hardly worth the crisp notes, each one of which Colonel Tempest turned slowly over.
10, said Marshall. "All right."
"Stop," said Colonel Tempest hoarsely, the date on the ragged sheet he had just seen suggesting a new idea.
"You're too young. You're not 35. By God, it's nearly 16 years ago. You weren't in it. You couldn't have been in it. How did you come by that? Whom did you have it from?" "From one who'll tell no tales," returned Marshall. "He was sick of it. He'd tried twice, and he was near his end, and I took it off him just before he died."
"Did he die?" said Colonel Tempest. "I'm not so sure of that."
"I am," said the man. "I'd never had nothing to do with the business."
"How long have you been with Mr. Tempest?"
"Matter of 3 months. He engaged me when he came back from Russia in the spring."
"You will leave at once. That, of course, is understood."
"Yes. I will give warning tonight if—"
and the man glanced at the packet in Colonel Tempest's hand. Without another word they exchanged papers. Colonel Tempest did not tear the document that had cost him so much into 1,000 pieces. He looked at it, recognized that it was genuine, put it in his pocket, and buttoned his coat over it. Then he got out a notebook and pencil. "And now," he said, "the others. How am I going to get at them?" The man stared.
"The others?" he repeated. "What others?"
"You were one," said Colonel Tempest. "Now about the rest. I mean to pay them all off. There were 10 in it. Where are the 9? Marshall stood stock still, as if he were realizing something unperceived till now. Then he shook his fist.
"That Johnson lied to me. I might have known. He took me in from first to last. I never thought that I was the only one. After all I've spent and the work I've been put to, when I might just as well have let one of the others risk it. He never acted square, damn him."
Colonel Tempest looked at him horror-struck. The man's anger was genuine.
"Do you mean to say you don't know?" he said in a harsh whisper, all that was left of his voice. "Swain? Johnson? Said you did? On his deathbed he said so."
"No," retorted the man, his expressionless face having some meaning in it at last.
"Do you suppose if I'd known, I'd have— That's been the line he has gone on from the first, you may depend on it. He has let each one think he was alone at the job to bring it round quicker. A double-tongued, double-dealing devil. Each of them others is working for himself now, single-handed. I wonder they haven't brought it off before. Why, that fire! We was both nearly done for that night. I slept just above him, and it was precious near. If he'd not run up himself and woke me, that fire—"
Marshall stopped short. His mouth fell ajar. His mind was gradually putting 2 and 2 together. There was no horror in his face, only a malignant sense of having been duped.
"By God," he said fiercely, "I see it all."
A cold hand seemed to be laid on Colonel Tempest's heart, to press closer and closer. The sweat burst from his brow. Swain had been an economizer of truth to the last. He had deliberately lied, even on his deathbed, in order to thrust away the distasteful subject to which Colonel Tempest had so pertinaciously nailed him. The two men stood staring at each other. A governess and 3 little girls, evidently out for a stroll after tea, were coming towards them. The sight of the 4 advancing figures seemed to shake the 2 men back in a moment, with a gasp, to their former relations. Marshall drew himself up and touched his hat. "Ought to be going, sir," he said, almost in his usual ordered tones. "Mr Tempest dines early tonight." Colonel Tempest nodded. He had forgotten for the moment how to speak. "And it's all right, sir, about me?" rather anxiously. Colonel Tempest perceived that Marshall had not realized the possible hold he might obtain over him by the mere fact of his knowledge of this last revelation. He had been obtuse before. He was obtuse now. "As long as you are silent and leave at once," said Colonel Tempest, commanding his tongue to articulate, "I will be silent too. Not a moment longer." Marshall touched his hat again and went. Colonel Tempest walked unsteadily to a bench under a twisted yew a little way from the path, and sat down heavily upon it. How cold it was, how bitterly cold! He shivered and drew his hand across his damp forehead. The tinkling of voices reached him at intervals. Foolish birds were making choruses of small jokes in the branches above his head. Someone laughed at a little distance. He alone was wretched beyond endurance. Perhaps he did not know what endurance meant. Panic shook him like a leaf. And there was no refuge. He did not know how to live. Dared he die? Die and struggle up the other side only to find an angry judge waiting on the brink to strike him down to hell even while he put up supplicating hands? But his hands were red with John's blood, so that even his prayers convicted him of sin, were turned into sin. A feeling as near despair as his nature could approach to overwhelmed him. One of the most fatal results of evil is that in the same measure that it exists in ourselves, we imply it in others, and not less in God himself. Poor Colonel Tempest saw in his Creator only an omniscient detective, an avenger, an executioner who had mocked at his endeavours to propitiate him, to escape out of his hand, who held him as in a pillory, and would presently break him upon the wheel. Superstition has its uses, but like most imitations, it does not wear well, not much better perhaps than the brown paper boots in which the English soldier goes forth to war. A cheap faith is an expensive experience. I believe Colonel Tempest suffered horribly as he sat alone under that yew tree, underwent all the throes which self-centred people do undergo, who, in saving their life, see it slipping through their fingers, who, in clutching at their own interest and pleasure, find themselves sliding into a gulf, who, in sacrificing the happiness and welfare of those that love them to their whim, their caprice, their shifting temper of the moment, find themselves at last alone, unloved. Are there many sorrows like this sorrow? There is perhaps only one worse, namely, to realize what onlookers have seen from the first, what has brought it about. This is hard. But Colonel Tempest was spared this pain. Those for whom others can feel least compassion are, as a rule, fortunately able to bestow most upon themselves. Colonel Tempest belonged to the self-pitying class, and with him to suffer was to begin at once to be sorry for himself. The tears ran slowly down his cheeks, and his lip quivered. But there is nothing quite so heartbreaking as the tears of middle age for itself. He saw himself sitting there so lonely, so miserable, without a creature in the world to turn to for comfort, entrapped into evil as all are at times, for he was but human. He never set up to be better than his fellows, but to have striven so hard against evil, to have tried, as not many would have done, to repair what had been wrong, and the greatest wrong had not been with him, and yet to have been repulsed by God himself. Everybody had turned against him, and now God had turned against him too. His last hope was gone. He should never find those other men, never buy back those other bets. John would be killed sooner or later, and he himself would suffer. That was the refrain, the keynote to which he always returned. He should suffer. Natures like Colonel Tempest's go through the same paroxysms of blind, despairing grief as do those of children. They see only the present. The maturer mind is sustained in its deeper anguish by the power of looking beyond its pain. It has bought, perhaps dear, the chill experience that all things pass, that sorrow endures but for a night, even as the joy that comes in the morning endures but for a morning. But as a child weeps and is disconsolate and dries its eyes and forgets, so Colonel Tempest would presently forget again, for a time. Indeed, he soon took the best means within his reach of doing so. He felt that he was too wretched to remain in England. It was therefore imperative that he should go abroad. Persons of his temperament have a delightful confidence in the benign influences of the Continent. He wrote to John, returning him £8,500 of the £10,000, saying that the object for which it had been given had become so altered as to prevent the application of the money. He did not mention that he had found a use for 1,000, and that pressing personal expenses had obliged him to retain another 500, but he was vaguely conscious of doing an honourable action in returning the remainder. John wrote back at once, saying that he had given him the money, and that as his uncle did not wish to keep it, he should invest it in his name and settle it on his daughter, while the interest at 4% would be paid to Colonel Tempest during his lifetime. "Well," said Colonel Tempest to himself after reading this letter, "beggars can't be choosers, but if I had been in John's place, I hope I should not have shown such a grudging spirit. 8,500. Out of all his wealth he might have made it 10,000 for my poor penniless girl. No wonder he does not wish her to know about it." And, having a little ready money about him, Colonel Tempest took his penniless girl, much to her surprise, a lapis lazuli necklace when he went to say good-bye to her. On the last evening before he left England, he got out the paper Marshall had given him, and, having locked the door, spread it on the table before him. He had done this secretly many times a day since he had obtained possession of it. There it was, unmistakable in black and grime that had once been white. The one thing of all others in this world that Colonel Tempest loathed was to be obliged to face anything. Like Peer Gynt, he went round, or if, like Balaam, he came to a narrow place where there was no turning room, he struck furiously at the nearest sentient body. But a widower has no beast of burden at hand to strike, and there was no power of going round, no power of backing either, from before that sheet of crumpled paper. When he first looked at it, he had a kind of recollection that was no recollection of having seen it before. The words were as distinct as a death warrant. Perhaps they were one. Colonel Tempest read them over once again. "I, Edward Tempest, lay £1,000 to one sovereign, that I do never inherit the property of Overleigh in Yorkshire." There was his own undeniable scrawling signature beneath Swain's crab-like characters. There below his own was the signature of that obscure speculator, since dead, who had taken up the bet. If anything is forced upon the notice, which yet it is distasteful to contemplate, the only remedy for avoiding present discomfort is to close the eyes. Colonel Tempest struck a match, lit the paper, and dropped it into the black July grate. It would not burn at first, but after a moment it flared up and turned over. He watched it writhe under the little chuckling flame. The word Overleigh came out distinctly for a second, and then the flame went out, leaving a charred, curled nothing behind. One solitary spark flew swiftly up like a little soul released from an evil body. Colonel Tempest rubbed the ashes with his foot, and once again closed his eyes. End of Volume 2, Chapter 3. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 4. I give thee sixpence. I will see thee damned first. Canning. Someone rejoiced exceedingly when, in those burning August days, John came back to Overleigh. Mitty loved him. She was the only woman who as yet had shown him any love at all, and his nature was not an unthankful one. Mitty was bound up with all the little meagre happiness of his childhood. She had given him his only glimpse of woman's tenderness. There had never been a time when he had not read aloud to Mitty during the holidays, when he had forgotten to write to her periodically from school. When she had been discharged with the other servants at his father's death, he had gone in person to one of his guardians to request that she might remain, and had offered half his pocket money annually for that purpose, and a sum down in the shape of a collection of foreign coins in a sock. Perhaps his guardian had a little boy of his own in Eton jackets who collected coins. At any rate, something was arranged. Mitty remained in the long, low nurseries in the attic gallery. She was waiting for him on the steps on that sultry August evening when he returned. John saw her white cap twinkling under the stone archway as he drove along the straight, wide drive between the double rows of beeches which approached the castle by the northern side. Some houses have the soothing influence of the presence of a friend. Once established in the cool, familiar rooms and strong air of his native home, he regained his health by a succession of strides, which contrasted curiously with the stumbling ups and downs and constant relapses which in the earlier part of his recovery had puzzled his doctors. For the first few days, just to live was enough. John had no desire beyond sitting in the shadow of the castle with Mitty and feeling the fresh, heather-scented air from the moors upon his face and hands. Then came the day when he went on Mr. Goodwin's arm down the grey lichened steps to the Italian garden, and took one turn among the stone-edged beds under the high south wall. Gradually, as the languor of weakness passed, he wandered further and further into the woods, and lay for hours under the trees among the ling and fern. The irritation of weakness had left him. The enforced inaction of slowly returning strength had not yet begun to chafe. His mind urged nothing on him, required no decisions of him, but like a dear companion instead of a taskmaster, rested, and let him rest. He watched for hours the sunlight on the bracken, listened for hours to the tiny dissensions and confabulations of little creatures that crept in and out. There had been days and nights in London when the lamp of life had burned exceeding low, when he had never thought to lie in his own dear woods again, to see the squirrel swinging and chiding against the sky, to hear the cry of the water-hen to its mate from the reeded pools below. He had loved these things always, but to see them again after toiling up from the gates of death is to find them transfigured. The light that never was on sea or land gleams for a moment on wood and wold, for eyes that have looked but now into the darkness of the grave. Almost it seems in such hours as if God had passed by that way, as if the forest had knowledge of him, as if the awed pines kept him ever in remembrance. Almost. Di was never absent from John's thoughts for long together. His dawning love for her had as yet no pain in it. It wandered still in glades of hyacinth and asphodel. Truly, love is bonny a little while it is new. Its feet had not yet reached the stony desert places and the lands of fierce heat and fiercer frost, through which all human love which does not die in infancy must one day travel. The strain and stress were not yet. John was coming back one evening from a longer expedition than usual. The violet dusk had gathered over the gardens, the massive flank and towers of the castle were hardly visible against the sky. As he came near, he saw a light in the arched windows of the chapel, and through the open lattice came the sound of the organ. Someone was playing within, and the knight listened from without. John stood and listened too. The organ, so long dumb, was speaking in an audible voice, was telling of many things that had lain long in its heart, and that now at last trembled into speech. Some unknown touch was bringing all its pure, passionate soul to its lips. Its voice rose and fell, and the listening knight sighed in the ivy. John went noiselessly indoors by the postern and up the short spiral staircase in the thickness of the wall into the chapel, an arched Elizabethan chamber leading out of the dining-hall. He stopped short in the doorway. The light of a solitary candle at the further end gave shadows to the darkness. As by an artistic instinct it just touched the nearest of the pipes, and passing entirely over the prosaic footman, blowing in his shirt-sleeves, lit up every feature of the fair, exquisite face of the player. Beauty remains beauty when all has been said and done to detract from it. Archie was very good to look upon. Even the footman who had been ruthlessly torn away from his supper to blow thought so. John thought so as he stood and looked at his cousin, who nodded to him and went on playing. The contrast between the two was rather a cruel one, though John was unconscious of it. It was Archie who mentally made the comparison whenever they were together. Ugliness would be no disadvantage, and beauty would have no power, if they did not appear to be the outward and visible signs of the inner and spiritual man. Archie was so fair-haired, he had such a perfect profile, such a clear complexion, and such tender, faithful eyes, that it was impossible to believe that the virtues which clear complexions and lovely eyes so plainly represent were not all packed with sardine-like regularity in his heart. His very hair looked good. It was parted so beautifully, and it had a little innocent wave on the temple which carried conviction with it, to the young of the opposite sex. It was not because he was so handsome that he was the object of a tender solicitude in many young girls' hearts, at least so they told themselves repeatedly, but because there was so much good in him, because he was so misunderstood by elders, so interesting, so unlike other young men. In short, Archie was his father over again. Nature had been hard on John. Some ugly men look well, and their ugliness does not matter. John's was not of that type, dear to fiction. His features were irregular and rough, his deep-set eyes did not redeem the rest of his face, nothing did. A certain gleam of nobility, shining dimly through its harsh setting, would make him better looking later in life, when expression gets the mastery over features. But it was not so yet. John looked hard and cold and forbidding, and though his face awoke a certain interest by its very force, the interest itself was without attraction. It must be inferred that John had hair, as he was not bald, but no one had ever noticed it except his hair-cutter. It was short and dark. In fact, it was hair, and that was all. Mitty was the only other person who had any of it, in a lozenge box, but who shall say in what lockets and jewel cases one of Archie's flaxen rings might not be treasured? Archie was a collector of hair himself, and there is a give and take in these things. He had a cigar-box full of locks of different colours, which were occasionally spread out before his more intimate friends, with little anecdotes respecting the acquisition of each. A vain man has no reticence except on the subject of his rebuffs. Bets were freely exchanged on the respective chances of the donors of these samples of devotion, and their probable identity commented on. 3-1 on the black, 10-1 on the dyed amber, 40-1 on the lank and sandy, it's an heiress. Archie would listen in silence, and smile his small saintly smile. Archie's smile suggested anthems and summer dawns and blancmange all blent in one. And then he would gather up the landmarks of his affections and put them back into the cigar-box. They were called Tempest's scalps in the regiment. Archie had sat for Sir Galahad to one of the principal painters of the day. He might have sat for something very spiritual and elevating now. What historic heroes and saints have played the organ? He would have done beautifully for any one of them, or Dixie might have worked him up into a pendant to his harmony, with an angel blowing instead of the footman. And, just at the critical moment when the organ was arriving at a final confession and swelling towards a dominant seventh, the footman let the wind out of her. There was a discord, and a wheeze, and a death-rattle. Archie took off his hands with a shudder and smiled a microscopic smile at the perspiring footman. Archie never swore, not even when he was alone, and when he cut himself shaving. He differed from his father in that. He smiled instead. Sometimes, if things went very wrong, the smile became a grin, but that was all. "That'll do, thank you," he said, rising. "Well, John, how are you? Better? I did not wait dinner for you, I was too hungry, but I told them to keep the soup and things hot till you came in." They had gone through the open double doors into the dining-room hall, At the further end a table was laid for one. "When did you arrive?" asked John.
"About the 7:10. I walked up and found you were missing. It's distressing to see a man eat when one is not hungry oneself," continued Archie plaintively as the servant brought in the hot things which he had been recently devastating. "No, thanks, I won't sit opposite you and watch you satisfy your country appetite. You don't mind my smoking in here, I suppose? No womankind to grumble as yet."
He lit his pipe, and began wandering slowly about the room, which was lit with candles in silver sconces at intervals along the panelled walls. John wondered how much money he wanted, and ate his cutlets in silence. He had as few illusions about his fellow creatures as the steward of a Channel steamer, and it did not occur to him that Archie could have any reason but one for coming to Overleigh out of the shooting season. Archie was evidently pensive. "It's a large sum," said John to himself. Presently he stopped short before the fireplace and contemplated the little silver figures standing in the niches of the high-carved mantel-shelf. They had always stood there in John's childhood, and when he had come back from Russia in the spring he had looked for them in the plate-room and had put them back himself. The quaint frilled courtier beside the quaint ruffed lady, and the little cavalier in long boots beside the abbess. The dresses were of Charles I's date, and there was a family legend to the effect that that victim of a progressive age had given them to his devoted adherent Mr Tempest the night before his execution. It was extremely improbable that he had done anything of the kind, but at any rate there they were, each in his little niche. Archie lifted one down and examined it curiously. "Never saw that before," he said, keeping his teeth on the pipe, which desecrated his profile. "Everything was put away when I was not regularly living here," said John. "I dug out all the old things when I came home in the spring, and Mitty and I put them all back in their places." "Barford had a sale the other day," continued Archie, speaking through his teeth. "He was let in for a lot of money by his training stables, and directly the old chap died he sold the library and half the pictures, and a lot of stuff out of the house. I went to see them at Christie's, and a very mouldy-looking assortment they were, but they fetched a pile of money. Barford and I looked in when the sale of the books was on, and you should have seen the roomful of Jews and the way they bid. One book, a regular old fossil, went for 300 while we were there. It would have killed old Barford on the spot if he'd been there, so it was just as well he was dead already. And there were 2 silver figures, something like these, but not perfect. Barford said he had no use for them, and they fetched 100 apiece. He says there's no place like home for raising a little money. Why, John, Gunningham can't hold a candle to Overleigh. There must be a mint of money in an old barrack stuffed full of gimcracks like this." "Yes, but they belong to the house." "Do they? Well, if I were in your place I should say they belong to the owner. What's the use of having anything if you can't do what you like with it? If ever I wanted 100 or 2, I would trot out one of these little silver johnnies in no time, if they were mine." John did not answer. He was wondering what would have happened to the dear old stately place if he had died a month ago, and if it had fallen into the hands of those 2 spendthrifts, Archie and his father. He could see them in possession whittling it away to nothing, throwing its substance from them with both hands. Easy-going, self-indulgent, weakly violent, unstable as water, he saw them both in one lightning flash of prophetic imagination drinking in that very room, at that very table. The physical pain of certain thoughts is almost unbearable. He rose suddenly and went across to the deep bay window, on the stone sill of which Mr Tempest and Tom Fairfax, his friend, who together had held Overleigh against the Roundheads, had cut their names. He looked out into the latticed darkness and longed, fiercely, passionately, for a son. Archie's light laugh recalled him to himself with a sense of shame. It is irritating to be goaded into violent emotion by one who is feeling nothing. "A penny for your thoughts," said Sir Galahad. There was something commonplace about the young warrior's manner of expressing himself in daily life, which accorded ill with the refined beauty of his face. "They would be dear at the price," said John, still looking out. "Care killed a cat," said Archie. He had a stock of small sayings of that calibre. Sometimes they fitted the occasion, and sometimes not. There was a short silence.
"Quicksilver is lame," said Archie.
"What have you been doing with her?" asked John, facing round.
"Oh, nothing in particular. I rode her in the Pierpoint steeplechase last week, and she came down at the last fence and lost me £50. I came in third, but I should have been first to a dead certainty if she'd stood up."
"Send her down here at once."
"Oh, yes, and thanks awfully and all that sort of thing for lending her, don't you know? Very good of you. Though, of course, you could not use her yourself when you were laid up. I'm going back to town first thing tomorrow morning. Only got a day's leave to run down here. Thought I ought to tell you about her. I'll send her off the day after tomorrow if you like, but the truth is—"
A good deal of circumlocution, that favourite attire of certain truths, was necessary before the simple fact could be arrived at, that Quicksilver had been used as security for the modest sum of £445, which it had been absolutely incumbent on Archie to raise at a moment's notice. Heaven only knew what would not have been involved if he had not had reluctant recourse to this obvious means of averting dishonour. When Colonel Tempest and Archie began to talk about their honour, which was invariably mixed up with debts of a dubious nature and an overdrawn banking account and an unpaid tailor, John always froze perceptibly. The Tempest honour was always having narrow escapes, according to them. It required constant support.
"I would not have done it if I could have helped it," explained Archie in an easy attitude on the window-seat. "Your mare, not mine. I knew that well enough. I felt that at the time, but I had to get the money somehow, and positively the poor old G was the only security I had to give."
Archie was not in the least ashamed. It was always John who was ashamed on these occasions. There was a long silence. Archie contemplated his nails. "It's not the money I mind," said John at last. "You know that."
"I know it isn't, old chap. It's my morals you're afraid of. You said so in the spring."
"Well, I'm not going to hold forth on morals again, as it seems to have been of so little use. But look here, Archie, I've paid up a good many times, and I'm getting tired of it. I would rather build an infant school or a home for cats or something with a pretence of common sense with the money in the future. It does you no manner of good. You only chuck it away. You're the worst for having it, and so am I for being such a fool as to give it to you. It's nonsense telling you suddenly that I won't go on paying, when I've led you to expect I always shall, because I always have. Of course you think, as I'm well off, that you can draw on me for ever and ever. Well, I'll pay up again this once. You promised me in April it should be the last time you'd run up bills. Now it is my turn to say this is the last time I'll throw money away in paying them." Archie raised his eyebrows. How very close-fisted John was becoming. And as a boy at school, and afterwards at college, he had been remarkably open-handed, even as a minor on a very moderate allowance. Archie did not understand it. "I'll buy back my own horse," continued John, trying to swallow down a sense of intense irritation. "And if there is anything else, I suppose there's a new crop by this time, I'll settle them. You must start fair. And I'll go on allowing you 300 a year, and when you want to marry I'll make a settlement on your wife, but by God I'll never pay another sixpence for your debts as long as I live." Archie smiled faintly and stretched out his legs. John rarely cut up rough like this. He had an uneasy suspicion that the present promptly afforded assistance would hardly compensate for the opening vista of discomfort in the future. And John's tone jarred upon him. There was something fixed in it, and Archie's nebulous, easy-going temperament had an invincible repugnance to anything unpliable. He had as little power to move John as a mist has to move a mountain. It proved on many occasions how little amenable John was to persuasion, and each recurring occasion had filled him with momentary apprehension. He felt distinctly uncomfortable after the two had parted for the night, until a train of reasoning, the logic of which could not be questioned, soothed him into his usual trustful calm. John, he said to himself, had been out of temper. He'd eaten something that had disagreed with him. That was why he had flown out. How frightfully cross he himself was when he had indigestion. And he, Archie, would never have grudged John a few pounds now and again if their positions had been reversed. Therefore it was not likely John would either. And John had always been fond of him. He had nursed him once at college through a tedious illness,
unadorned on his side by Christian patience and fortitude. Of course John was fond of him. Everybody was fond of him. It had been an unlucky business about Quicksilver. No wonder John had been annoyed. He would have been annoyed himself in his place. But, all-embracing phrase, it would be all right. He was eased of money difficulties for the moment, and John was not such a bad fellow after all. He would not really turn against him. He'd be sure to come round in the future, as he had always done with clock-like regularity in the past. Archie slept the sleep of the just, and went off in the best of spirits and the most expensive of light overcoats next morning, with a cheque in his pocket. John went back into the dining hall after his departure to finish his breakfast, but apparently he was not hungry, for he forgot all about it. He went and stood in the bay window, as he had a habit of doing when in thought, and looked out. He did not see the purple pageant of the thunderstorm sweeping up across the moor and valley, and already vibrating among the crests of the trees in the vivid sunshine below the castle wall. He was thinking intently of those two men, his next of kin. Supposing he did not marry? Supposing he died childless? Overleigh and the other vast Tempest properties were entailed, in default of himself and his children, on Colonel Tempest and his children. Colonel Tempest and Archie came next behind him. One slip, and they would be in possession. And John had almost slipped several times, had several times touched that narrow brink where two worlds meet. He had no fear of death, but nevertheless death had assumed larger proportions in his mind and in his calculations than is usual with the young and the strong, simply because he had seen him very near more than once, and had ceased to ignore his reality. He might die. What then? John had an attachment which had the intensity of a passion and the unreasoning faithfulness of an instinct for certain carved and pictured rooms and lichened walls and forests and valleys and moors. He loved Overleigh. His affections had been planted under a north wall, and like some hardy tenacious ivy they clung to that wall. Overleigh meant much to him, had always meant much, more than was in the least consistent with the rather advanced tenets which he, in common with most young men of ability, had held at various times. Theories have fortunately little to do with the affections. He could not bear to think of Overleigh passing out of his protecting love to the careless hands and selfish heedlessness of Colonel Tempest and Archie. There are persons for whom no income will suffice. John's nearest relations were of this time-honoured stamp. As has been well said, in the midst of life they are in debt. John saw Archie in imagination trotting out the silver johnnies, the miniatures, the pictures, the cameos, the old Tempest manuscripts, for which America made periodic bids, the older plates, all would go, would melt away from niche and wall and cabinet. Perhaps the books would go first of all, the library to which he in his turn was even now adding, as those who had gone before him had done. How they had loved the place, those who had gone before. How they must have fought for it in the early days of ravages by Borderer and Scott. How Amyas the Cavalier must have sworn to avenge those Roundhead cannonballs which crashed into his oak staircase and remained embedded in the stubborn wood to this day. Had any one of them loved it, John wondered, with a greater love than his? He turned from the blaze outside and looked back into the great shadowed room, in the recesses of which a beautiful twilight ever lingered. The sunlight filtered richly but dimly through the time-worn splendour of its high windows of painted glass, touching here and there inlaid panel and carved wainscoting, and laying a faint mosaic of varied colour on the black polished floor. It was a room which long association had invested with a kind of halo in John's eyes, far removed from the appreciative or ignorant admiration of the stranger, who saw in it only an unique Elizabethan relic. Artists worshipped it whenever they got the chance, went wild over the Tudor fan vaulting of the ceiling with its long pendants and the quaint inlaid frets on the oak chimney-piece, talked learnedly of the panels above the wainscot, on which a series of genealogical trees were painted representing each of the wapentakes into which Yorkshire was divided,
having shields on them with armorial bearings of the gentry of the county entitled in Elizabeth's time to bear arms. Strangers took note of these things, and spelt out the rather apocryphal marriages of the Tempests on the painted glass, or examined the date below the dial in the southern window with the name of the artist beneath it, which had blazoned the arms. Bernard Dimikoff, Fakit, 1585. John knew every detail by heart, and saw them never as a man in love with a noble woman gradually ceases to see beauty or the absence of beauty in brow and lip and eyelid, in adoration of the face itself which meant so much to him. John's deep-set, steady eyes absently followed the slow travelling of the coloured sunshine across the room. Overleigh had coloured his life as its painted glass was colouring the sunshine. It was bound up with his whole existence. The Tempest motto graven on the pane beside him, Je le ferai durant ma vie, was graven on John's heart as indelibly. Mr Tempest's dying words to him had never been forgotten. It is an honour to be a Tempest. You are the head of the family. Do your duty by it. The words were sunk into the deep places of his mind. What the child had promised, the man was resolved to keep. His responsibility and the great position in which God had placed him, his duty, not only as a man, but as a Tempest, were the backbone of his religion, if those could be called religious who trust high instincts more than all the creeds. The family motto had become a part of his life. It was perhaps the only oath of allegiance which John had ever taken. He turned towards the window again, against which his dark head had been resting. The old thoughts and resolutions so inextricably intertwined with the fibre of pride of birth, the old hopes and aspirations, matured during 3 years' absence, temporarily dormant during these months of illness, returned upon him with the unerring swiftness of swallows to the eaves. He pressed his hand upon the pane. The thunderstorm wept hard against the glass. The sable Tempest lion rampant on a field argent surmounted the scroll on which the motto was painted, legible still after 300 years. John said the words aloud. Je le ferai durant ma vie. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 5. There are many wonderful mixtures in the world, which are all alike, called love. George Eliot. These are troublesome times, Granny, said Di to Mrs. Courtenay, coming into her grandmother's room on a hot afternoon early in September. I can't get out, so you see I am reduced to coming and sitting with you. And why are the times troublous, and why don't you go out of doors again? I've been to reconnoitre, said Di wrathfully, and the coast is not clear. He's sitting on the stairs again as he did yesterday. Lord Hemsworth? No, of course not. When does he ever do such things? The infant. Oh dear. The infant was Lord Hemsworth's younger brother. And it is becoming so expensive, Granny. I keep on losing things. His complaint is complicated by kleptomania. He's got my 2 best evening handkerchiefs and my white fan already, and I can't find one of the gloves I wore at the picnic today. I dare not leave anything downstairs now. It is really very inconvenient. Poor boy, said Mrs. Courtenay reflectively. How old is he? Oh, he is quite 16, I believe. What with this anxiety and suspense as to how my primrose cotton will wash, which I am counting on to impress John with, I find life very wearing. Oh, Granny, we ought not to have come here at all, according to my ideas. But if we ever do again, I do beg and pray it may not be in the holidays. I wish I had not been so kind to him when we first arrived. I only wanted to show Lord Hemsworth he need not be so unnecessarily elated at our coming here. I wish I had not spent so many hours in the workshop with the boy and the white rats. The white rats did it, Granny.
Interests in common are the really dangerous things, as you've often observed. Love me, love my rats."
"Poor boy," said Mrs. Courtenay again. "Make it as easy as you can for him, Di. Don't wound his pride. We leave tomorrow, and the Vorelts are coming today. That will create a diversion. I've never known Madeline allow any man, or boy, or creeping child, attend to anyone but herself if she is present. She will do her best to relieve you of him. How she will patronize you, Di, if she's anything like what she used to be." And in truth, when Madeline drove up to the house half an hour later, it was soon apparent that she was unaltered in essentials. Although she had been married several months, she was still the bride in every fold of her pretty travelling gown, in her demure dignity and enjoyment of the situation. It was her first visit to her cousin Lady Hemsworth since her marriage, and her eyes brightened with real pleasure when that lady mentioned that Di was in the house, whom she had not seen since her wedding day. She was conscious that she had some of her best gowns with her.
"I've always been so fond of Di," she said to Di's would-be mother-in-law. "She was one of my bridesmaids. You remember Di, Henry?" turning with a model gesture to her husband. Sir Henry sucked his tea noisily off his moustache, and said he remembered Miss Tempest. "Now do tell me," said Madeline, as she unfastened her hat in her room, whither she had insisted on Di's accompanying her. "Is there a large party in the house? I always hate a large party to meet a bride." "There's really hardly anyone," said Di. "I don't think you need be alarmed. The Foresters left yesterday. There are Mr. Rivers and a Captain Vivian, friend of Lord Hemsworth's, and Lord Hemsworth himself, and a Mrs. Clifford, a widow. That's all. Oh, I've forgotten Mr. Lumley, the comic man. He's here. You may remember him. He always comes into a room either polkaing or walking lame, and beats himself all over with a tambourine after dinner." "How droll," said Madeline. "Henry would like that. I must have him to stay with us some time. One is so glad of really amusing people. They make a party go off so much better. He does not black himself, does he? That nice Mr. Carnegie, who imitated the pig being killed, always did. I'm glad it's a small party," she continued, reverting to the previous topic with a very moderate appearance of satisfaction. "It is very thoughtful of Lady Hemsworth not to have a crowd to meet me. I dislike so being stared at when I am sent out first. So embarrassing, every eye upon one. And I always flush up so. And now tell me, you dear thing, all about yourself. Fancy my not having seen you since my wedding. I don't know how we missed each other in London in June. I know I called twice, but Kensington is such miles away, and I've often longed to ask you how you thought the wedding went off."
"Perfectly."
"And you thought I looked well? Well for me, I mean."
"You looked particularly well."
"I thought it so unkind of Mother to cry. I would not let her come into my room when I was dressing, or indeed all that morning, for fear of her breaking down. But I had to go with her in the carriage, and she held my hand and cried all the way. Poor Mother always is so thoughtless. I did not cry myself, but I quite feared at one time I should flush. I was not flushed when I came in, was I?" "Not in the least. You looked your best." "Several of the papers said so," said Madeline. "Remarks on personal appearance are so vulgar, I think. 'The lovely bride,' one paper called me. I dare say other girls don't mind that sort of thing being said, but it's just the kind of thing I dislike. And there was a drawing of me in my wedding gown in the Ladies' Pictorial. They simply would have it. I had to stand ready dressed the day before while they did it. And then my photograph was in one of the other papers. Did you see it? I don't think it is quite a nice idea, do you? So public. But they wrote so urgently. They said a photograph would oblige, and I had to send one in the end. I sometimes think," she continued reflectively, "that I did not choose part of my trousseau altogether wisely. I think, with the summer before me, though I might have ventured on rather lighter colours. But you see, I had to decide on everything in Lent when one's mind is turned to other things. I never wear any colour but violet in length. I never have since I was confirmed, and it puts one out for brighter colours. Things that look quite suitable after Easter seemed so gaudy before. Not sure what I should wear tonight."
"Wear that mauve and silver," said Di suddenly, and their eyes met. Madeleine looked away again instantly and broke into a little laugh.
"You dear thing," she said. "I wish I had your memory for clothes. I remember now, though I had almost forgotten it, that the mauve brocade was brought in the morning you came to hear about my engagement. And do you remember, you quixotic old darling, how you wanted me to break it off? You were quite excited about it."
"I had not seen the diamonds then," interposed Di, with a faint blush at the remembrance of her own useless emotion. "I'm sure I never said anything about breaking it off after I'd seen the 2 tiaras, or even hinted at throwing over that Riviere." Madeline looked puzzled. Whenever she did not quite understand what Di meant, she assumed the tone of gentle authority, which persons conscious of a reserved front seat, or possibly a leading part in the orchestra in the next world, naturally do assume in conversation with those whose future is less assured.
"I think marriage is too solemn a thing to make a joke of," she said softly.
"And talking of marriage," in a lowered tone,
"you would hardly believe, Di, the difference it makes, the way it widens one's influence. With men now, such a responsibility. I always think a married woman can help young men so much. I find it so much easier now than before I was married to give conversation a graver turn, even at a ball. I feel I know what people really are almost at once. I've had such earnest talks in ballrooms, Di, and at dinner parties, haven't you?"
"No," said Di. "I distrust a man who talks seriously over a pink ice the first time I meet him. If he is genuine, he is probably shallow, and the odds are he is not genuine, or he would not do it. I don't like religious flirtations, though I know they are the last new thing."
"You always take a low view, Di," said Madeline regretfully. "You always have, and I suppose you always will. It does not make me less fond of you, but I am often sorry, when we talked together, to notice how unrefined your ideas are. Your mind seems to run on flirtations. I see things very differently. You wanted me to throw over Henry, though I had given him my solemn promise."
"And it had been in the papers," interposed Di. "Don't forget that. But," she added, rising, "I was wrong. I ought never to have said a word on the subject. And there is the dressing bell, so I will leave you to prepare for victory. I warn you, Mrs. Clifford has one gown, a cresser, which is bad to beat, a lemon satin with an emerald velvet train, but she may not put it on."
"I never vie with others in dress," said Madeline. "I think it shows such a want of good taste. Did she wear it last night?"
"She did."
"Oh, then she won't wear it again."
But Di had departed. "In change unchanged," Di said to herself as she uncoiled her hair in her own room. "I don't know what I expected of Madeline, yet I thought that somehow she would be different. But she isn't. How is it that some people can do things that one would be ashamed oneself even to think of, and yet keep a good opinion of themselves afterwards, and feel superior to others? It is the feeling superior that I envy. It must make the world such an easy place to live in. People with a good opinion of themselves have such an immense pull in being able to do the most peculiar things without a qualm. It must be very pleasant to truly and honestly consider oneself better than others, and to believe that young men in white waistcoats hang upon one's words. Yes, Madeline is not changed, and I shall be late for dinner if I moralize any longer." And Di brushed back her yellow hair, which was obliging enough to arrange itself in the most interesting little waves and ripples of its own accord, without any trouble on her part. Di's hair was perhaps the thing of all others that womankind envied her most. It had the brightness of colouring and easy fascination of a child's. Even the most wily and painstaking curling tongs could only produce on other less favoured heads a laboured imitation, which was seen to be an imitation. Madeline, as she sailed into the drawing-room in mauve and silver half an hour later, felt that her own rather colourless, elaborate fringe was not redeemed from mediocrity even by the diamonds mounting guard over it. The infant would willingly have bartered his immortal soul for one lock off Di's shining head. The hope that one small lock might be conceded to a last wild appeal, possibly upon his knees, sustained him through the evening, and he needed support. He had a rooted conviction that if only his mother had allowed him a new evening coat this half, if he had only been more obviously in tails, Di might have smiled upon his devotion. He had been moderately fond of his elder brother till now, but Lord Hemsworth's cable-patterned shooting stockings and fair, well-defined moustache were in themselves enough to rouse the hatred of one whose own upper lip had only reached the stage when it suggested nothing so much as a reminiscence of treacle, and whose only pair of heather stockings tarried long at the wash. But the infant had other grounds for nursing Cain-like sentiments towards his rival. Had not Lord Hemsworth repeatedly called him in the actual presence of the adored one by the nickname of Trousers? The infant sobriquet among those of his contemporaries who valued him was Bags, but in ladies' society Lord Hemsworth was often to soften the unrefinement of the name by modifying it to Trousers. The infant writhed under the absolutely groundless suspicion that his brother already had, or might at any moment, confide the original to die. And even if he did not, even if the horrible appellation never did transpire, Lord Hemsworth's society term was almost as opprobrious. The name of Trousers was a death-blow to young romance. Sentiment withered in its presence. Years of devotion could not wipe out that odious word from her memory. He could see that it had set her against him. The mere sight of him was obviously painful to her sense of delicacy. She avoided him. She would marry Lord Hemsworth. In short, she would be the bride of another. Perhaps there was not within a radius of 10 miles a more miserable creature than the infant, as he stood that evening before dinner, with folded arms, alone, aloof, by a pillar, looking daggers at anyone who spoke to die. After dinner, things did not go much better. There were round games, in which he joined with Byronic gloom in order to sit near Di. But Mr Lumley, the licensed buffoon of the party, dropped into his chair when he left it for a moment to get Di a footstool, and, when sternly requested to vacate it, only replied in fluent falsetto in the French tongue, "Je voudrais, si vous coudrez, mais je ne connais pas." The infant controlled himself. He was outwardly calm, but there was murder in his eye. Lord Hemsworth, sitting opposite shuffling the cards, looked up, and seeing the boy's white face, said good-naturedly, "Come, Lumley, move up one. That is Trousers' place."
"Oh, if Trousers wants it to press his suit," said Mr Lumley, vaulting into the next place. "Anything to oblige a fellow-sufferer." And Sir Henry neighed suddenly, as his manner was when amused, and the infant, clenching his hands under the table, felt there was nothing left to live for in this world or the next, save only revenge. As the last evening came to an end, even Lord Hemsworth's cheerful spirits flagged a little. He let the infant press forward to light Di's candle, and hardly touched her hand after the infant had released his spasmodic clutch upon it. His clear, honest eyes met hers with the wistful chien soumis look in them which she had learned to dread. She knew well enough, though she would not have known it had she cared for him, that he had only remained silent during the last few days because he saw it was no good to speak. He had enough perception not to strike at cold or lukewarm iron. "Why can't I like him?" she said to herself as she sat alone in her own room. "I would rather like him than anyone else. I do like him better, much better than anyone I know, and yet I don't care a bit about him. When he is not there, I always think I am going to care next time I see him. I wonder if I should mind if he fell in love with someone else. I dare say I should. I wish I could feel a little jealous. I tried to when he talked the whole afternoon to that lovely Lady Kitty. What a little treasure that girl is. I would marry her if I were a man. But it was no good. I knew he only did it because he was vexed with me. About I forget what. Well, tomorrow I shall be at Overleigh. I shall really see it at last with my own eyes. Why, it is after 12 o'clock. It is tomorrow already. Certainly it does not pay to have a date in one's mind. Ever since the end of July I have been waiting for September the 3rd, and it has not hurried up in consequence. Anyhow, here it is at last. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 6. It's a deep mystery, the way the heart of man turns to one woman out of all the rest he's seen in the world, and makes it easier for him to work 7 years for her, like Jacob did for Rachel, sooner than have any other woman for the asking. George Eliot. Life has its crystal days, its rare hours of a stainless beauty, and a joy so pure that we may dare to call in the flowers to rejoice with us,
and the language of the birds ceases to be an unknown tongue. Our real life, as we look back, seems to have been lived in those days that memory holds so tenderly. But it is not so in reality. Fortitude, steadfastness, the makings of character, come not of rainbow dawns and quiet evenings and the facile attainment of small desires. More frequently, they are the outcome of the sleepless nights that mould youth, of hopes not dead but run to seed, of the inadequate loves and friendships that embitter early life, and warn off the young soul from any more mistaking husks for bread. John had had many heavy days, and latterly many days and long-drawn nights when it had been uphill work to bear in silence, or bear at all, the lessons of that expensive teacher, physical pain. And now pain was past, and convalescence was past, and fate smiled and drew from out her a knotted medley of bright and sombre colours, one thread of pure untarnished gold for John, and worked it into the pattern of his life. Di was at Overleigh. Tall lilies had been ranged in the hall to welcome her on her arrival. The dogs had been introduced to her at tea-time. Lindo had allowed himself to be patted, and, after sniffing her dress attentively with the air of a connoisseur, had retired with dignity to his chair. Fritz, on the contrary, the amber-eyed dachshund, all tail-wagging and smiles and saliva, had made himself cheap at once, and had even turned over on his back, inviting friction where he valued it most, before he had known Di 5 minutes. Di was really at Overleigh. Each morning John woke up incredulous that such a thing could be. Each morning listened for her light footfall on the stairs, and saw her come into the dining-hall, an active, living presence, through the cedar and ebony doors. There were a few other people in the house, the sort of chance collection which poor relations, arriving with great expectations and their best clothes, consider to be a party. There were his aunt, Miss Fane, and a young painter who was making studies for an Elizabethan interior, and someone else, no more than 1, 2, or 3 others. John never clearly remembered afterwards who, or whether they were male or female. Perhaps they were friends of his aunt's. Anyhow, Mrs. Courtenay, who had proposed herself at her own time, was apparently quite content. Di seemed content also, with the light-hearted, joyous content of a life that has in it no regret, no story, no past. John often wondered in those days whether there had ever been a time when he had known what Di was like, what she looked like to other people. He tried to recall her as he had seen her first at the Speaker's, but that photograph of memory of a tall, handsome girl was not the least like Di. Di had become Di to John, not like anything or anybody. Di in a shady hat sitting on the low wall of the bowling green, or Di riding with him through the forest and up and away across the opal moors, or better still, Di singing ballads in the pictured music-room in the evening, in her low, small voice that was not considered good enough for general society, but which, in John's opinion, was good enough for heaven itself. The painter used to leave the others in the gallery and stroll in on these occasions. He was a gentle, elegant person, with the pensive, regretful air often observable in an imaginative man who was married young. He made a little sketch of Di. He said it would not interfere, as John feared it might, with the prosecution of his larger work. Presently a wet morning came, and John took Di on an expedition to the dungeons with torches, and afterwards over the castle. He showed her the chapel with its rose window and high altar, where the daughters of the house had been married, where her namesake, Diana, had been wed to Vernon of the Red Hand. He showed her the state-rooms with their tapestried walls and painted ceilings. Di extorted a plaintive music from the old spinet in the garret gallery where John's nurseries were. Mitty came out to listen, and then it was her turn. She invited Di into the nursery, which in these later days was resplendent with John's gifts, the pride of Mitty's heart, the envy of the elect ladies of the village. There were richly bound Bibles and church services and Russian leather writing cases, and inlaid tea-caddies, and china stands and book-slides, and satin-lined work-boxes bristling with cutlery, and photograph frames and tea-sets. In fact, there was everything. There also John's prizes were kept, for Mitty had taken charge of them for him since the first holidays, when he had rushed up to the nursery to dazzle her with the slim red volume which he had not thought of showing to his father, to which, as time went on, many others were added, and even great volumes of Stuart Mill in calf and gold during the Oxford days. Mitty showed them to Di, showed her John's little high chair by the fire, and his Noah's Ark. She gave Di full particulars of all his most unromantic illnesses, and produced photographs, taken at her own expense, of her lamb in every stage of bullet-headed childhood, from an open-mouthed face and 2 clutching hands set in a lather of white lace, to a sturdy, frowning little boy in a black velvet suit leaning on a bat. "There's the last," said Mitty, pointing with pride to a large steel engraving of John in his heaviest expression, in a heavy gilt frame. "That was done for the tenantry when Master John came of age." And Mitty, in spite of a desperate attempt on John's part to divert the conversation to other topics, went on to expatiate on that event until John fairly bolted, leaving her in delighted possession of a new and sympathetic listener. "And all the steps was covered with red cloth," continued Mitty to her visitor, "and the crowd, Miss Dinah, you could have walked on their heads. And Mr. John came down into the hall, and Mr. Goodwin was with him, and he turns round to us, for we was all in the hall drawn up in 2 rows, from Mrs. Alcock to the scullery maid, and he says, 'Where is Mrs. Empson?' These were his very words, Miss Tempest, my dear, and I said, 'Here, sir,' for I was along of Mrs. Alcock, and he says to Parker, 'Open both the doors, Parker.' And then he says, quite quiet, as if it was just every day, 'I have not many relations here,' for there was not a soul of his own family, miss, and he did not ask his mother's folk. 'But,' he says, 'I have my 2 best friends here, and that is enough. Goodwin,' he says, 'will you stand on my right, and you must stand on the other side, Mitty.' He took me here, miss," said Mitty, passing her hand over her waistband, "and me in my cap and everything. I was all in a tremble. I felt I could not go. But he just took me by the hand, and there we was, miss, us 3 on the steps, and all the servants are gathered round behind, and a crowd such as never was in front. They trod down all the flower beds to nothing. Hey, dear, when we come out, you should have heard 'em cheer, and when they see me by him, I heard him saying, 'Who's yon?' And they said, 'That's the old nuss as reared him from a babby.' And they shouted till they was fit to crack, and called out, 3 cheers for the old nuss.' And Master John, he kept smiling at me, and I could do nothing but roar. And there was Mrs. Alcock, I could hear her crying behind, and Parker cried too, and he's not a man to show, isn't Parker, like we know him, miss, since he was born. And there was no one else there that did, only me and Parker and Mrs. Alcock, and Charles, as had been footman in the family, and came down special from London at Master John's expense. And such a speech as my precious lamb did make before them all, saying it was a day he should remember all his life. Those were his very words. It was beautiful. And all the presents as the deputations brought, one after another, and the cannon fired all fit to break all the glass in the windows. And in the evening a hox roasted whole in the courtyard, and a bonfire such as never was on Moat Hill. And when it got dark, you could see the bonfires burning at Carley and Gillingham and Wet Waste and right away to Kenston, all where his land is, bless him. Oh, dear me, Miss Temple, why was not some of you there?" "John," said Di half an hour later, as he was showing her some miniatures in the ebony cabinet in the picture gallery, which Cardinal Wolsey had given the Tempest of his day, "why were not some of us, Archie or father, at your coming of age?" They were sitting in the deep window-seat, with the miniatures spread out between them. "There was no question about their coming," said John. "Archie was going in for his examination for the army that week, and your father would not have come if he had been asked. I did invite our great-uncle, General Hugh, but he was ill. He died soon afterwards. There was no one else to ask. You and your father and Archie and I are the only Tempests there are." The miniatures were covered with dust. John's and Di's pocket handkerchiefs had an interest in common, which gradually obliterated all difference between them. "Why would not father have come if you had asked him?" said Di presently. "You are friends, aren't you?" "I suppose we are," said John, "if by friends one only means that we are not enemies.
But there is nothing more than civility between us. You seem wonderfully well up in ancient family history, Di. Don't you know the story of the last generation?" "No," said Di, "I don't know anything for certain. Granny hardly ever mentions my mother, even now. I know she's barely on speaking terms with Father. I hardly ever see him. When she took me, it was on condition that Father should have no claim on me." "You did not know, then," said John slowly, "that your mother was engaged to my father at the very time that she ran away with his own brother, Colonel Tempest?" Di shook her head. She coloured painfully. John looked at her in silence, and then pulled out another drawer. "She was only 17, he said at last, with a gentleness that was new to Di. "She was just old enough to wreck her own life, and my poor father's, but not old enough to be harshly judged. The heaviest blame was not with her. There is a miniature of her here. I suppose my father had it painted when she was engaged to him. I found it in the corner of his writing-table drawer, as if he had been in the habit of looking at it." He opened the case and put it in her hand. Miniatures have generally a monotonous resemblance to one another in their pink and white complexions and red lips and pencilled eyebrows. This one possessed no marked peculiarity to distinguish it from those already lying on Di's knee and on the window-seat. It was a lovely face enough, oval and pale and young, with dark hair and still darker eyes. It had a look of shy, innocent dignity, which gave it a certain individuality and charm. The miniature was set in diamonds, and at the top the name Diana followed the oval in diamonds too. John and I looked long at it together. "Do you think he cared for her very deeply?" said Di at last. "I'm afraid he did." "Always?" "I think always. The miniature was in the drawer he used every day. I don't think he would have kept it there unless he had cared." Di raised the lid of the case to close it, and as she did so a piece of yellow paper which had adhered to the faded satin lining of the lid became dislodged, and fell back over the miniature on which it had evidently been originally laid. On the reverse side, now uppermost, was written in a large, firm hand the one word, "False." John started. "I never noticed that paper before," he said. "It stuck to the lining of the lid," he replied. "It must have been always there." The soft rain whispered at the lattice. In the silence one of the plants dropped a few faint petals on the polished floor. "Then he never forgave her," said Di at last, turning her full, deep glance upon her companion. "He did not readily forgive." "He must have been a hard man." "I do not think he was hard at first. He became so." "If he became so, he must have had it in him all the time. Trouble could not have brought it out unless it had been in his nature to start with. Trouble only shows what spirit we are of. Even after she was dead he did not forgive her. He put the miniature where he could look at it. He must have often looked at it. And he left that bitter word always there. He might have taken it away when she died. He might have taken it away when he began to die himself." "I am afraid," said John, "there were shadows on his life, even to the very end." "The shadow of an unforgiving spirit?" "Yes," said John gently, "but that is a deep one, Di. It numbs the heart. He took it down with him to the grave. If it is true that we can carry nothing away with us out of the world, I hope he left his bitterness of spirit behind." Di did not answer. "The very unforgiveness and bitterness were in him only the seamy side of constancy," said John at last. "He really loved your mother." "If he had really loved her, he would have forgiven her." "Not necessarily. A nobler nature would, but he had not a very noble nature. That is just the sad part of it." There was a long silence. At last Di closed the case and put it back in the drawer. She held the little slip of paper in her hand and looked up at John rather wistfully. He took it from her, and, walking down the gallery, dropped it into the wood fire burning at the further end. He came back and stood before her,
and their grave eyes met. The growing intimacy between them seemed to have made a stride within the last half-hour, which left the conversation of yesterday miles behind. "Thank you," she said. End of Volume 2, Chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 7. Oh, the little more, and how much it is, and the little less, and what worlds away. Robert Browning. Miss Fane, John's aunt, was one of those large, soft, fleecy persons who act as tea-cosies to the domestic affairs, and whom the perspicacity of the nobler sex rarely allows to remain unmarried. That by some inexplicable mischance she had so remained was, of course, a blessing to her orphaned nephew, which it would be hard to overrate. John was supposed to be fortunate indeed to have such an aunt. He had been told so from a child. She had certainly been kind to him in her way, and perhaps he owed her more than he was fully aware of, for it is difficult to feel an exalted degree of gratitude and affection towards a person whose journeys through life with a snort and a plush reticule, who is ever seeking to eat some new thing, and who sleeps heavily in the morning over a lapful of magenta crochet-work. On religious topics also, little real sympathy existed between the aunt and nephew. Miss Fane was one of those fortunate individuals who could derive spiritual benefit and consolation from the conviction that they belonged to a lost tribe, and that John Bull was originally the Bull of Bashan. Very wonderful are the dispensations of Providence respecting the various forms in which religion appeals to different intellects. Miss Fane derived the same peace of mind and support from her Bull, and what she called its promises, as Madeline did from the monster altar candles which she had just introduced into the church at her new home, candles which were really gas-burners, a pious fraud which it was to be hoped a deity so partial to wax candles, especially in the daytime, would not detect. Miss Fane had an uneasy feeling, as years went by, that in spite of the floods of literature on the subject with which she kept him supplied, John appeared to make little real progress towards Anglo-Israelitism. Even the pamphlet which she had read aloud to him when he was ill, which proved beyond a doubt that the unicorn of Ezekiel was the prototype of the individual of that genus which now supports the royal arms, even that pamphlet, all-conclusive as if it was, appeared to have made no lasting impression on his mind. But if the desire to proselytize was her weak point, good nature was her strong one. She was always ready, as on this occasion, to go to Overleigh or to John's house in London if her presence were required. If she slept heavily amid his guests, it was only because it was her nature to. She slept more heavily than usual on this particular evening, for it was chilly, and the ladies had congregated in the music-room after dinner, where there was a fire, and a fire always reduced Miss Fane to a state of coma. Mrs. Courtenay was bored almost to extinction, had been bored all day and all yesterday, but nevertheless her fine countenance expressed a courteous interest in the rheumatic pains and Jaeger underclothing of one of the elder ladies. She asked appropriate questions from time to time, bringing Miss Goodwin, who with her brother was dining at the castle, into the conversation whenever she could. Miss Goodwin, a gentle, placid woman of 29, clad in the violent colours betokening small means and the want of taste of richer relations, took but little part in the great Jaeger discussion. Her pale eyes under their white eyelashes followed Di rather wistfully as the latter rose and left the room to fetch Mrs. Courtenay some wool. Between women of the same class, and even of the same age, there is sometimes an inequality as great as that between royalty and pauperism. Soon afterwards the men came in. Miss Fane regained a precarious consciousness. The painter dropped into a low chair by Mrs. Courtenay, someone else into a seat by Mary Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin addressed himself indiscriminately to Miss Fane and the lady of the clandestine Jaegers. John, After a glance round the room and a short sojourn on the hearthrug, which proved too hot for him, seated himself on a strictly neutral settee away from the fire, and took up Punch. Immediately afterwards, Di came back. She gave Mrs. Courtenay her wool, and then, instead of returning to her former seat by the fire, gathered up her work, crossed the room, and sat down on the settee by John. The blood rushed to his face. Her quiet, unconcerned manner stung him to the quick. She spoke to him, but he did not answer. Indeed, he did not hear what she said. A moment before he had been wondering what excuse he could make for getting up and going to her. He had been about to draw her attention to the cartoon in a 2-days-old Punch, for persons in John's state of mind lose sight of the realities of life, and in the presence of 6 people she could calmly make her way to him and seat herself beside him, exactly as she might have done if he had been her brother. He felt himself becoming paler and paler. An entirely new idea was forcing itself upon him like a growing physical pain, but there was not time to think of it now. He wondered whether there was any noticeable difference in his face, and whether his voice would betray him to Di if he spoke. He need not have been afraid. Di did not know the meaning of a certain stolid look which John's countenance could occasionally take. She was perfectly unconscious of what was going on a couple of feet away from her, and picked up her stitches in a cheerful silence. Mary Goodwin saw that he was vexed, and, not being versed in the intricacies of love in its early stages, or indeed in any stages, wondered why his face fell when his beautiful cousin came to sit by him. "Don't you sing?" she said, turning to Di. "I whimper a little sometimes with the soft pedal down," said Di, "but not in public. There is a painful discrepancy between me and my voice. It is several sizes too small for me."
"Do whisper a little all the same," said the painter.
"John," said Di, "I am afraid you do not observe that I am being pressed to sing by 2 of your guests. Why don't you, in the language of the quiver, conduct me to the instrument?" The unreasoning, delighted pride with which John had until now listened to the smallest of Di's remarks, whether addressed to himself or others, had entirely left him. "Do sing," he said, without looking at her, and he rose to light the candles on the piano. And Di sang. John sat down by Mary, and actually allowed the painter to turn over. It was a very small voice, low and clear, which, while it disarmed criticism, made one feel tenderly towards the singer. John, with his hand over his eyes, watched Di intently. She seemed to have suddenly receded from him to a great and impassable distance, at the very moment when he thought they were drawing nearer to each other. He took new note of every line of form and feature. There was a growing tumult in his mind, a glimpse of breakers ahead. The atmosphere of peace and quietude of the familiar room, and the low voice singing in the listening silence, seemed to his newly awakened consciousness to veil some stern underlying reality, the features of which he could not see. Mary Goodwin, who had the music in her which those who possess a lesser degree of it are often able more fluently to express, left John, and going to the piano, began to turn over Di's music. Presently she set up an old leather manuscript book before Di, who, after a moment's hesitation, began to sing. "O broken heart of mine, death lays his lips to thine, his draught of deadly wine he proffereth to thee. But listen low and near, in thy close shrouded ear, I whisper, dost thou hear? Arise and work with me. The death waits on thine eyes, shut out God's patient skies. Cast off thy shroud and rise. What dost thou mid the dead? Thine idle hands and cold once more the plough must hold, must labour as of old. Come forth and earn thy bread." The voice ceased. The accompaniment echoed the stern sadness of the last words, and then was suddenly silent. What is it in a voice that so mightily stirs the fibre of emotion in us? It seemed to John that Di had taken his heart into the hollow of her slender hands.
"Thank you," said Mary Goodwin, after a pause. And one of the elder ladies felt it was an opportune moment to express her preference for cheerful songs. Di had risen from the piano and was gathering up her music. Involuntarily, John crossed the room and came and stood beside her. He did not know he had done it so till he found himself at her side. Mary Goodwin turned to Miss Fane to say good night. Di slowly put one piece of music on another, absently turning them right side upwards. He saw what was passing through her mind as clearly as if it had been reflected in a glass. He stood by her, watching her bend over the piano. He was unable to speak to her or help her. Presently she looked slowly up at him. He had no conception, until he tried, how difficult it was to meet without flinching the quiet friendship of her eyes. "John," she said, "my mother wrote that song. Do you remember what a happy, innocent kind of look the miniature had? She was 17 then, and she was only 24 when she died. I don't know how to express it, but somehow the miniature seems a very long way off from the song. I'm afraid there must have been a good deal of travelling between whiles, and not over easy country." John would have answered something, but the Goodwins were saying good night, and shortly afterwards the others dispersed for the night. But John sat up late over the smoking-room fire, turning things over in his mind and vainly endeavouring to nail shadows to the wall. It seemed to him as if, while straining towards a goal, he had suddenly discovered by the merest accident that he was walking in a circle. End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Diana Tempest by Mary Cholmondeley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 8. Vous me quittez, n'ayant pu voir mon âme à travers mon silence. Victor Hugo. It was Saturday morning. The few guests had departed by an early train. The painter cast a backward glance at Overleigh and the two figures standing together in the sunshine on the grey-green steps, which, with their wide, hospitable balustrade, he had sketched so carefully. He was returning to the chastened joys of domestic life in London lodgings, to his pretty, young, jaded, fluffy wife and fluffy, delicate child, to the Irish stew and the warm drinking water, and the blistered gravy of his home life. Sordid surroundings have the sad power of making some lives sordid too. It requires a rare nobility of character to rise permanently above the dirty tablecloth and ill-trimmed paraffin lamp of poor circumstances. Poverty demoralizes. A smell of cooking, and why I know not, but especially an aroma of boiled cabbage, can undermine the dignity of existence. A reminiscence of yesterday on the morning fork dims the ideals of youth. As he drove away between the double row of beeches, with a hand on his boarded pitcher, the poor painter reflected that John was a fortunate kind of person. The dog-cart was full of grapes and peaches and game. Perhaps the power to be generous is one of the most enviable attributes of riches. "Poor fellow," said John, as he and Di turned back into the cool gloom of the white stone hall. "He has given Granny the sketch of me," said Di. "He's a nice man, but after the first few days he hardly spoke to me, which I consider a bad sign in anyone. It shows a want of discernment, don't you think so? Alas, we are going away this afternoon. I wish, John, you would try and look a little more moved at the prospect of losing us. It would be gratifying to think of you creeping on all fours under a sofa after our departure, dissolved in tears." John winced, but the reflections of the night before had led to certain conclusions, and he answered lightly, that is lightly for him, for he had not an airy manner at the best of times. "I'm afraid I could not rise to tears. Would a shriek from the battlements do?" "I should prefer tears," said Di, who was in a foolish mood this morning, in which high spirits take the form of nonsense, looking at her cousin, whose sedate and rather impenetrable face stirred the latent mischief in her. Not idle tears, John, that I know not what they mean, you know, but large, solemn drops, full man's size, 60 to a teaspoonful. That's the measure by Granny's medicine glass." She looked very provoking as she stood poising herself on her slender feet on the lower edge of the hearthstone, with one hand holding the stone paw of the ragged old Tempest lion carved on the chimney-piece. John looked at her with amused irritation, and wished— there is a practical form of repartee eminently satisfactory to the masculine mind which an absurd conventionality forbids. Wished— but what is the good of wishing? "I must go and pack," said Di with a sigh, "and see how Granny is getting on. She is generally down before this. You won't go and get lost, will you, and only turn up at luncheon?" "I'll be about," said John. "If I'm not in the library, look for me under the drawing-room sofa." Di laughed, and went lightly away across the grey and white stone flags. There was a lamentable discrepancy between his feelings and hers, which outraged John's sense of proportion. He went into the study, and sat down there, staring at the shells of embodied thought and speculation and aspiration, with which at one time he had been content to live, which, now that he had begun to live, seemed entirely beside the mark. Mrs. Courtenay was a person of courage and endurance, but even her powers had been sorely tried during the past week. She had been bored to the verge of distraction by the people of whom she had taken such a cordial leave the night before. There are persons who never, when out visiting, wish to retire to their rooms to rest, who never have letters to write, who never take up a book downstairs, who work for deep-sea fishermen, and are always ready for conversation. Such had been the departed. Miss Fane herself, for whom Mrs. Courtenay professed a certain friendship, was a person with whom she would have nothing in common, whom she would hardly have tolerated, if it had not been for her nephew. But for him she was willing to sacrifice herself even further. She had seen undemonstrative men in love before now. Their actions had the same bald significance for her as a string of molehills for a mole-catcher. She was certain he was seriously attracted, and she was determined to give him a fair field and as much favour as possible. That Di had not as yet the remotest suspicion of his intentions she regarded as little short of providential, considering the irritating and impracticable turn of that young lady's mind. Di entered her grandmother's room, and found that conspirator sitting up in bed, looking with rueful interest at a boiled egg and untouched rack of toast on a tray before her. Mrs. Courtenay always breakfasted in bed, and could generally thank Providence for a very substantial meal. "Take the tray away, Brown," said Mrs. Courtenay with an effort. "Why, you've not touched a single thing, ma'am," remarked Brown reproachfully. "I have drunk a little coffee," said Mrs. Courtenay faintly. "Granny, aren't you well?" asked Di. Brown removed the tray, which Mrs. Courtenay's eyes followed regretfully from the room. "I am not very well, my love," she replied, adjusting her spectacles, "but not positively ill. I had a threatening of one of those tiresome spasms in the night. I dare say it will pass off in an hour or two." Di scrutinized her grandmother remorsefully. "I never noticed you were feeling ill when I came in before breakfast," she said. "My dear, you are generally the first to observe how I am," returned Mrs. Courtenay hurriedly. "I was feeling better just then, but we are due at Carmyan to-day. It is very provoking." Di looked perturbed. "The others are gone," she said. "Even the painter has just driven off. Do you think we'll be able to travel by the afternoon, Granny?" "I'm afraid not," said Mrs. Courtenay, closing her eyes. "But I feel sure I could go to-morrow." "To-morrow is Sunday." "Oh, dear me, so it is," said Mrs. Courtenay with mild surprise. "To-day is Saturday. It certainly is unfortunate. But after all," she continued, "it could not have happened at a better place. Miss Fane is a good-natured person and will quite understand, and John is a relation. Perhaps you'd better tell Miss Fane I am feeling unwell, and ask her to come here, and before you go, pull down the blinds half-way, and put that sheaf of her lost tribes and unicorns and stone ages on the bed." What induced John to spend the whole of Saturday afternoon, and the greater part of a valuable evening, at a small colliery town some 20 miles distant, it would be hard to say. The fact that some days ago he had arranged to go there after the departure of his guests did not account for it, for he had missed all thought of doing so directly he heard that Di and Mrs. Courtenay were staying on. It was not important. The following Saturday would do equally well to inspect a reading-room he was building, and the new shaft of one of his mines, about the safety of which he was not satisfied. Yet, somehow or other, when the afternoon came, John went. Up to the last moment after luncheon he had intended to remain. Nevertheless, he went. The actions of persons under a certain influence cannot be predicted or accounted for. They can only be chronicled. John did not return to Overleigh till after 10 o'clock. He told himself most of the way home that Miss Fane and Di would be sure not to sit up later than 10. He made up his mind that he should only arrive after they had gone to bed. As he drove up through the semi-darkness, he looked eagerly for Di's window. There was a light in it. He perceived it with a sudden resentment. She had gone to bed, then. He should not see her till tomorrow. John had a vague impression that he was glad he had been away all day, that he had somehow done rather a clever thing. But apparently he was not much exhilarated by the achievement. It lost somewhat in its complete success. And Mrs. Courtenay, who heard the wheels of his dog-cart drive up just after Di had wished her good night, said aloud in the darkness the one word, "Idiot." End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Diana Tempest by Mary Chumley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 9. Love, how it sells poor bliss for proud despair. Shelley. It was Sunday morning, and it was something more. There was a subtle change in the air, a mystery in the sunshine. Autumn and summer were met in tremulous wedlock, but the hand of the bride trembled in the bridegroom's. In the rapture of bridal there was a prophecy of parting and death. The birds knew it. In the songless silence the robin was practising his autumn reverie. Joy and sadness were blent together in the solemn beauty of transition. The voice of the brook was sunk to a whisper today. Through the still air the tangled voices of the church bells came from the little grey church in the valley. A rival service was going on in the rookery on Moat Hill, in which the congregation joined with hoarse unanimity. Miss Fane did not go to church in the morning, so John and Di went together down the steep path through the wood, across the park, over the village beck, and up the low hollowed steps into the churchyard. Overleigh was a primitive place. The little congregation was sitting on the wall, or standing about among the tilted tombstones, according to custom, to see John and the clergyman come in. And then there was a general clump and clatter after them into church. The bell stopped, and the service began. Di and John sat at a little distance from each other in the carved Tempest pew. The Tempests were an overbearing race. The little rough stone church with its round Norman arches was a memorial of their race. "Lord, thou hast been our refuge from one generation to another," was graven in the stones of the wall just before Di's eyes. Beneath was a low arch surmounting the tomb of a knight in effigy. Beyond there were more tombs and arches. The building was thronged with the sculptured dead of one family. It was a mortuary chapel in itself. Tattered flags hung where pious hands, red with infidel blood, had fastened them. With a simple confidence in their own importance, and the approval of their Creator, the Tempests had raised their memorials and hung their battered swords in the house of their God. The very sun himself smote, not through the gaudy figures of Scripture story, but through the painted arms of the Malbys, of the penniless, pious Malby who sold his land to his clutching Tempest brother-in-law, in order to get out to the Crusades. Had God really been their refuge from all those bygone generations to this? Di wondered. In these latter days of millionaire cheesemongers who dwell ageless in the feudal castles of the poor, what wonder if the faith even of the strongest waxes cold? She looked fixedly at John as he went to the reading desk and stood up to read the first lesson. It was difficult to believe the dead were not listening too, that the Knight Templar, lying in armour, with his drawn sword beside him and broken hands joined, did not turn his head a little, pillowed so uncomfortably on his helmet, to hear John's low, clear voice. And, as John read, a feeling of pride in him, not unmixed with awe, arose in Di's mind. All he did and said, even when in his gentlest mood, and Di had not as yet seen him in any other, had a hint of power in it, power restrained perhaps, but existent. How strong his iron hand looked touching the book! She could more easily imagine it grasping a sword-hilt. He stood before her as the head of the race, his rugged profile and heavy jaws silhouetted in all their native strength and ugliness against the uncompromising light of the eastern window. She looked at him, and was glad. "He will do us honour," she said to herself. Someone else was watching John too. "I will arise and go to my father," John read, and Mr. Goodwin closed his eyes and prayed the old worn prayer. Our prayers for others are mainly tacit reproaches to the Almighty, that God would touch John's heart. Humanity has many sides, but perhaps none more incomprehensible than that represented by the patient, middle-aged man leaning back in his corner and praying for John's soul. None more difficult to describe without an appearance of ridicule, for certain aspects of character, like some faces, lend themselves to caricature more readily than to a portrait. Mr. Goodwin was one of that class of persons who belong so entirely to a class that it is difficult to individualize them, whose peculiar object in life is to stick in clusters like limpets to existing, and especially to superseded, forms of religion. Their whole constitution and central ganglion consists of one adhesive organism. The quality of that to which they adhere does not appear to affect them, provided it is stationary. To their constitution, movement is torture, uprootal is death. It would be impossible to chip Mr. Goodwin from his rock and hold him up to the scrutiny of the reader without distorting him to a caricature which is an insult to our common nature. Unless he is in the full exercise of his adhesive muscle in company with large numbers of his kind, he is nothing, and even then he is not much. Not much? Ah, yes, he is. His class has played an important part in all crises of religious history. It was instrumental in the crucifixion of Christ. It called a new truth blasphemy as fiercely then as now. By its law, truth, if new, must ever be put to death. But when Christianity took form, this class settled on it nevertheless, adhered to it as strictly as its forebears had done to the Jewish ritual. It was this class which resisted and would have burned out the Reformation. But when the Reformation gained bulk enough for it to stick to, it spread itself upon its surface in due course, as it still does today. Let who will sweat and agonize for the sake of a new truth, or a newer and purer form of an old one. There will always be those who will stand aside and coldly regard, if they cannot crush, the struggle and the heartbreak of the pioneers, and then will enter into the fruit of their labours, and complacently point in later years to the advance of thought in their time, which they have done nothing to advance, but to which, when sanctioned by time and custom and the populace, they will adhere. John shut the book, and Mr. Goodwin, taken up with his own mournful reflections, heard no more of the service until he was wakened by the shriek of the village choir. "Before Jehovah's awful throne ye nations bow with sacred joy." When the clergyman had blessed his flock, and the flock had hurried with his blessing into the open air, Di and John remained behind to look at the nibbled old stone font, engraved with tangled signs and unknown beasts with protruding unknown tongues, where little Tempests had whimpered and protested against a Christianity they did not understand. The aisle and chancel were paved with worn-lettered stones, obliterated memorials of forgotten Tempests who had passed at midnight with flaring torches from their first home on the crag to their last in the valley. The walls bore record too. John had put up a tablet to his predecessor. It contained only the name and date of birth and death, and underneath the single sentence, "Until the daybreak and the shadows flee away." Di read the words in silence, and then turned the splendour of her deep glance upon him. Since when had the bare fact of meeting her eyes become so exceeding sharp and sweet, such an epoch in the day? John writhed inwardly under their gentle scrutiny. "You are very loyal," she said. He felt a sudden furious irritation against her, which took him by surprise, and then turned to scornful anger against himself. He led the way out of the church into the sad September sunshine, and talked of indifferent subjects till they reached the castle. And after luncheon John went to the library and stared at the shelves again, and Miss Fane ambled and grunted to church, and Di sat with her grandmother. There are some acts of self-sacrifice for which the performers will never in this world obtain the credit they deserve. Mrs. Courtenay, who was addicted to standing proxy for Providence, and was not afraid to take upon herself responsibilities which belonged to omniscience alone, had not hesitated to perform such an act in the belief that the cause justified the means. Indeed, in her eyes, a good cause justified many sorts and conditions of means. All Saturday and half Sunday she had repressed the pangs of a healthy appetite, and had partaken only of the mutton broth and splintered toast of invalidism. With a not ill-grounded dread lest Di's quick eyes should detect a subterfuge, she had gone so far as to take heart-drops 3 times a day from the hand of her granddaughter, and had been careful to have recourse to her tin of arrowroot biscuits only in the strictest privacy. But now that Sunday afternoon had come, she felt that she could safely relax into convalescence. The blinds were drawn up, and she was established in an arm-chair by the window. "You seem really better," said Di. "I should hardly have known you'd had one of your attacks. You generally look so pale afterwards." "It has been very slight," said Mrs. Courtenay, blushing faintly. "I took it in time. I shall be able to travel tomorrow. I suppose you and Miss Fane went to church this morning?" "Miss Fane would not go, but John and I did." Mrs. Courtenay closed her eyes. Virtue may be its own reward, but it is gratifying when it is not the only one. "Granny," said Di suddenly, "I never knew till John told me that my mother had been engaged to his father." "What has John been raking up these old stories for?" "I don't think he raked up anything. He seemed to think I knew all about it. He was showing me my mother's miniature, which he had found among his father's papers. I always supposed that the reason you never would talk about her was because you had felt her death too much." "I was glad when she died," said Mrs. Courtenay. "Was she unhappy then? Father speaks of her rather sadly when he does mention her, as if he had been devoted to her, but she had not cared much for him, and had felt aggrieved at his being poor. He once said he had many faults, but that was the one she could never forgive. And he told me that when she died he was away on business, and she did not leave so much as a note or a message for him." "It is quite true she did not," said Mrs. Courtenay in a suppressed voice. "I have never talked to you about your mother, Di, because I knew if I did I should prejudice you against your father, and I have no right to do that." "I think," said Di, "that now I know a little you had better tell me the rest, or I shall only imagine things were worse than the reality." So Mrs. Courtenay told her of the little daughter who had been born to her in the first desolation of her widowhood, round whom she had wrapped in its entirety the love that many women divide between husbands and sons and daughters. She told Di of young Mr. Tempest, then just coming forward in political life, between whom and herself a friendship had sprung up in the days when he had been secretary to her brother, then in the ministry. The young man was constantly at her house. He was serious, earnest, diffident, ambitious. Di reached the age of 17. Mrs. Courtenay saw the probable result and hoped for it. With some person to hope for anything is to remove obstacles from the path of its achievement. "And yet, Di," said Mrs. Courtenay, "I can't reproach myself. They were suited to each other. It is as clear to me now as it was then. She did not love him, but I knew she would, and she had seen no one else, and he worshipped her. I threw them together, but I did not press her to accept him.
She did accept him, and we went down to Overleigh together. She had this room. I remembered it directly I saw it again. The engagement had not been formally given out, and the wedding was not to have been till the following spring on account of her youth. I think Mr Tempest and I were the two happiest people in the world. I felt such entire confidence in him, and I was thankful she should not run the gauntlet of all that a beautiful girl is exposed to in society. She was as innocent as a child of 10, and as unconscious of her beauty, which, poor child, was very great. And then he, your father, came to Overleigh. 10 days afterwards they went away together, and I, who had never been parted from her for a night since her birth, I never saw her again, except once across a room at a party, until 4 years afterwards, when her first child was born. I went to her then. I tried not to go, for she did not send for me, but she was the only child I had ever had, and I remembered my own loneliness when she was born. And the pain of staying away became too great, and I went, and she was quite changed. She was not the least like my child, except about the eyes, and she was taller. Mr Tempest never forgave her, because he loved her, but I forgave her at last, because I loved her more than he did. I saw her often after that. She used to tell me when your father would be away, and he was much away, and then I went to her. I would not meet him. We never spoke of her married life. It did not bear talking about, for she had really loved him, and it took him a long time to break her of it. We talked of the baby and servants and the price of things, for she was very poor. She was loyal to her husband. She never spoke about him except once. I remember that day. It was one of the last before she died. I found her sitting by the fire reading Consuelo. I sat down by her, and we remained a long time without speaking. Often we sat in silence together. You have not come to the places on the road, my dear, when somehow words are no use any more, and the only poor comfort left is to be with someone who understands and says nothing. When you do, you will find silence 1 degree more bearable than speech. At last she turned to the book and pointed to a sentence in it. I can see the page now, and the tall French print. The caricature de cet homme entraîne les actions de sa vie. Jamais tu ne les changerais. I think that is true, she said. Some characters seem to be settled beforehand, like a weathercock with its leaded tail. They cannot really change because they are always changing. Nothing teaches them. Happiness, trouble, love, and hate bring no experience. They swing round to every wind that blows on one pivot always, themselves. There was a time when I was afraid I tired God with one name. Jamais tu ne le changerais. No, never. One changes oneself. That is all. And now, instead of reproaching others, I reproach myself bitterly. Bitterly. And she never begged my pardon. She once said, when I found her very miserable, that it was right that one who had made others suffer should suffer too. But those were the only times she alluded to the past, and I never did. I did not go to her to reproach her. The kind of people who are cut by reproaches have generally reproached themselves more harshly than anyone else can. She had, I know. It would have been better if she had been less reserved, and if she could have taken more interest in little things, but she did not seem able to. Some women, and they are the happy ones, can comfort themselves in a loveless marriage with pretty note-paper and tying up the legs of chairs with blue ribbon. She could not do that, and I think she suffered more in consequence. Those little feminine instincts are not given us for nothing. She never gave in until she knew she was dying. Then she tried to speak, but she sank rapidly. She said something about you, and then smiled when her voice failed her and gave up the attempt. I think she was so glad to go that she did not mind anything else much. They held the baby to her as a last chance and made it cry. Oh, Di, how you cried! And she trembled very much, just for a moment, and then did not seem to take any more notice,
though they put its little hand against her face. I think the end came all the quicker. It seemed too good to be true at first. Don't cry, my dear. Young people don't know where trouble lies. They think it is in external calamity and sickness and death. But one does not find it so. The only real troubles are those which we cause each other through the affections. Those whom we love chasten us. I never shed a single tear for her when she died. There had been too many during her life, for I loved her better than anything in the world, except my husband, who died when he was 25 and I was 22. You often remind me of him. You are a very dear child to me. She said she hoped you would make up a little to me, and you have, not a little. I have brought you up differently. I saw my mistake with her. I sheltered her too much. I hope I have not run into the opposite extreme with you. I have allowed you more liberty than is usual, and I have encouraged you to look at life for yourself and to think and act for yourself, and learn by your own experience. And now go and bathe your eyes, and see if you can find me Fitzgerald's Omar Khayyam. I think I saw it last in the morning room. John and I were talking about it on Friday. I dare say he will know where it is. End of Volume 2, Chapter 9.